to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Well, the guy says good morning. That's what the guy said. Good morning. It is. It's a good morning. It's a beautiful morning. Like it's summer. I keep getting summer vibe. Everything's great. Everything's good. Except for that boring A baseball game last night. Other than that, it's a good morning. Marcus Boucher sitting to my left actually braved that 9 innings of what are we calling it? Just like, what do we call it? Sleepwalking, dozing, I don't know. Good morning, Marcus.
Well, good morning. I'm glad I finally woke up from that snooze fest of a game last night. I think I fell asleep in the 6th inning, woke up today, and somehow got here by 6 a.m.
Well, you did it. We're going to have a better day than the Giants had last night, getting only 3 hits in the entire game and losing 3-1 to the Astros. No heroics last night. No One Republic. Too late to apologize to Austin Slater last night. In fact, Slater didn't even play last night, right?
No.
He didn't get on the field. No reward.
The Giants are 0-1 since benching Austin Slater.
They're 0-1 in the freeze-out Slater era, man. So, yeah, they go back at it today, though. Day baseball. They used to call it the businessman special back in the day. That's politically incorrect now. 12:45 p.m. Logan Webb taking on Framber Valdez. Always been fascinated by a guy named Framber.
Framber.
Yeah, who's been in some big games in his day. Right?
He has, and he is quite the interesting character. From the way that he pitches, from the way that he dresses, from his, hair extensions that he wears sometimes.
I did not know this about Framber.
Oh, yeah. He's got, dreadlocks that are, hair extensions. It's, not real dreads. It's weird. Framber Valdez is an interesting character.
Well, you'll see him today heading out there. So just give me a feel. How was it? Anything going on last night? I mean, what was the best thing that happened? Brett Wisely left the yard.
That's it. Brett Wisely's up there raw dogging it, no batting gloves, hitting it over the right field
wall.
wall.
Funny you say that. That's literally my 16-year-old's only comment when when Wisely left the yard. I said, "You're not familiar with his game. You owe him an apology." That's become our thing now. And then he goes, "No batting gloves." And it's funny because has that been his thing all the while, or did he change it last night?
That's a great question. For whatever reason, it stood out last night.
Yeah, stood out to you and Deck.
No gloves. Young Tony, I'm not sure. He's more of a Brett Wisely guy than I am.
It does seem to be a hard-o move to go no gloves, doesn't it?
Dude, I kind of love the old school classic no glove look.
Yeah. I can't imagine hitting Major League hitting without batting gloves.
Well, especially in this day and age where it's not like their traditional tape on the wooden bat anymore. Everybody's got that extra grip on their bats, so you don't really need batting gloves. I know a lot of guys traditionally like them. They like the feel of it, but I like it when a guy goes up there raw.
How many guys are doing that anymore?
Not a lot.
I don't know. It's a ballsy move, man. It's a... you got to get those calluses going. You got to get those strong man hands going.
Then you got to have the remedies to, kind of help those calluses.
Going Moaloo.
Hey, you brought it up. I was
Did Georgie
just throwing it out
Posada
there.
do that too?
Jorge was also a bear.
Maybe that's why they're keeping him out.
No one wants to shake his hand.
Nobody wants to shake his hands.
Oh, come on.
Maybe that's why they're keeping him out.
It's sanitary.
Yes. So anyway,
what, they use it for jellyfish bites?
That's true. Yeah, and it's all part of the human experience.
Yeah, come on.
Right, exactly. So anyway, it was a lousy one. Jordan Hicks goes 4 2/3. Curley taking shots at Hicks. John Joe Curley taking shots at Hicks on our pre-show rundown that he sends down that I sometimes read. And this morning was one of those days I read. He said, "Are you concerned that Hicks only went 4 2/3?" I was like, "Whoa, Curls, take it easy." This guy was had IVs all week. He was bedridden with the flu. He gutted out 4 2/3.
And honestly, had a pretty good outing.
Yeah.
I mean, the Astros scored after Mauricio Dubon had another revenge game.
Pause right there,
Couple
dude.
doubles for Dubon yesterday.
I
How about that?
I gotta say, this guy's look at this. We got young Tony pumping his fist behind the window.
The Dubon fan club in the studio.
You can't be doing that.
Shout out to Mauricio, who came on yesterday with Papa and Lund and kind of expanded into some of those comments about Gabe Kapler and the opportunities given to him by Dusty Baker.
Did you hear him?
I heard him this morning. I was going over some of the cuts. We can maybe play that in a later segment today.
Did he sound salty?
He was just basically pointing out the obvious. He goes, look, everybody else knew what was going on. I have no problem with the organization. I have no problem with the fan base. There was just one guy I had a problem with, and he's gone now.
What was the beef between Doobie and Cap?
You probably need to do some homework on that one.
I guess I do need to do some homework. There was the bunt incident, I do recall. He bunted against San Diego, and they were up by 8 or 9.
Yeah.
And there was a comment made near the bat rack, and then publicly Kapler defended him, publicly. There must have been something else. Obviously, other things.
Yeah,
hey, beat writers, get on that.
Right? There's a few base running mistakes. And, yeah, it has been weird that Dubon has been vocal, or at least this vocal. Like, immediately when he left, he was taking shots at the Giants. And here he is coming back for his first time to this ballpark and still bringing up old beef that he had with Kesslar.
And he's a guy, he was one of those Farhan finds in the first place, right? Wasn't they picked him up? Was he part of that Twins? No, he's with the Brewers, right?
Correct. Yeah, he was a
Can you remember the trade?
Oh, it was some relief pitcher that they got rid of, right?
So it says here, on July 31, 2019, the Brewers traded Dubon to the Giants in exchange for pitchers Ray Black and Drew Pomeranz.
Drew Pomeranz.
Who then showed up on the Giants this year.
Yeah.
Didn't he?
For a nice little bullpen stint. Never got into a single game, but hey, he had a jersey this year.
So I didn't know, by the way, Dubon started as a Red Sox. He was drafted by the Red Sox in the 26th round of 2013. He's been in pro ball since 2013.
He's been bouncing around.
Dude.
And this is a guy that has been pretty vocal about growing up after moving from Honduras to Sacramento, being a Giants fan, getting that opportunity. We talked yesterday about how kids like young Tony kind of took him on as a cult figure. Like, there was a guy yesterday in a Mauricio Dubon jersey at the game, and he had a C, like in duct tape, on his jersey. He made Dubon the captain. I was like, what am I looking at?
That guy's off his rocker, whoever that guy is.
Also, shout out to the guy that I saw wearing a lunatic fringe jersey at the game yesterday.
Yeah, those are good. Old school.
Yeah.
Old school. Like that. So, yeah, well, Dubon got 2 doubles yesterday and caused problems. He was causing problems. And quite frankly, it was annoying me.
Yeah, it was annoying. And then
yeah.
just circling back to Jordan Hicks' outing, I mean, Dubon then scores on an infield single, fielder's choice at first base. And then we get to the Matt Chapman play, and it's another dribbler, damn near a swinging bunt.
Yeah.
Chapman takes the ball, makes a beautiful barehanded play. The throw's offline. Wilmer doesn't make the play. 2-run score, and that's your ball game.
So Marcus and I are confused because we were discussing that play right before we came on the air.
Because it was confusion.
Big time confusion. Because it's a 1-1 game. It's a chopper. He gets the contact he wants. It's a difficult play. And Chapman, being the athlete he is, back from his hamstring. See how Altuve tests him with a bunt right out of the gate? Say, hey, man, I know we've been playing a long time, but you got to show me that Hammy's right.
That's
That's
a veteran move right there.
It was a veteran, but Chappie made the play. So anyways, he fields it. Wisely's going to his right, probably not going to make the play. So Chapman cuts him off and then throws it away. Obviously, the run's going to score on the infield single, so that's an earned run. But when he throws it away, and he's credited with an error, his 8th error of the season, we're trying to figure out why Jordan Hicks got charged with an earning on that.
Yeah, his final stat line, 4 2/3, 3 earned runs on the day. But if
3 runs,
they
3
gave Matt Chapman a throwing error and they're saying Dubon scored because of that error, then it should be an unearned run for Hicks.
2 high-level sports intellectuals. We are highly decorated right here on the microphone. We're saying to you out there in the audience, the brilliance that is the Murph and Marcus show. Can you explain this to us?
Please.
Can somebody out there explain this to us?
808 KNBR.
My buddy Jim Young is a longtime official scorer, but we are baffled. How does Hicks get charged with an Ernie when Chapman threw that thing away? Is there something we're missing here, buddy?
I don't know. Maybe it's the question of the day for the big hit.
Okay.
Because I don't understand.
We're going to need something for the big hit. That's for sure.
Guy scored off in the air, but the pitcher gets charged for an earned run.
Did you guys see the stat?
The math ain't mathing to me.
Speaking of the big hit, Chapman, Conforto, Flores, Soler, Yaz, Estrada, 0 for 22, 9 strikeouts.
Ooh.
Once again, I'm going to say that again. Chapman, Conforto, Flores, Soler, Yaz, Estrada, 0 for 22, 9 strikeouts.
Yeah.
So
I got to say, Murph, 3 total hits in the game yesterday for the Giants. Yeah. It's got to be one of the most boringest games I've been to this year.
Well, there it is.
It was just bland and boring yesterday.
So we got to move on to the day game and to the NBA Finals, which is tonight, 5:30 tip. It's just dawned me again. I mean, this happens every year, but it just dawned on me again. You're a kid in Boston. You got to wait till 8:30 to tip tonight. It's just nuts.
That's rough.
And I mean, Monday Night Football sometimes used to even be worse. But anyway, Kristaps Porzingis unlikely to play, although he says he's optimistic.
Kristaps Porzingis
Got a rare left leg injury.
Can you describe what the actual injury is? Because I know
heard Mike Greenberg on the way in try.
Man.
Torn medial retinaculum, allowing dislocation of the posterior tibialis tendon.
Who?
There it is, buddy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, if my doctor came in and said it to me like that, I'd be like, damn. I don't know what you just said. I don't know what I have.
Explain it to me like I'm 5.
Yeah.
Because I don't understand.
Well, he's got it's a rare left leg injury, tendon.
Let's go with the hockey lower body injury.
Okay, but anyway, we'll see how that goes. By the way, the Celtics are underdogs tonight for only the fourth time in the last 99 games.
Ooh, dogs on the road in Dallas.
So that's something to keep your eye on. So we got that. Aaron Rodgers is back in the news. You know what we're bearing down on? We got to start talking about a week from tomorrow is the Rickwood game.
That's right.
Yeah, we got to start thinking about that, buddy. That snuck up on us, man. So that's going to be pretty awesome. We got U.S. Open golf starts tomorrow, too. Tiger Woods is out there. Scotty Scheffler's out there doing his thing, trying to get arrested, et cetera, et cetera. And Joey Chestnut's in the news.
Ooh.
Our guy, our local hero. So all these things we will talk about at some point today. But we'll try to shake off the cobwebs from that brutal loss last night. Get you ready for a 12:45 first pitch today. It is Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. We got Young Tony here. We got John Joe here. And we'll be right back with the guest list on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center. This is some bad baseball.
Oakland, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Oakland's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mauricio Dubon made an appearance yesterday on the Papa and Lund show.
Hey, you got a duty?
And then went out and hit back-to-back doubles in the Astros 3-1 victory over the Giants. But if you want to hear the full podcast from Doobie, make sure you check out that podcast and more, available now on KNBR and KNBR.com.
I'm glad you're a Giants fan. You're a smart man.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
It's a slow bouncer to short. Cutting over from third, Chapman. Barehanded pickup and a throw that comes off the glove of Wilmer Flores and rolls to the Astros dugout, and 2 runs will score. Presley ready. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and he went back to that curveball. That's his big strikeout pitch. And for Presley, it's like old times. So the Astros even up this series with the Giants at a game apiece.
Ryan Presley, who, by the way, was 1 for 6 in save opportunities. Is that correct? Going in? That's what my kid told me at the TV last night. Ryan Presley's having a brutal year.
Ooh, this season alone.
Yeah.
Because
Astros
Josh,
fans.
I was surprised not to see Josh Hader last night, back-to-back games, but he's their 9th inning guy. Presley's their 8th inning setup guy.
Well, he's been their closer forever, you know. I mean, and he was the guy during the World Series and everything, and then he's been brutal. He's blown 5 saves this year, but not last night. Mowed down the Giants quickly. So that was a tough deal, man. Sorry, everybody. It was a stinker. And the other thing that just drives me bananas is these guys just cannot get that frickin' traction going. Other than those little 4 comeback wins in Pittsburgh and New York, right? That was like kind of invigorated all of us. They remain. Wake up this morning, look at their record. 2 games under 500. Bro, I got news for you. Flag Day's Friday. All right? Flag Day's Friday. You got to win today against Framber Valdez and his dreadlocks. And then you got to win Friday against Ron Washington's Angels. And you will get to 500, but they're giving me no indication they can string together 2 wins in a row. They just cannot piece it together. I get so frustrated by seeing 2 games under 500 over and over and over. We used to say the gravitational pull of 500. Bro, we long for the gravitational pull of 500, man. We were in here yesterday excited, and they couldn't turn any of that momentum around. So back to 2 games under 500, which, by the way, keeps you squarely in the National League wildcard race.
Here we are right in the mix, Murph. But I think the bigger picture point is, look at this offense. Just over the last 2 games, if you want to do a small sample size, 2 games against the Houston Astros, they scored 3 runs in extra innings. So prior to that big outburst, if you're just looking at the regular 1 through 9, they've scored 2 runs in the last 18 innings of regulation baseball.
So this offense, man, and you start looking at the obvious candidates, your Solairs and people like that, and the offense just ain't happening. It just is not happening. And as a result, you got to win with pitching and defense. And as a result, when Matt Chapman has to make a tough play and throw that ball, that Marcus and I are still confused. How does Jordan Hicks get charged with the earned run when Matt Chapman's errant throw allows the run to score? Makes no sense to us. We need people smarter than us to figure that out. By the way, multiple people on the text line saying, and I agree with them, 669 among them, 669, 512. Who's the other one right here? Another text came in and said, you'd like to see Wilmer Flores make that play.
Yeah.
Not easy, but you're a big league first baseman, and it wasn't a huge ask to go off the bag to his left to make that catch.
I mean, that's always been the knock with Wilmer.
Yes.
Whether he's at third base, whether he's at first base, he's not really a great defensive player anywhere on the diamond.
Yeah.
And you're just getting him in now to get his bat into the lineup. We knew what we were getting into when we got the Lamont Wade, Wilmer Flores platoon. But I agree. I think Lamont Wade Jr. is better defensively and probably would have had a better chance to maybe knock that ball down, make a play, and get that tag at first.
Yeah, therefore a run doesn't score. Therefore it's not an unearned run. Therefore the unearned run doesn't score. Bad people coming in trying to say to me, 530 says, Hicks was responsible for the runners. They both recorded hits to get on base. Doesn't matter. They scored. That run does not score unless Chapman commits an error. And you can't assume that the next guy's hit scores the run either. So
you know what happens when you assume, Murph.
So here's 818 saying, I'm explaining it to you. Earned runs involve much what could have happened if no error speculation. Earned, although the error allowed Dubon to score, a single was credited to Bregman, and Dubon would have been on third had Chapman eaten it and would have scored on the next hit by Alvarez. I'm not sure about that. I don't know if you can assume that Alvarez's hit allows that run to score.
Yeah,
right?
what if Alvarez flies out? He pops up. Then it stays as an unearned run?
Yeah. That's like you can't assume a double play.
Yeah, I don't think you can connect those dots. But
818, I'm not, with respect, 818, I'm not coming at you. I'm just saying I'm going to disagree until I get a higher authority.
Yeah, and that higher authority could be Mike Krukow, 7:30 today. We'll ask him about it and also ask about Jordan Hicks and the back-to-back outings, not only from Hicks but Kyle Harrison. Both guys only reaching around 70 pitches. Kyle throws 77 the other day, gets pulled. Jordan Hicks, 72 pitches yesterday before being pulled from that game.
Yeah, so this is a situation. Like this is like whatever your analogy, a train going right into a mountain or something. I don't know, whatever it is. We got a problem coming up, and that is Harrison and Hicks and their innings, which we were able to kind of kick the can down the road through April and May. It was great, but now we're getting into mid-June. So here's the numbers. Jordan Hicks is up to 71 and 2/3 innings. The most innings he's ever thrown in his career are 77 and 2/3. Yeah. Now, it doesn't mean he can't go past it, and they anticipate him going past it. The question is how far past it. Now, here's the other, quote-unquote, solution, is that Blake Snell comes off the IL a week from yesterday, so June 18th. So that fills one. Then the other two are the guys, Alex Cobb, Robbie Ray. Alex Cobb, Robbie Ray. So if Snell, Cobb, Ray, and Webb fill four of your spots, can Harrison and Hicks kind of ham and egg it is the kind of question, meaning that's an old golf term. Young Tony, as a golfer, first of all, tell him to say good morning to young Tony. Good morning, young Tony. How are you, buddy?
Good morning. I'm doing well.
You excited about your Dubon night last night?
He's my guy.
If you listen to the show, we found out young Tony got a cameo paid for by his dear friends from Mauricio Dubon, wishing him a happy birthday. Chalk that into things I didn't expect to learn yesterday at all.
I mean, we always do our segment at the end of the show. What did young Tony learn today? What did Murph and Marcus learn? That young Tony is the president of the Mauricio Dubon fan club.
Are you Dubon's stan, would we say?
Well, yeah, I mean, I also just, Michael Papierski's doing a lot for the Giants right now, right?
Oh, no, he's taking shots at
I'm just being honest.
2 days in a row, Papierski shots. I like that.
By the way, checked in. He's with the Mariners AAA team.
Papierski?
Yeah.
All right.
Papierski.
Did he get in that bat with the Giants, Papierski? Yeah.
He got a run.
He got to the game.
Save him for your immaculate grid.
Papierski.
So anyway, Dubon yesterday doing his thing.
Ham and egging it.
Thank you very much. Ham and egging it. So, as a golfer, do you know that phrase, bud?
I have heard that before, yeah.
Do you know what it means?
Ooh, like you're just kind of scraping by. You're just
It's when you're playing partner golf. When you and a partner are in like a competition. You guys are in like a 2-man competition, or you guys are in a scramble against 2 other guys. And on one hole you play well, and the other guy plays poorly. But the next hole you play poorly, and the other guy plays well.
Got you.
And yet you guys pull it out. You ham and egged it. I don't know
nice.
the origin of it. I don't know the history of it. But just when you're on a golf course and you have a partner and you're in a competition, and one guy picks you up, and then you pick him up, and then he picks you up, you're like, hey, man, we're really ham and egging it.
Wow. And if this guy's playing really well and constantly lands on the greens, is he green eggs and ham and it?
Look at you. Look at you.
I knew Murph would like that dad joke. I knew he would like that dad joke.
I'm proud of you, man.
He's green egg and ham and it.
That's pretty good, bud. Hey, it's getting ready for the U.S. Open tomorrow, right? Getting ready for U.S. Open golf tomorrow. So anyway, by the way, do you like ham and eggs?
I'm down with the ham and eggs.
Yeah.
Like
underrated.
You get the Christmas ham, and then the next day you have leftovers.
Yeah.
Heat it up for a couple minutes on the cast iron. Throw some eggs in there.
I don't think the ham and eggs gets its credit in today's society.
I know everybody loves a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, which I do as well. But I don't mind a little ham thrown on there.
By the way, I was just looking at this call screen. Some guy checking in on the earned run situation. Now, listen, we're wide open, but be prepared. We could disagree with you. Steve in San Francisco thinks he knows why Hicks was charged with 3 earned runs despite the run scoring on Matt Chapman's error. Good morning, Steve. How are you?
Talk to me, Steve.
I'm doing well. Good morning. How are you guys?
We're good, man. I wish it was a boring game last night, but it's so boring that our hot talking point is, why did Jordan Hicks get charged with 3 earned runs? What do you got, Steve?
Here's what I got. You got to know I'm just a doctor on an e-bike, so take it for what it's worth.
Okay.
But we got runner on. If there had been no error, would have been runner on third, 2 outs. Runner is Hicks runner.
Right.
Switch pitchers. First batter comes in, gets a single. Run would have scored. 3rd earned run.
Okay. I mean, okay. I'll put that down on the list of possibilities. I guess.
I did play and coach at Boyle Park. So there you go.
Oh, Steve, when?
Yep. May have taken a city championship from a Murphy somewhere along the line.
Whoa!
Let's go, Steve.
Man, Steve, this is incredible. I need the.
Yeah, no, that's not true. I never won a state
okay.
championship, but I did play Boyle Park.
What years did you play?
I wish it was true.
Played late 80s.
Dude, so
late 80s.
Yes, you're about 10 years younger than me. I was there 76 to 80. So were you? Who would we know in common? Maybe like.
I was a Giant.
Who were your coaches
in Little Leagues? Coaches. So Babe Ruth, Marcus Robinson.
Oh, well, there
top
you go.
coach
So
right
Steve
there.
and I are going to go
There's
down
the
there. Steve and I are just going to have a little sidebar here.
I'll leave the room.
Marcus Robinson sold us our house, of course, the real estate king of Southern Marin.
Wow.
Yes, he
There you
did.
go.
Yeah, and Marcus won many city championships with the American League Tigers. So, but that's a digression. Steve, thanks for the call. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Thanks, a Boyle Park guy. How about that? Said they're threatening to take city championships.
Dude, and he had riffs about stealing away championships from the cold, dead hands of a Brian Murphy.
That's pretty funny, man. That's pretty funny. All right, guest list on a Wednesday, June 12, 2024. We'll address the Jordan Hicks rotation issue later. So Harrison and Hicks, I'm just throwing this out there. I haven't cleared this with another Boyle Park kid, Brian Price. It's another Boyle Park kid. Can Harrison and Hicks ham and egg that fifth spot if you're going Webb, Snell, Ray, Cobb? Can they ham and egg that fifth spot?
I think they can, but I think ideally you want both those guys to stay in your rotation because Alex Cobb has had multiple injury setbacks. We don't know what kind of pitcher he's going to be. Robert Ray's coming off of Tommy John surgery. We don't know how he's going to be. At least these guys have been productive in that starting role, but we've seen Jordan Hicks be successful in the bullpen also. So if needed, I think they could ham and egg it.
Young Tone, what you got, buddy?
Alrighty, coming up at 7:30 this morning, Mike Krukow is going to stop by the show. Sleep fast. We got a day game today.
He's going to explain to us the earned run situation. We have many leading theories.
That's a great call, yeah. Curious to see his take. And then we got Big Hit at 7:50. Mark Kestisher is going to stop by the show at 8:15. He's calling the NBA Finals on ESPN Radio.
Where the Celtics are underdogs for the first time all postseason, only the fourth time in 99 games. How about that?
Interesting.
There you go.
That's interesting. Wow. And then we got Andrew Baggerly at 9:35 to close out the show. We'll get a cooler content in before the end of the show as well.
All right. We are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. All right, Mauricio Dubon. Who would have thought that a guy with the lightweight stats of a Mauricio Dubon would be so aggravating to Giants fans? Let's try to get into that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
And if this guy's playing really well and constantly lands on the greens, is he green eggs and ham and egg?
I like it.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
It was really good, honestly. The thing I like about the whole thing is just watching the guys behind me. And, they know how it meant to me, beat these guys, and they were behind me. I think that was the biggest thing. I knew I was going to have a big moment in the game. And I just didn't let the emotions get into me. Just put a good swing and do what I've been doing the whole season. Just, hit the ball good. I was not treated the right way over there. So coming here and being a family here and be able to perform the way I'm performing right now, I think it's just, as the human side of me comes out. Just a couple of stuff over there that you think, probably get more playing time. But with Dusty here now, I think I'm in heaven.
All right, it's a little bit of muddy audio, but that was Mauricio Dubon from 2023 talking about I was not treated the right way in San Francisco. But with Dusty here, I'm in heaven. And that's the comment we're using to fuel into last night as Dubon comes back, gets 2 doubles, plays a role in that game last night. I did ask for Linda Ronstadt's When Will I Be Loved? Because she said, I've been cheated, been mistreated, when will I be loved? Written by the Everly Brothers. But instead we're getting Young Tone. What do we got? More Travis?
We have Sweet, Sweet by Travis Scott.
There it is. More Travis Scott.
Sweet, sweet.
So, well, he's Houston. There's your connection.
H-Town.
Astros, right?
Swinging and banging.
Yeah, and I would have pulled up that song, but I was looking for that Dubon quote.
I know, buddy. I'm just kidding. It's a little bit of a difference in, shall we say, generations and cultures. Even Linda, 1974 is even a little early for me, buddy. All right? But still, it's a classic little ditty. You might want to go back to it at some point just to get some flavor. So anyway, there it is, Mauricio Dubon. And yeah, for some reason, he was annoying me last night. And listen, he's been on our show before, and he's been nice and pleasant and all that. But, when a guy's wearing another uniform, and then he gives the, I was mistreated over there, I'm in heaven, and all that stuff. This is a kid, he didn't want to be traded, but he did. And so you should probably root for him. He did make base running mistakes when he was here. Mm-hmm. He did drop out in that bunt when it was kind of like, beyond the etiquette of when you should be able to bunt.
Breaking the unwritten rules of baseball.
So on May 14, 2022, he was traded by the Giants to the Astros for Mike Papirski. I can't believe 2 years later, he's still even a factor in our lives. But it's funny, his career hasn't been as bad as you think.
Well, dude, his career has taken off in Houston. He's not only a World Series champion, he was a Gold Glove winner last year as a utility man.
Well, the guy won a gosh darn Gold Glove. Mm-hmm. And he's a career 263 hitter, which by today's standards, it's like 310. Mm-hmm. Yeah, right now he's hitting 303.
Yeah,
he's hitting 303 in 152 at bats. So he's a productive player. Just could the Giants use him?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Murph. It seems like he succeeds against the Giants. Also, we talked about the 2 doubles he had yesterday. Scored 2 runs in 6 games against the Giants in his career, and this is including one with the Brewers against the Giants. He's batting .333, 7 hits, 2 RBIs. 4 runs scored in those 5 games.
Damn. How about that? So he went on last night's Space City, what do they call it? Space City Network, the Astros broadcast. That Julia Morales is the post-gamer. I follow her on Insta. She's a pretty good follow. She does fun stuff with the Astros. I put that stuff in the cooler of content when they asked, what do you call a home run? And the guys that were trying to come up with all their stuff. We had that in there, and then it just kind of faded away. Do we still have it? We could play that if you want.
Hell
it's
yeah.
that kind of morning.
Space City Network, huh?
I think that's what it's called.
That's a cool name.
That's what I know, right?
I like that.
Houston, we have a problem, right? They're launching rockets. We're going to the moon, allegedly.
Yeah.
From Houston.
Allegedly.
Right? I know, right? Don't ask the conspiracy guys about that. So, didn't Steph Curry go down that road?
Did he?
I think he did, didn't he?
I don't know. You hear Steph Curry's got a new podcast dropping this weekend?
Oh.
Him and his pops, Del Curry.
What are they going to chop it up? What are they chopping up?
I think they're talking about the Curry family, about being fathers, and then coincidentally, it's coming this weekend on Father's Day.
Dude, that sounds like cooler content gold.
Oh, we'll be mining for
it. Right. You got, what do you got, Young Tone? You can come on the mic, buddy. Yeah.
We have the quote from Dubon. We also have Julia Morales asking Yordan Alvarez what they call home runs in Cuba.
But isn't it a whole streak? She asked the whole team. There's 20 different answers.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't think I've heard it in a while, but we can listen to it if you want to.
All right, let's go to Dubon.
Yeah, let's go to Doobie.
Standing last night. By the way, I got to say, I like those gray road Astros uniforms. Those are classics. Just a nice, clean uni. Those are good looks. Anyway, here's Dubon with Julia Morales-Clark after. And he's got this little, I guess part of it that gets me is, I wouldn't call it a smirk. It's kind of a smirk because she said, this series means a lot to you. And he kind of smirks a little bit here.
Double doobie, lots of doubles today. Great at bats from you. How are you feeling at the plate?
Really good, really good. I worked with Centron earlier today, tweaking on some stuff, and I paid off today. And, just stay patient with everything.
You guys being able to turn things around today, how important was that for the club after some tough losses?
That's who we are, like the word relentless. That's how you say it, yeah. So, just going there and going one game at a time and trying to do our thing.
For you to be able to contribute today, too, I know this series means a little bit to you. How good does that feel?
Really good, really good. I was here. I was playing on the other side, and it feels good. It feels good to see new faces, a familiar face at the same time. It's just coming out here and doing it as an Astro is pretty special.
Yeah. He had the big smile when he was saying all that.
Yeah, nice little smirk from Doobie.
That eye black, too.
Yeah.
Were you an eye black guy?
Not every single day. It was more like an all-star thing.
Like a special, like war paint.
Yeah, exactly. It had to be like senior day in high school. Everybody busted out the eye black, but I was not doing it day in and day out.
It's funny. Do you believe that does science prove that the eye black works?
I don't know, but it makes you look cool.
It does, for sure. Well, there's literally nobody in the history of baseball wore it better than Will Clark.
Yeah.
He was the king of the eye black.
What do you think about now the kids that wear like the sticker eye black?
Yeah.
I'm not
Reggie
down with
Bush
it.
started doing that. I got kids like smearing it all over their face, like looks like Lord of the Flies out there. So,
dude, I see some TikToks now. Some of these high school kids, they're doing like full face paint, like they're looking like a member from Kiss.
Well, yeah. So anyway, he had the eye black on. We played adult baseball in a funny story, adult baseball in the late 80s, early 90s down in L.A. And we were the Giants. We wore the Giants uniforms. We wanted to rep the Giants right in L.A.'s face. And we were good. We recruited some college guys, and so we had a good team. But I was at my peak of my Will Clark fandom. So I wore my uni like Will, and I wore eye black like Will. And I'm also a left-handed hitter. So we had a big game against our rivals, the LA Jazz, who featured, by the way, Brian Setzer from the Stray Cats. He was their second baseman. And Danny Keough, the late Danny Keough, who was Lisa Marie Presley's first husband, was the third baseman. Wow. And Lisa Marie Presley used to come to our games.
Sitting in the bleachers,
yes,
right?
Dude, incredible. But anyway, I was up in a big moment against the LA Jazz. And a huge, like a tie game late, a couple runners on. And this guy yells, he goes, strike this guy out. This guy thinks he's freaking Will Clark.
Yeah, he does.
I was like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I do.
That's what I'm trying to look like here.
By the way, got the knock.
Look at you.
Got the knock.
By the way, I didn't know you swung it lefty.
Oh, yeah. My brother was a left-handed hitter, and I just kind of followed him. He was kind of ambidextrous. He did it all. He did it from both sides.
Now, do you golf righty or lefty?
Golf righty. I tried to. My very first time I took a golf lesson, I stood up on the left side, and I was taking a group lesson with my buddies. And the guy goes, "I'm not teaching 4 righties and 1 lefty." He goes, "You're now a right-handed golfer."
I feel like that happens to everybody when they try to golf. As a lefty, they're like, "Oh, I only got right-handed clubs."
That's what they say.
Sorry, kid.
That used to be. He told me this guy sold me a bill of goods, man. Now that I look back on it, and realize the guy was just like he probably had a flask in his hip and was just trying to get through the day. Yeah. A bunch of annoying kids showed up for golf lessons. Because he goes, no, kid, no. He goes, you'll never find left-handed golf clubs. And he goes, and golf courses are designed for right-handed players. I was like, oh, okay. I better play righty then, Just total BS. You think just making stuff up.
You think you'd be a better golfer if you swung left-handed?
That's a great question.
Maybe
one I've
wrestled
with for years. Yeah. For years I've wrestled with that question.
You would be.
And I've thought about 10, 15 years ago, or actually, I'm so old now, it's probably 20, 25 years ago, I was like, should I make the switch? Because I've never played well as a righty. But anyway.
That might be the problem.
Hey, honest to goodness, it really might be, because I do swing a lefty. And I raised both Declan and Roy as left-handed hitters, too.
Wow.
Yeah. Isn't that weird? Throw right, bat left.
I like that.
Yeah, just because I've always just been a believer that the left-handed hitter is a better hitter.
Oh, it's the old Ichiro thought process. You're one step closer to the bag.
Yeah. And as we all know, like this has been a topic through the years. Why are left-handed swings prettier than right-handed swings?
They're so beautiful.
And it's almost hard
to
it's hard to describe.
Yeah, it's just something about those left-handed swings.
It's like art, right? Yeah. How do you describe art? Like, why is that painting beautiful? I don't know, but it is. Yeah. You know what I mean? So anyway, Dubon came on Papa and Lund yesterday. He wanted to clarify his comments about being treated poorly. So, Young Tone, this is cut V as in Victor, or V as in vengeance, I should say, for Mauricio Dubon, whose line, by the way, last night was officially Dubon went 2 for 3 and scored 2 runs.
Yeah,
in a 3-1 game.
Which gave him the shout-out of a double doobie yesterday on that last cut we played. She goes, yeah, we got a double doobie today.
Double doobie.
We know how Julia Morales rolls on the road.
Shout-out Toys, 2 joints.
Hey, you got a doobie?
Sounds like she Sounds like the party's in Julia's room.
Yeah, we got a double doobie going on.
With the smoke coming out from underneath the door.
I'll throw a towel underneath it.
Here's Dubon clarifying his comments here.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, like it was funny just because all the guys knew what I was talking about. All the guys knew what was going on and everything. And they, hit an emotion, everything came out the wrong way, honestly. And I went home and I looked at it, I'm like, I need to clarify that. And yeah, I mean, it was tough. It was tough, and I never had a problem with the organization, with the fans, and even after all the mistakes that I made, base running, fielding, everything, it was, I was treated the right way by some people, just except for the people making the decisions.
Okay, so he's talking Farhan then too, huh?
Except for the people making the decisions.
That's a good one. Then there's a second one here. It says Dusty gave a chance in Houston, little Kapler jab.
Ooh.
Cut W.
Stick and move by
Let's see this one here.
It's crazy. Dusty gave me a chance to go out there and go play out there my game and not worry about anything. I mean, he gave me the trust of just going out there and show people what I can do, and I think that was what's lacking here when the guy was making the decisions. And I think just going out there, it's different when you have manager support for people. I mean, it's different. We're seeing that with Elliott right now. Elliott's going out there and going off. You got Matos going on. It's very important when you have that kind of backup. When you have when the manager has your back and everything. And I think that was the biggest difference me going to Houston. I mean, Dusty gave me that trust, and I think that's I think that helped me the most.
Okay, so pretty strong comments. Now, can they beat Dubon today? For sure. Okay, while that was playing, we actually just got incredibly sad news that the great and legendary Jerry West, the logo himself, and of course, not just an NBA Hall of Fame player, but not just one of the great architects of many dynasties, including a big part of this Warriors dynasty, has passed away at the age of 86. Wow. He seemed ageless to me. What an iconic figure. Let's reflect on Jerry West's impact on sports next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's who I am, but I was not afraid. And today, I was getting at the players that are drafted today, and everyone, competitive people, the word dog comes up a lot. That guy's a dog. That guy, well, I was a wolf, okay? I used to eat dogs.
Oh, man. Jerry West, one of the truly iconic figures in the history of basketball. So much so, Marcus, that he's the logo of the NBA, has died at the age of 86. First reported by Shams Charania. It's been confirmed now by the Clippers where he was working. It says Jerry West, a personification of basketball excellence and a friend to all who knew him. Passed away peacefully this morning at the age of 86. His wife, Karen, was by his side. Wow, you want to talk about a full and rich basketball life, and who spent a decade here in the Bay and helped play Joe Lake. See, why Joe Lake is so incredible. And like I say, I know I'm going to get struck by lightning for saying this sometimes, but in some ways, even more so than Eddie D, because he built that arena right here in town and all that. But when he went and got Jerry West to come to the Warriors in 2011, the Warriors had been a nothing franchise for how many decades? Mm-hmm. And Jerry, whether, I don't know, it was Lake of the check he wrote him or whether he convinced him that he was going to be great, or Peter Guber, who was an L.A. guy, probably knew Jerry West for many, many years because Guber's a Hollywood producer and all that. But that Jerry West came up here and helped build this team. And he used to come on KNBR and talk about how great this team was going to be. We're like, really? You sure? I remember him talking to us about how great Steph was and Clay were as people and how that was going to lift the Warriors up to this thing. And he kept saying, this is the best group of people I've been around. Best group of people I've been around. And sure enough, they wound up winning all these championships. He was right. But his career was so much more than that. I mean, he's the ultimate Laker, right? Drafted by the Lakers in 1960 and became a Hall of Fame basketball player. He and Gail Goodrich were the original backcourt that Steph and Clay had to surpass as the greatest shooting backcourt of all time. And then, of course, what do you want? I mean, the guy built the Showtime Lakers. He was the GM of the Pat Riley Lakers that won 5 championships. And even into the 90s, he's the guy who traded Vlade Divac to get the rights to draft Kobe Bryant. He's the guy who signed Shaquille O'Neal, setting up that three-peat champion everywhere he went. I know, the Clippers hired him in the last few years, and they haven't won a championship. You can't win them all, but it was still a smart hire by Steve Ballmer. 86 years old, and he was I always saw him in good health and pretty vibrant, but again, I hadn't seen him maybe in the last year or two publicly. 86 is a good long life, but man, oh man, that is a heck of a name in basketball history. For you, for your generation, does that mean anything to you, Jerry West? Like, you guys are so, you were born in the early 90s. Mm-hmm. By that time, the Showtime Lakers were done.
Yeah, and so that's the way I just remember having a conversation with my pops at like a SYBL, like youth basketball game, like talking about the NBA logo and him explaining who Jerry West was as a player. Then he starts laying down the framework of the Showtime Lakers. And I was a huge Shaq fan as a kid. He signed Shaquille O'Neal to the Lakers. You talked about the draft rights of getting Kobe Bryant. You talk about the dynasty he built with the Lakers. And then I remember being in high school, and the news comes out that Joe Lacob and Peter Guber are buying the team, and they're bringing over Jerry West to work with the Warriors. And my immediate thought was, well, all this guy's done his entire career is win. So this is a great signing. Then he lays the foundation, comes to Golden State, drafts Klay Thompson, eventually gets Draymond Green, Like, I know we give Bob Myers a lot of credit, but Jerry West absolutely deserves credit for laying the foundation of the Warriors dynasty.
And also was the guy who, when there was hot and heavy, it was reported later, when it was hot and heavy to trade Klay Thompson for Kevin Love, he's the guy who put his foot down and said, no, do not trade Klay Thompson. And at that point in time, Klay was not yet fully formed Klay. Kevin Love was fully formed Kevin Love.
Yeah, and think about it, the fact that Jerry West was so influential in the decision to draft Klay Thompson, even though he had some issues in college that made it cause his draft stock to drop a little bit.
He knew the family from the Lakers. So if you're just tuning in, Jerry West dead at the age of 86. We just got this news about 20 minutes ago from Shams Charania and the rest. There's so many things to say about this guy. He wrote a very revealing autobiography about his very rough childhood growing up in West Virginia. I mean, he grew up in West Virginia. His old man was in the coal mines. He was a coal miner electrician. His old man, he was open about his father physically abusing him. There's a detail that he slept with a loaded shotgun under his bed in case he thought his dad was going to come for him.
Wow.
Yeah. And then he also lost his brother in the Korean War, killed in combat. That affected Jerry West deeply, and became kind of sort of introverted and turned all his energy to basketball. He has one of the great nicknames of all time. You guys ready for this? Young Tony, this is a good one for you, man. He was from a place called Cabin Creek in West Virginia. His nickname was Zeke from Cabin Creek. I don't know where the Zeke came from. His name's Jerry.
Yeah, but it sounds cool.
Dude, Zeke from Cabin Creek is one of the great nicknames. And it's like kind of the hick from French Lick for Larry Joe Bird. But, I mean, he played on the Lakers of the 60s when the Celtics were winning all the championships. And that was the deal. He couldn't get that championship. He finally got the one in 1972, and was also the Finals MVP in 69. I'm looking at the bio. 14-time NBA All-Star, okay? 10-time All-NBA first team, all right? Obviously, he was led the league in scoring one year, led the league in assists one year. Twice he was NBA All-Second Team. 4-time All-NBA defense first team. You go back to college, 2-time first-team All-American. This is at West Virginia. He was a Mountaineer, University of West Virginia. He was the outstanding player in the Final Four in 1959. He got a Presidential Medal of Freedom from your boy DJT. He gave it. Jerry, you're going to give it to Zeke from Cabin Creek. 8-time NBA champion as an executive. 1980 Lakers, 1982 Lakers, 1985 Lakers, 1987 Lakers, 1988 Lakers, 2000 Lakers, and then he gets credit. He gets the rings for 2015 and 2017. He wasn't the primary guy, but he was one of the senior advisors. 2-time NBA Executive of the Year, 1995 and 2004. He went to Memphis. It's just an incredible, incredible life. One of the greatest basketball lives of all time, really. And awesome. Like I said, he's the logo. Did you know that, young Tony, that Jerry West was the logo?
I did, yeah.
It's pretty darn cool. So we have some sound back there. Do we have Steph Curry?
We got a couple pieces of sound. We got Curry on what he learned from Jerry West first up.
Why don't we tell you that you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. If you're just tuning in, Jerry West has left us at the age of 86. So obviously a profound figure in the history of basketball, and was here for many, many years during these dynasty years with Steph and Klay and Steve Kerr. So here's Curry on Jerry West.
His basketball career on the floor speaks for itself. I think he just recently entered the Naismith Hall of Fame for the third time for a third different reason. So his resume is what it is. But when you see him in person, you realize how much basketball matters to him, how competitive he is, how much he wants to win no matter what seed he's in. And that rubbed off on our organization during that time where we were trying to, find ourselves as a championship contender. So you obviously, anytime Jerry West says something, you're going to listen.
It's all true, man. I mean, when we even had him on the show, it was like exalted. It was like, man, listen to what Jerry's going to say. Jerry West is going to talk right now. It's just and he handled himself so well, too. He was very, very humble, very gracious around people. I mean, listen, small town West Virginia guy, right? He wasn't like and he didn't, I don't think he ever took his fame to his head. He just quietly was confident in his basketball takes and his basketball. To me, a lot like Bill Walsh. He was that kind of like revered figure. Anything Bill Walsh said about football, you listened to. Anything Jerry West said about basketball, you listened to. But I probably more personal. Like Bill Walsh had kind of a paranoid streak and stuff like that. Jerry might have had that too. Actually, all these competitive guys are like that. So anyway, he died at the age of 86 this morning, and we're mourning his loss. If you just get in your car, Jerry West left us.
Yeah, and I'm sure we're going to get comments soon from Steph and Klay and the entire Warriors organization, but just like following up on the benefits of having that amount of information with your franchise. A guy that's done it as a player, as a coach, as a front office executive. A guy that has literally been a part of dynasties before building one here with the Golden State Warriors. Like, that is irreplaceable. Again, I know he's been with the Clippers for the last couple of years, but no doubt Jerry West had his input and his fingerprints all over this Warriors dynasty.
Yeah, he wasn't a big guy. I mean, I don't know, his height is officially 6'3". I mean, he was like 6'3", 175. Talk about a guy just kind of worked his way into the fame he got. But they said, the stories were that he played in West Virginia with a hoop nailed to like a shed, like stuff you see, out of the movies, right? And that was him. Like I said, he lost his brother in the Korean War, and they said he just kind of turned inward and just like took basketball as his refuge, and became, by the time he got to high school, there's all the stories that he was too small his freshman year. And then he gets, he just comes on, and he's the guy. He walks into a high school gym on a Friday night in West Virginia in 1955. You got no chance. You got no chance because Zeke from Cabin Creek is coming for you.
Yeah, there's a reason why they turned him into the logo. Yeah. And Murph, it's kind of fascinating going through his basketball reference page and seeing that he never won an NBA MVP, but he had 8 different top 5 finishes.
How about that?
Finished second 3 different times.
Yeah. Finals MVP in 1969 when they didn't even win it. Right? They didn't even win it. So we got more. Bob Myers spoke about him and having him in the building. This is why Joe Lacob is so great, and we'll look forward to his comments on what he says on the life of Jerry West, who died at the age of 86 this morning. So here's Bob Myers from our system here.
Guys like Travis Schlenk, Larry Harris, people that were there before me. Larry was a GM. I knew Larry when I was an agent. He's a great friend. Today and always will be Travis. It's really the people that you do it with, but those people, the original people that were there, there's a special place back in Oakland for all of us when it began. And it's hard to go back that far because so much has happened. When Joe hired Jerry, I knew Jerry, and getting to work with him was a joy. One of the best things I've ever gotten to do, learning from him, but mostly just getting to know him. What an amazing guy. Forget about the basketball side of him, just as a person. And Joe and I getting to know him and sharing his energy and passion. It's hard to watch a game with Jerry because he's competitive. But I passed that on to Kirk and some other people a few years in. I said, he's too much to watch a game with.
Yeah. So great. God, like I said, the few times we had him on the air, it was like having, like a living monument, like a living statue on the air. But he didn't act that way. He was as humble as could be and just wanted to talk basketball. We should try to get Scott Osler on today. He covered those Showtime Lakers and knew Jerry very well. Now I'm regretting not watching the darn Winning Time show. I know Paulie watched it intensely. None of us watched it, did we? Huh?
No, and Paulie kept on telling us, you got to watch it. You got to watch it.
I think they portrayed Jerry, though. Wasn't that? I think Raymond Ritter was upset about. Actually, you know what? Now it's all coming back to me. Weren't they very upset with the portrayal of Jerry West?
That's why I was confused because I know there's been 2 documentaries lately on the Showtime Lakers. One that the Lakers did approve, and one that they did not.
That's the one they didn't approve, and I think that series portrayed Jerry West like a lunatic. I remember Raymond was very upset. Very upset. In fact, my condolences to Raymond Ritter and all those who loved Jerry so much. He loved Jerry West. And again, what does it say about Joe Lacob that he got him here? Because I was like, why would Jerry West come to the Warriors? I mean, the Warriors, outside of the We Believe year, that's it. And what was the We Believe year? They were the 8th seed that year. We act like they won the championship. They were the freaking 8th seed. We still talk about it like it was this iconic year in franchise history because they knocked off the 1 seed Dallas Mavericks. It was, but that's all they had. And he came here, and I was like, come on. I still remember, Lacob down there. We had the Lacob's introductory deal with the media was at the Epic Steakhouse down here on the Embarcadero. And he's like, I look up in the rafters. I see one banner from 1975. I'm going to put more up there. We're like, bro, you are high. You whatever shrooms you got on whatever in the Tenderloin or whatever, you're good. And he's like, I'm going to hire Jerry West. I'm like, Jerry West ain't coming here. Well, yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He came here, and he played a role in the Klay Thompson draft and Draymond Green.
Trading away Monte Ellis, which was a big controversial
Thank
move.
you for bringing that up. He was the big figure behind getting Bogut.
Yeah.
The Monte Bogut trade. He was the big figure. This guy just knows his... everything. Again, it's like Bill Walsh level genius when it came to basketball.
We even hear like the recruitment story about the Hampton Five and all the guys that went out and had dinner with Kevin Durant out in the Hamptons. But apparently there was a big phone call from Jerry West to Kevin Durant that kind of convinced him and put the final cherry on top to sweeten the deal to come to the Warriors.
Hasn't there been talk? How are you going to turn down Jerry West? Yeah, you can't. Wasn't there been talk that hasn't the new generation wanted to change the logo?
There was some conversation. I remember people discussing whether or not Michael Jordan should be the logo, just because the Jumpman logo is so famous now. But I think the Jerry West logo is iconic.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty tough to beat.
Yeah.
You know? So anyway, 808 KNBR is a phone number if you guys have any memories of Jerry, or 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. People checking in. Also, just kind of a little detail. His son married the famous golfer Michelle Wie, and they were Johnny West, I believe, and he's employed by the Warriors, right? And I think they live here in San Francisco. So Jerry's son Johnny kind of married into golf royalty. So anyway, it's very sad. I mean, a full life at the age of 86, Jerry West. But man, oh man, it just anytime the guy walked into a, he's one of those kind of like 20th century Americans you just don't really get anymore. No social media. He didn't have a Twitter account. Didn't have an Insta. You know what I mean? Didn't go take ayahuasca and talk about it on a podcast. You know what I mean?
And
it's
then
like
skip mandatory minicamp.
No, exactly. He just was a guy like the old post-war America when just when men were men and ships were made of iron or whatever the heck it is. Ships were made of wood and men were made of iron.
Yeah.
But just an old school worker. Shot baskets off that shed and became one of the greatest guards in the history of basketball, and then one of the greatest executives of all time.
And shout out to the 650 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. That brings up the fact that this conversation with the logo came up when Kobe Bryant passed away, and whether or not Kobe can now become the silhouette for the NBA. But I think even Kobe Bryant would tell you that the logo belongs to Jerry West.
Yeah, man. How about 831 saying, I once saw Jerry West and Reggie Jackson sitting together in a suite at Oracle in Oakland. Both dapped me up. No big deal.
Dude.
No big deal.
What a sweet that is.
I know, exactly. So, well, sad. 86 is a beautiful long life, and my God, did he leave an impact. It's not like he was gone too soon. We all got to go sometime, but for Jerry West to go is a moment of reflection. Of course, 14-time All-Star, 8-time champ as an executive. One time as a player. And, of course, he is the logo. So Jerry West dies at the age of 86. We can continue to talk about that this morning, but on the other side, we got to get back to Giants baseball, which frustrated everybody last night, getting only 3 hits. Made even worse that Mauricio Dubon almost out-hit the Giants on his own. So we'll get into that. We got Mike Krukow coming up at 7:30. But for the rest of y'all, if you just get in your car, Jerry West dead at the age of 86, and his impact on basketball, and in particular, the Warriors. And shout out Joe Lacob and Bob Myers for bringing that guy into the building and having him help build that dynasty that the Warriors enjoyed so much. And so condolences to people like Raymond Ritter and all those good who loved him so very much. Jerry West, great guy, an iconic figure, the logo, like we said. Okay, back to Giants baseball on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
right, time to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, who's on the line here on this Wednesday morning. Steve, you want to talk to us about what to do when you cannot pay your taxes?
You call us. I know a lot of people just feel overwhelmed. 1,000 feet of water over them. They don't know what to do. So much going on. And there's a lot of things going on in people's modern lives. Just call us. We'll explain all your options. We'll explain all your rights. We want to do everything for you so you don't have to interact with the government. And when we're all done, we want to put your tax problems behind you. You go ahead and enjoy your life and don't even think about it. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone for your free attorney-client privilege consultation, and we'll take it from there.
Sounds pretty good. Steve is my tax attorney. He should be yours too. Steve Moskowitz, tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Bob, what are you seeing from Soler's at bats, and what do you think he needs to turn it around?
A couple good games, probably. You know, he's drawing his share of walks at times. Sometimes hitting the ball hard and didn't get much to show for it. But you know, it wears on you a little bit. He cares. He wants to be that guy. And, you know, to this point, probably not offensively is not, you know, the run producer hasn't been that way to this point. But he just needs a couple of good games, get some confidence, and, you know, there's a lot more left in there.
All right, there's Bob Melvin talking about another desultory night for the Giants offense. Jorge Soler, part of a massive offer from all the big bats last night. By the way, if you're just joining us, the news of Jerry West's passing just hit us about a half hour ago, and we spent some good time talking about that. We can return to that later in the show. Obviously, we're going to try to get some guests, some voices on really one of the great figures in the history of basketball. I mean, honestly, if you talk about the history of the game of basketball, I mean, so obviously Michael Jordan, you know, Wilt Chamberlain, you know, on and on, Bill Russell, on and on. He's like top 5, top 10 name in every level. So we'll return to that in just a second. And by the way, it just kind of hit me too. Bill Walton 2 weeks ago. Now this. It's like, man, oh man. Particularly for Southern Californians, where Jerry West left such an impact, and so did Bill Walton.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, we are losing legends here. And Murph, I think even outside of the world of basketball, you're talking about a guy that maybe is one of the most iconic figures in American sports history.
Yeah, so we'll get back to that. I mean, I teased Giants baseball. We don't have to talk Giants baseball. We're kind of this is an organic live show. Mm-hmm. What do you think? You want to get a little Giants here? Or what?
Well, whatever we talk, Murph, I can tell you that it's going to be sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. You can watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much money you can earn at redwoodcu.org.
That was well done. Okay, guys, so we could get into the Giants here for just a little bit. Mike Krukow will, as my buddy John Platz texted, Krukow grew up in L.A. during that era. He'll have a thought on Jerry West, which we could talk about in a second. But anyway, I mentioned the Soler, and you came back with that Soler sound. So Chapman, Conforto, Matt Chapman, Michael Conforto, Wilmer Flores, Jorge Soler, Mike Yastrzemski, Tyro Estrada combined 0 for 22 with 9 strikeouts. So you were at the game. You were bored out of your gourd. There was nothing going on. The Giants pitched it okay. They only let 3 runs, but they lose the game because they cannot hit. And again, you pointed out Monday night without that ghost runner in the 10th inning, they had 1 run after 9 innings that game. So back-to-back games, they've scored 1 run in regulation, both games. Once again, this offense keeps coming back to us as just kind of stagnant, lacking ignition. I don't know what the Ramos is the guy who sometimes ignites it, but last night was that classic example. When they can look bad, they can look really bad.
Last night, I was more excited about what I was going to eat in the 7th inning. Instead of watching the Giants.
What did you eat?
I was taking a couple laps around the ballpark. I was like, I've had the Fuku chicken sandwich.
How is that?
It's Fuku, not pronounced a different way. It's an all right chicken sandwich. Didn't blow my doors back or anything like that. And I ended up just going to Tony's Slice House last night. Got a nice slice of pie.
Okay.
So that was the excitement of my night because with 3 hits by the Giants, there was not a lot of excitement anywhere else.
My kid does the pizza. And, well, no shade on Tony. I love it. Amici's. Is that pizza just doesn't seem like a baseball thing to me, does it? Am I wrong on that?
It would be a baseball thing if Amici's was at the ballpark.
Well, this is true. I could do with an Amici's right now.
Yeah, but Murph, here's the thing. The Giants have had, 33 home games? I've been at 31 of them.
Which is awesome.
I got to spice it up a little bit, so I got a slice of pie last night.
That's awesome. By the way, do we make any, and shout out Rennell, the great Rennell Brooks Moon, do we make any jokes about the fact that the last night's starting pitcher was named Rennell and shoved? Was it the Revenge of Rennell game? Was that it?
Now he spells it a little bit of a reach, but I'll take it.
He spells it one word different. He's Ronel. She's Renel.
Don't let the spelling get in the way of a good riff.
I think this was the Revenge of Rennell last night. So, and again, by the way, I said it before. I'll say it again. Enough with the nonsense. Whatever point you wanted to prove in the offseason, whatever dispute you had, both sides, whatever you got, come on back. It's time to come back. Because right now it's faceless out there. I mean, you're hearing, not like the PA announcer should be the why you go to the game, but it's a little seasoning like Bob Shepard was at Yankee Stadium or whatever. And Rennell was our seasoning.
It creates a nice ballpark atmosphere.
Rennell was our seasoning. And so it's like, all right, enough, guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, we got it. You got a little beef, you got a little dust up, you got a little dispute. Can we move on? Can we get back to business now?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm with you, Murph.
That's my take.
I'm with you. And last night, I know it was reported 32,000 fans at the stadium. It didn't feel like that. And maybe just because it was such a bland and boring game, there was no level of excitement. It felt like one of the most forgettable games of the year, to be honest.
Yeah, agreed. In the City Connects, no less.
Yeah. What happened to that City Connect magic?
Where are you with Soler, man? I got a text from my buddy Schmitty in Philly. He's like, hey, man. He's like, you got to hang with Soler. He's a great player. I'm like, really? I said, he's not, though, is what I said.
Not this season.
I said, say this on the air the other day, but he's pretty much a zero-tool player right now. You know what I mean? Because he doesn't help you defensively.
No.
Doesn't help you on the base pass.
We haven't seen him in the field
for average.
one time this year. In spring training, they're like, he'll get maybe 20, 30 games in the outfield. We haven't seen him play defensively once. And even when the Giants are struggling without a first baseman, I threw out the idea a couple weeks ago that maybe Jorge Soler should grab a first baseman and maybe give you some reps there. But again, that's 2 righties who are bad defensively at first base between Wilmer and Soler.
If you're a WAR guy, WAR, wins above replay, he's negative WAR right now.
He's making the team worse, you're saying.
Yeah. His on base is 284. Bro, that's tough. His OPS is 643. There's something disturbing if you look at his career. Now, last year, he had a nice year. He hit 36 tanks. Now, it's a contract year, right? Yeah. 36 tanks, 853 outs. But the year prior, guys, he only played 72 games, so he was injured, but not a good year. Hit 207 with a 695 OPS. That ain't that good, bro. That ain't that good. Also, in 2021 with the Royals, in 300 at-bats, he was hitting a .192 with a .658 OPS.
Uh-oh.
Then he got hot with Atlanta in the second half. But then, so I mean, there's recent evidence that shows that in 2020, in the pandemic year, he hit 228 with a 769 OPS. I mean, 769 is okay, but he has had some stinker years.
Are you telling me that this guy is the Blake Snell of DHs?
Oh, bro.
Every other year?
Yes, I am.
Oh, man.
This is why when they signed him, one of those, whatever, evaluating free agent signings, one of those signings said Jorge Soler, bad signing. And I was like, what do you mean bad signing? Guy had 36 bombs last year. Like, how can that be a bad signing? And they were like, he's very inconsistent. He's streaky. His streakiness will kill you. His last year was a bit of an outlier. I'm like, the heck with this analysis. He hit 36 bombs. He's our guy. Well, that analysis is looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, and we got to admit, I put my hand up. I was excited to see Jorge Soler just because I wanted some thump in this lineup, some power. And as bad as Jorge Soler has been, he's actually tied for second with the most home runs on this team, 7 total. Now, the team leaders are Matt Chapman and Thairo Estrada with 8 home runs. So it's not like this is some prolific power-hitting team. But I thought we would have definitely got more from Jorge Soler, if not from the power department, at least driving in some runs.
And he went away from the cleats yesterday, too, huh?
Got rid of those banana shoes, huh?
559, who's a consistently good texter, says, like war, what is Soler good for?
Ooh.
All right.
That's a good risk.
That's a pretty good one there. A lot of people making Soler PG&E jokes. I don't know if you want to get into that.
No.
A lot of people upset with Soler and PG&E. Power, get it? Soler, power.
I understand.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. 916 says, Soler has a big presence in the batter's box. He just can't hit the ball. That's
a lot of presence.
510 says, Snell and Soler. Oh, no, that's a little PG-13.
Uh-oh.
Anyway, guys, 415 says, I've never understood the DH overall. But to have your free agent DH be an offensive liability blows my mind.
I mean, but really, what are your options? What are you going to do? You have to continue to play him, right? I mean, Bob Melvin's not going to give up on Jorge Soler. Look at the leash. Look at the kind of space that he's given to guys like Yaz and Slater and these other veterans. You got to keep him in the lineup and hope that he can hit. If not, what are we talking about? Jorge Soler being in a platoon DH system?
Man, oh, man. 707 say, hey, where were Farhan's fancy analytics in regards to Jorge Soler? I mean, what did they show? Barrel rates, things like that? I don't know. For sure, man. So anyway, guys, hey, by the way, if you're just joining us, good morning, everybody. Lousy Giants game last night, obviously. And then we got the news about 40 minutes ago that the iconic Jerry West, one of the greatest figures in the history of basketball, so much so that he is actually the logo on the NBA brand, died at the age of 86 this morning with his wife by his side. And we've been reflecting on his epic career, whether it was, being one of the great college players at West Virginia, Zeke from Cabin Creek, or being one of the best guards in the history of basketball for the Lakers all through the 60s with Gail Goodrich, winning that title finally in 72, and then his legendary career as the GM of the Showtime Lakers, getting Kobe and Shaq to L.A. before coming over here to Chase Center down the road, and Oracle in Oakland to win championships with Joe Lacob, where he had an impact in the Bay. So we will talk to former Warriors general manager Larry Riley, who worked closely with him. Larry's a great talker at 8:30 to share stories about the life of Jerry West, who's again, whenever you had him, 850. Whenever we had him on the show a couple times during the run of the 2010s, and it was just like, man, you're talking to a statue.
You're talking to the logo.
Talking to the logo.
How many times in life can you say that?
Pretty much once. All right. So anyway, here's Robert in Santa Cruz with the Giants take before we get to Mike. Robert in Santa Cruz, you're on KNBR. Good morning.
Good morning, fellas. Hey, rest in peace, Jerry. Real quick, when is enough with Soler?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly. I mean, guys that have done less got sent down to get their reps and to get their timing right and everything else. But you give them till halfway?
Well, I mean, here's
What
the
do you
problem, Robert. You got 2 more years on this deal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Ugh.
Yeah. I mean, he's signed through 2026.
And what are your other options? You're going to have Trenton Brooks as your DH?
I mean,
that's tough.
That's where we're at, Robert. I mean, honestly, you're saying enough is enough, but
Why not bring Montos up?
Montos to
DH.
No, I think they're kind of stuck with him because of the contract, and you don't send him down. He's not going down to the minors. I mean, you're not going to DFA him, right? I mean, you know what? Somebody brought up, actually, could you move him at the deadline?
What's his value going to be?
To some team that wants like a veteran slugger, you might want to shed that contract. And then I don't know where you go with a DH, but I would say, Robert, your best chance right now is to move him at the deadline. Is to a team that's making a run that doesn't need him to be the guy, but a right-handed bat off the bench who could leave the yard. So there's my solution for you.
Right on.
All right,
Thanks,
Robert.
guys.
Thanks for the call, man.
And just to
Appreciate it.
follow up on that, I mean, if there is a different way to get a different bat into the lineup, I know Luis Matos is beginning a lot of attention. I wouldn't mind Luis Matos in center, Conforto on left, Yaz in right, Elliot Ramos at DH.
Okay, say that again. I'm sorry.
Conforto left, Matos center, Yaz in right when they're facing against a righty, and you put Elliot Ramos at DH.
So you're, okay.
But when there's a lefty on the mound, you put Elliot Ramos out in right field. So it's almost like a split platoon system.
So Ramos is getting full at bats.
Full at bats.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
get half the opportunities in right field,
That's not
half the
bad.
opportunities at DH.
Not bad. Get this guy a front office job over here, Marcus Boucher.
Farhan, I'm
All
available.
right. Mike Krukow to talk about this lousy offense and probably a thought or two about the passing of Jerry West next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What are your other options? You're going to have Trenton Brooks as your DH?
That's tough.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Mike's always brought to us by NorCal Honda. See your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Before we talk about Giants' 3-1 loss last night and a 12:45 matinee finale against the Astros today, Logan Webb, Framber Valdez. Mike, we want to say good morning to you on the Yuma guest line, and we just got news within the hour that Jerry West passed away at the age of 86. And the reason I bring it up to you is, A, it's huge news in the sports world, but B, you grew up in Southern California right around that era when he was playing. I was just wondering if you had a thought. Does that name resonate something in your heart and soul there?
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, he was the guy. I mean, him and Elgin Baylor and Gil Goodrich, and they were just a fun team. But he was the guy, Zeke from Cabin Creek. And he had such a pure shot. And, yeah, you had to love the style. You know, he had a flair for the moment. I mean, he's just a brilliant player, great instinctive guy. And then when he retired, he had major contributions that he gave to every organization he went to, certainly the Warriors. I mean, he put a stamp there with, bringing in the talent. And when he signed off on a guy, if he said that Klay Thompson could play or that Steph Curry could play, they could play. Mm-hmm. And, he was great. You know what ticked me off, though? That HBO thing they had, and they kind of dirtied his image. It really, really ticked me off because I thought that this guy was above reproach, really. I thought that he never should have had his image dragged through the gutter like that, and that really ragged me. But he was a hero of mine and a hero of a lot of people, and it's sad. It really is sad because an era has passed. A really great athlete that made major contribution to a sport in a real positive way. And he was, like I say, he was my guy. Everybody guy. Who didn't like that guy?
No, he's just such a grind. I mean,
except HBO.
Yeah. To lose him and Bill Walton in 2 weeks is really, really tough because those are two gigantic names in basketball and also gigantic names in California too. So, but it's funny you mentioned, some would say he's the best player / executive in the history of any sport. Like I can't think of a Hall of Fame football player who became that good of an executive, a Hall of Fame baseball player who became that good of an executive. I mean, Jerry West is a Hall of Fame, one of the greatest basketball players of all time who became one of the greatest executives of all time. And you talked about the stamp. It's like, Mike, it's almost indefinable. How does a guy know? Like Bill Walsh would know. Jerry West knew who could play and who couldn't. And it's like, I don't know, in your sport of baseball, there's certain guys you trust, right? Oh, that guy knows. It's almost like it's an art, huh?
It really is. It's a gift. And I guess you could say it's an art. The guys that I came across that gave you an endorsement, one of them was Leo DeRocher. It's the first guy that I ever had to tell me that I was going to play in the big leagues. And I was in instructional league at the time, coming out of AA ball, and I threw one appearance, came back in the dugout, and there was Leo DeRocher, and he goes, "Hey, kid." And I went over there, and, I was in awe, obviously, and he goes, "You're going to play in the big leagues." And it just meant the world to me. And he was one of those guys. And if you, as a professional athlete, can come in contact with a guy like that, they impact you in a positive way, because that gave me a confidence I never had. I never had somebody tell me I was going to be in the big leagues. I mean, it was a big deal to be a professional player, but I never ever thought that I would be in the big leagues, even when I got to AA baseball. It just seemed too insurmountable. I mean, to even get there. I just wanted to throw one pitch. That's the deal I made with God right there. God, I will never bug you again if you just let me throw one pitch so my mom and dad could say that I was a big leaguer. That was it. But Leo DeRocher made me believe that I could play there. So when you get a guy like Jerry West or Leo DeRocher or Bill Walsh, and they sign off on a young player, it means everything.
So huge, and so like you said, to hear that from Leo DeRocher is pretty darn cool, and we mourn the passing of Jerry West at the age of 86. And by the way, we just got news. Rick Barry will join us at 7:50. He'll be our big hit, and I talk about one of the great guys to talk, was on the hardwood with him, went against him all through the 1960s, so that'll be a great hit. All right, Mike, well, that's, sort of better than talking about the offense last night. 3 hits. Ronel Blanco shoves it, and so do the Astros bullpen. Just your thoughts on the Giants offense. Back-to-back nights, they scored 1 run in the 9-inning stretch. I mean, I know they got the 3 in the 10th inning on Monday night, but is there a concern level about the offense right now?
No, I think the at-bats have been pretty good. I mean, last night, that's the thing about the big leagues. You can always run into a buzzsaw. Any given day, somebody you never even heard of can just completely shove it up your nose. But Ronel Blanco, I mean, he's an interesting story because he's 30 years old. He's got a year in the big leagues. And yet his first start this year, on April 1st, he throws a no-hitter, complete game. And the story with him was that, he picked up a changeup and everything else sort of fell into place. But what we saw with him last night was uncanny command of the down and away location, especially the righties, that first base side the strike zone, he was just peppering it. And the way a lot of guys swung at sliders out of the strike zone led me to believe that they weren't picking it up. They weren't seeing the spin. You know, it's easy to say the first 3 innings of a game at Oracle because of the reflection on the batter's eye in center field. It's not easy to see, but this was all the way through his 6 innings. He was really good. And but the thing that I take comfort in is even though they're not scoring a lot of runs, they're grinding. They're getting 3-ball counts. You know, they're taking 0-2 or 1-2 counts full. And I think that's a sign of an offense that you can have patience with. And right now they got a couple guys that are scuffling. Right, Conforto hasn't gotten his sea legs back since he's come off the IL, and Soler. I mean, I don't even know what to say about Soler. I mean, you look and then there's he'll have one game where he'll have 6 or 7 swings in the game, and all of them will have balance in his back leg, and you're going, okay, he's finally starting to get his balance. And then he'll have the next day he'll have 5 swings where he has no legs in whatsoever, and then he'll have another game where he checks his swing and he lays off all the crap they're throwing him because he's really had a hard time laying off it. The whole league is pitching him out of the strike zone, and he can't lay off. And he'll have a game where he'll lead you to believe that, okay, he's finally getting some discipline to the strike zone and things are going to get better. And then the next game, it all falls apart. Like last night, I mean, he was off balance the whole night, swinging it, and they're not even fouling balls off. So I don't know where he's at. It's so I think good things are coming, and that's the whole point of this conversation. I do think that there's more there than what we're seeing.
Mike, I had a question for you about pitch counts after back-to-back outings from Kyle Harrison throwing 77 pitches and Jordan Hicks throwing 72 pitches yesterday. Do you think this is a concentrated effort on the Giants side to save some pitches for later on the season?
Oh, no question. I mean, those guys are uncharted territory. They don't really have a year where they say that they've thrown 160 innings or more. And so you have to handle them with kid gloves a little bit differently with Hicks. I think they give him a little more rope. But the interesting thing about both guys is they throw a lot of fastballs. Fastball is the one pitch that takes the least amount out of your arm. And for Kyle Harrison, I mean, 65% of what he throws is a four-seam fastball. So I think based on that, you can give him a little more rope than what you traditionally would do with a guy. Normally, whatever is, I don't even know what the most he's ever thrown in the minor leagues, 120 or whatever, you would extend him another 20, 25 innings. But with him, I think you could think about 30, 35. And the same thing with Jordan Hicks. He throws a lot of two-seam fastballs, and he doesn't throw a lot of pitches that beat him up. And both guys are in pretty good arm slots that are not. They don't erode the shoulder capsule. The higher you go, the higher you are, high three-quarter or right over the top. If that's your release, that's the most dangerous arm slot. That's the one that erodes your capsule the quickest. But those guys are, especially Harrison. I mean, he's a low three-quarter release. So because of that, I think you can give him a little more leeway this year. But I do think when all these big boys start coming back with Cobb and Robbie Ray and Snell, I do think realistically you could think about a six-man rotation, and I think that's something that will absolutely extend their innings.
Okay, yeah, definitely an intriguing plot development that will occur in the next few weeks. Snell due back next week, as a matter of fact, and then Ray and Cobb a little bit later on. Mike, Marcus and I started the morning by, it was such a kind of a dull game last night, looking for any controversy. We were confused. On the Matt Chapman infield, the Bregman hits a chopper to Chapman. He makes a great play to barehanded. As you pointed out on the broadcast, it was a little deep in his hand, threw it away. Maybe Flores could have made a great play. He couldn't. But our question is, two-run score on that play. One of those is earned because it's an infield single. The other one scores on the errant throw. Why did Jordan Hicks get charged with an earned run?
Yeah, I saw that after the game, and I questioned that as well. In regards to the play, it would have been one of the best plays of the year. And now, as a third baseman, you're taught to get everything you can get to your left. And it would have been a very difficult play for Wisely coming across body with the throw. But one thing I learned from my partner, Dwayne Kuiper, when you come in at a ball and you make a barehanded play, how you catch that ball is how you're going to throw it. It's very, very difficult to reset the ball in your hand without going to your glove. And you could see how he caught the ball. It was a little deep in his palm. And I don't think he had 100% grip. And the result was the errant throw. But if they make that, I mean, it's a 1-1 ball game. We're still playing. But I do question the official score. But usually, with the way the official scoring happens now, you can question a play, and I think that'll be questioned. They'll go to the league for review, and then they can rule on it at a later date. So, I mean, the whole thing now, the way they've changed those little rules regarding plays and how they're accepted and actually archived, there's a little room for error, and eventually they'll get it right. And I do think eventually that run will come off.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Thanks for the breakdown, Mike. And last question before we let you go, I want to ask you about Mauricio Dubon, who actually scored on that error from Matt Chapman. This is a guy that grew up a Giants fan, has been pretty vocal about his departure from the team and the previous coaching regime. What were your thoughts on Dubon's comments earlier this week about his playing time in San Francisco and overall his performance during the series?
Well, I didn't see his comments, but I didn't like it when he left the organization. I thought that he was going to be a guy that was going to do exactly what he's doing. I mean, he's a Gold Glover now. He's emerged into a good big leaguer. He had some, he wanted to come into this series and play well. You know that, and I mean, I think Hicks really gave him a cookie his first at bat. He had him on the ropes in a 1-2 count. And Dubon's going to swing. I mean, he doesn't have great discipline, but he got a 1-2 room service fastball or hanging something, and he was up there around his belt, and he hit it in a one-hop the wall. It's a double. Then the one he hit off the wall, he got another good pitch to hit. So he had good pitches to hit last night that were mistakes from the pitcher's perspective. But to his credit, I mean, he didn't miss them. But I really regretted him leaving the organization. And to the Astros' credit, and I think Dusty Baker had a huge, huge part of instilling confidence in Dubon, and now we're seeing the result of it. He's a good player. I wish he was still there.
Yeah, and he's getting a little revenge. 2 doubles and 2 runs scored last night. This is how the sports game works. All right, well, thanks, Mike, for your thoughts on Jerry West and, of course, on the Giants' offense and some official scoring. And you get right back at it today. They got to get this one, man. 12:45. They need the series win. Logan Webb against Framber Valdez. We will look forward to your call and talk to you Friday. Mike Krukow, brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. I'm glad Mike's on our side on that one, on the earned run thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's like our big beef this morning. Yeah. Why Jordan Hicks get charged with an earned one and Chapman threw it away?
And we had people checking in with assumptions of what would have happened the next play, if there was a hit, if there was an error. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Young Tone, you know what they say about assuming. Do you know that one?
Mm-hmm.
You know that one?
Yep, I learned young in my life. They make an ass out of you and me.
There you go. Ooh. I learned that from Buttermaker and the Bad News Bears, I think.
Nice.
By the way, Kyle Harrison joins Papa and Lund at 10:15 this morning because they're going to be down at 58 Social Day Game. Little matinee, so it means the boys will be cocktailing on the patio.
Ooh.
For a little day baseball today.
We got Dirty Harry with a dirty margarita.
About an hour ago, we got the news that Jerry West passed away at the age of 86. All sorts of memories flooding around the sports universe. And Rick Barry, one of the voices you could really lend some authority to this whole presence and this whole thought, is going to join us next. That's our big hit. Morning, Jerry West and Rick Barry on the line next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Hey, you got a doobie?
Hey, looking for a doobie? Looking for a Mauricio Dubon interview? Lucky for you, he stopped by yesterday on the Papa and Lund Show to talk about his series against the San Francisco Giants and also some of the beef he had with the previous coaching regime. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. What's up, everybody? It's the Waterboy here on a Wednesday morning, here to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app with more than 5 million members. It's the most fun and exciting way to get in on the action while you watch your favorite sports and players. You just pick more or less on 2 or more player stat options for a chance to win up to 100 times your money. With Prize Picks, you can turn $10 into $1,000 in a single game watching your favorite sports this summer. You can make a Prize Pick lineup in as little as 60 seconds. You just need to pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stats projections, and you're locked in. Yesterday, we hit on Jordan Hicks, over 4.5 strikeouts. I'm doubling down and doing the same thing with Logan Webb today in the rubber match against the Astros. His over-under is 4.5. So join me, join Logan Webb, and join all of us, the 5 million strong on Prize Picks. All you need to do is download the app and use the code word LEADER, and they will give you a first deposit match of up to $100. That's promo code LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, about an hour ago, we got the news first broken by Shams Charania, confirmed by the Lakers and the NBA that the iconic Jerry West died at the age of 86 years old this morning. His wife, Karen, by his side, and it's just a reflection on really one of the great sports figures of the 20th century in American sports. Whether you want to talk about him as a player or whether we want to talk about him as an executive or whether you want to talk about him as the logo of the NBA, Jerry West, including his time here in the Bay Area helping Joe Lacob's Warriors win their championships too, giving advice to Joe and Bob Myers. So many reflections, and who better to talk to than a man who played against him during their heydays, two Hall of Famers locking horns. Our buddy Rick Barry, former KNBR host, and always great to have Rick on to talk basketball. And Rick, I want to first offer from the Murph and Marcus show here, condolences on the passing of your friend, Rick. How are you this morning? And how are you feeling?
Well, I'm just sad. Bill Walton, and who was a friend, and now Jerry, and it's just, I just heard some other news about someone else whose name I won't mention, and maybe somebody else will be hearing news about here shortly. But it's, it's part of life. When you get older, it's crazy how it seems like almost every week, every month or something, somebody is passing away. But Jerry was, special for me because when I came in the league as a rookie, our first exhibition tour that we went on a tour with the Lakers. And I had always been, a big fan of the Lakers and Jerry. And, of course, Elgin Baylor was my hero. And we lost him not too long ago as well. And so we went on that trip, and I got to talking to him and got to be a little friendly with him. And he gave me some great advice and helped me a lot as far as my approach to the game, and was very complimentary to me. We got to be friends. I played in his member guest golf tournament and, obviously was in touch with him over the years. And I knew that he was having some health issues the last time I had spoken with him, but I had never realized that it was something to this magnitude and, that we no longer have him around. But he was an amazing player. I mean, the greatest two guard until Michael came along. And then, of course, one of the top executives to have done some amazing things, and what he did with the Lakers to keep them up at the top for such a long period of time. And we had a lot of great discussions and talks about what he went through and trying to get Shaq and some of the other things. And I'll just have so many fond memories of Jerry as a person, and obviously the respect as a basketball player is there, will always be there, because he is, he's one of the greatest two guards ever to play the game of basketball and one of the greatest executives. So, he'll be missed, and my prayers go out to Karen and his family.
Yeah, just a beautiful statement there. And again, condolences. This is your friend. This is your peer. This is your fellow Hall of Famer. And so we sure appreciate you hopping on, and everybody does, to hear some thoughts. So there's a whole generation out there, Rick, that never saw him play. He was called Mr. Clutch for you kids out there. But so what was it like to play against him and to watch him play the game?
Well, he was someone that played both ends of the floor. He was always known for his defense as well. Incredible, great shooter, scorer. I mean, he's a scorer. I mean, there's shooters and there's scorers, and sometimes there's both. And Jerry was both. It's kind of like Steph. Steph is not only an incredible shooter, but he's a scorer as well. Scorers have many ways to beat you. I keep hearing some of these guys on television talking about these players today and saying, well, this guy's a lockdown defender. And I'm trying to say, wait a second, lockdown defender. There is no such thing as a lockdown defender if you're a scorer. Nobody locked me down. Nobody locked Jerry West down. You just hope in heaven that he's having a bad day, because there's too many ways to beat you. And Jerry was one of those players that, and what I loved about Jerry too, is this competitive spirit. I mean, the same way when we played some golf together and we get so mad. We got mad because he lost by a shot or to Jack Ging and Howard Keel, actors and singers, and they beat us in the Swinging Bridge golf tournament, and we got killed on the 10th hole. I still remember that. I mean, it was crazy. We were so mad at ourselves for losing to those guys. But he was, great competitor, and just a very, very interesting person if you really had the good fortune of getting to know him.
And Rick, what does that say about Jerry West as a competitor? After all the success he had as a player and in the front office with the Lakers, that he wanted the challenge of coming to the Warriors. And even having all the success with the Warriors, he wanted the challenge of going to the Clippers. So what does that say about Jerry West just overall as a competitor?
Well, obviously he's a great competitor. I mean, but the thing is that what I loved about him, when he put his uniform on, you were getting the best that he had. You know, that's anybody that's playing any professional sport. Well, in fact, anybody in life in general, if you have a job and somebody's paying you, you damn well better be giving your best effort every time. That's what my dad instilled in me, and I try to instill that in my children as well. And it's an important thing for anybody listening out there. You can sleep peacefully at night if you know you gave your best effort, even if you failed. And just realize you're not a superhuman being. You're not a god. You're going to fail. Smart people learn from their failures, but you always have to give your best effort. And Jerry West did that in everything that he did. There's no question about that. I mean, he's even more of a competitor than you realize. And when you really get to know him, you know what I felt bad about more than anything else is the way they portrayed him in that stupid show that they did on television. He was so upset by that. I've never seen him that upset by how they portrayed him in that television series. That was horrible.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you're listening to Rick Barry. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Rick, of course, fellow Hall of Famer with Jerry West, fellow competitor with the Warriors when Jerry was with the Lakers, and then friends off the field, off the court, playing golf together and being friends and iconic figures in the history of the league. We really thank Rick for hopping on a difficult morning because he lost a friend this morning. I'm going
to be in the Bay Area again, so hopefully I'll see you. I know I'll see a lot of friends
this weekend.
That's good. We got the big three coming up. I'll be coaching the team there, and hopefully I got Leandro Barbosa, former Warriors, my team captain, and hopefully he's bringing in one of his guys from Brazil, a big guy that I haven't really seen play other than some video of, and so I'm hoping that he's going to be the factor to help get us into the playoffs. So, but I appreciate the opportunity that Ice Cube has presented to me. I've been a part of it for 7 years, and it'll be fun at the arena coming up on the 15th, so I'm looking forward to that. And then, hey, next month in July, I'm going to be out there. The Warriors are having a big pickleball event, I think, over at the Chase Center, and I'm going to be participating in that because that's my new thing now is pickleball. So I'm looking forward to that. I think that's on July 12th and 13th.
You are thriving. We'll talk about that as it gets closer. A couple more minutes on the Jerry West passing. Mr. Clutch, you've won a nickname. That's a pretty good. I mean, the logo's pretty good, right? But Mr. Clutch, I mean, is that how you think of him as a player? Late and close, he wanted it, and he would make it?
Yeah, well, I mean, he didn't necessarily make it all the time. Neither did I. Neither did anybody. I mean, the bottom line is that they just talked about stuff, guys making three-point shots, running down and doing things, or at the end of games. The percentage is a hell of a lot lower than it is when you just come down and transition and take the three-point shot. So, but the thing is you have to believe that you're going to make it. And Jerry believed it. I believe it every time I took a shot. I thought I was going to either make it or put the ball in the hands of somebody. In fact, if I could go back and play now, which I wish I could with the kind of money they're paying these guys, I would be a point guard. I really would want to be a point guard because you control the destiny of your team because you have the ball in your hands. I did that somewhat as a small forward, but as a point guard, you really have the opportunity. And if you understand the game, it would be fun to be able to do that. That's why I like watching what Luka is doing, and it'll be interesting to see tonight if the Dallas Mavericks make a little bit of an adjustment and get back to playing the way they played against Minnesota. Because against Minnesota, I thought Dallas played better basketball against Minnesota than Boston did against Indiana. And I really thought that if both teams played the same way, that it would be Dallas that would win. But to the credit of the Celtics, they made a big adjustment, and Porzingis helped them tremendously. But now he may be out, so it'll be interesting to see what happens in that game tonight.
For sure, and we can scare a thought of that on the way out, too. Just another one on Jerry before we kind of wrap that up, and that is the career as an executive. And we talked about the Warriors, and we talked about the Showtime. We mentioned the Showtime Lakers. So, Rick, you've been around the game a long time, and we asked Mike Krukow about this last hour. How does, that indefinable thing of seeing talent or seeing a winner or knowing this guy's a player but that guy isn't, is there any way to define that? And did Jerry West have that better than almost any executive around?
No, well, he certainly had that ability to see things. But I remember most about that is that he and I were actually sitting together watching a college basketball game. And it just happened to be a big, tall, skinny kid playing there, and his name happened to be Kevin Durant. And I looked at him. I said, Jerry, this guy's going to be unbelievable. He said, yeah, he sure as hell is. I said, when we saw him in college, we both said, hey, this guy's going to be something special. And to be able to recognize that talent is really a big factor. And I think the problem is there's too many people today. The scouts I think some scouts wouldn't know talent who walked up and bit him in the ass. I mean, pardon my French. But, I mean, it's ridiculous because the defining thing between knowing whether a guy is going to be a good or a great player is a natural feel for the game that can't be taught. If I could teach that, I'd be a trillionaire. You can't teach a natural feel for the game, and that's what I look for in players. Do they have that quality? I saw it in LeBron James when I saw a video of him in high school, and it takes about 10, 15 minutes to do it. I saw it in all my children, and I still remember my son Canyon, who, thank God, I was excited about him being on the Olympic 3x3 team. I saw him in the fourth grade. My wife and I were watching, and he made a play. And I said, oh, he's got it. I mean, it's just special little things. So that's what it takes, and that's what you look for in a player. Does he have that natural feel for the game? And then is he fundamentally sound, and has he been taught the game properly? Unfortunately, a lot of kids are shortchanged in that area.
Few more minutes here with Rick Barry on the UMA guest line talking about the life and legacy of Jerry West. And Rick, I would love to get your breakdown and your perspective on how much of an impact do you think that someone like Jerry had on the overall development of guys like Steph and Clay, just having that resource in the building?
Well, I don't know how much they talked to him, to be honest with you. I mean, obviously, they're two of the greatest shooters in the history of the game, but they had a guy who was the consultant to them, who was one of the great shooters in the game. But Steph and Clay took it and moved it several feet further back. Those guys are amazing from that distance. And Jerry was great, and I'm sure that if they had the three-point shot, that he would have been great at that as well because he would have worked at it. But when we grew up, we were playing. You take a shot from there, and you're liable to find yourself, especially when you're younger, on the bench. The coach will say, "What the hell are you doing?" Now it's changed. I mean, if you can't shoot the three-point shot, you become a liability to your team nowadays. That's how things have changed so dramatically, and the game is different. But Jerry was just a great competitor. Had an amazing career, and was a dear friend. And I was kind of shocked when I heard about it this morning when I woke up. So
we appreciate
the opportunity to talk about him because he was very unique and very special.
Zeke from Cabin Creek, Rick.
Yeah,
that's a good. Was that a Chick Hearn? Did Chick Hearn give him that one?
No, I don't think. No, I don't know who gave him that nickname. To be honest,
it's a fun one.
I don't think he particularly liked the Zeke part of it.
Oh, he didn't like it. Did you ever get? You never got back to like West Virginia with him or anything, did you?
No, I never did get back there with him to do that. What I tried to get him to do that he never did was I tried to get him because he got to go fly fishing. He used to go fly fishing with Baron Hilton on a yacht in Alaska. And I said, well, if anybody cancels out, tell Baron I'm available.
Yeah, that's the benefits of playing in L.A. You get to go fly fishing with Baron Hilton. That's pretty good. And then finally, just the last one is the logo. I'm sure you guys were like, hey, Jerry gets to be the logo. That's pretty cool, huh? Did you guys ever kind of, I don't know, give him a little extra respect for that?
Yeah, here's the thing, is that Jerry was not somebody that bragged about things that he did. He was pretty well down to earth and didn't have a huge ego. I mean, he knew he could play the game. I think what he was, why I respected him a lot, is we were similar in the fact that both of us were extremely confident individuals. And I think that's the key to having great success in life is you have to believe in yourself.
Yeah, absolutely, Rick.
And Jerry was that way, and that's the way they am. I mean, when people, talk about, arrogant, this, that, and the other stuff, I mean, they say that about me. It's not arrogance. It's extreme confidence. And extremely confident people scare the hell out of people who aren't confident. Trust me. I've experienced it my whole life.
Well, that's Jerry West, too. Well, listen, what a pleasure to have you to come on and share some thoughts. Again, condolences. This is a friend and a colleague. And I know, as you said, with Bill Walton and Jerry, it's a tough time. It's part of life. But we appreciate you sharing those thoughts, Rick, and then we'll see you this weekend in the Bay Area. Thanks for coming on.
All righty, take care. God bless everybody out there. Bye-bye.
There he is, Rick Barry, with the thoughts on. Man, that's a guy who was on the – I mean, you talk about that lockdown defender because you're not stopping Jerry West. You just hope he has a bad day. And scorers, not shooters, pretty good. And, man, oh, man, just that natural feel for the game, too, that Jerry West could identify in players. Like a Klay Thompson, or the way he felt about Steph Curry, and the way he felt about all those Warriors, and the way that that nucleus here was going to be a championship nucleus. So if you just get in your car and you just miss it, Jerry West died at the age of 86 this morning. We got the news around 6:40 this morning, and it was nice enough for Rick to hop on. Mark Kestacher, who's calling the NBA Finals, going to join us at 8:15, and then Larry Riley former Warrior GM who worked in the building with Jerry West, will join us at 8:50 too. And then Scott Osler at 9:15. All right. Lining them up. Scotty knew those Showtime and Lakers. He knew Jerry very well. So just kind of on the way out here, the Bob Myers cut here where he talked about, this is when he was resigning, or when Myers was resigning. Is this what that's from?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, he talked about the people he worked with along the way. He starts talking about Travis Schlenk and them, but then he talks about Jerry West.
Guys like Travis Schlenk, Larry Harris, people that were there before me. Larry was a GM. I knew Larry when I was an agent. He's a great friend today and always will be, Travis. It's really the people that you do it with. But those people, the original people that were there, there's a special place back in Oakland for all of us when it began. And it's hard to go back that far because so much has happened. When Joe hired Jerry, I knew Jerry, and getting to work with him was a joy. One of the best things I've ever gotten to do, learning from him, but mostly just getting to know him. What an amazing guy. Forget about the basketball side of him, just as a person. And Joe and I getting to know him and sharing his energy and passion. It's hard to watch a game with Jerry because he's competitive. But I passed that on to Kirk and some other people a few years in. I said, he's too much to watch a game with.
So, kind of like, how about the way Barry's still remembering losing the 10th hole to some actor and a singer, and how pissed off he and Jerry West still are about this stuff. So
the guy's a winner.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, and Adam Silver put out a statement here from the NBA commissioners. Says Jerry West was a basketball genius and a defining figure in our league for more than 60 years. He distinguished himself not only as an NBA champion and an all-star in all 14 of his playing seasons, but also as a consummate competitor. We keep saying that, who embraced the biggest moments. He was the league's first finals MVP and made rising to the occasion his signature quality, earning him the nickname Mr. Clutch. Jerry's 4 decades with the Lakers included a successful stint as a head coach and a remarkable run in the front office that cemented his reputation as one of the greatest executives in sports history. He helped build 8 championship teams during his tenure in the NBA, a legacy of achievement that marries his on-court excellence. He will be enshrined this October into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame as a contributor, so that was already done, becoming the first person ever inducted as both a player and a contributor. So, condolences to Jerry West.
Yeah, and tonight, Game 3 of the NBA Finals, I'm sure there's going to be a great tribute, and Bob Myers, the man you just heard from, will be on the pregame coverage. I'm sure he'll have some more words about the life of Jerry West.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And Mark Kessler, ESPN Radio, who's going to be courtside. We'll talk to us about that next on the Sports Center.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former Giants shortstop Rich Aurelius stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the Giants series against the Astros and what the plan is for a shortstop with the impending return of Nick Ahmed. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Inbound to Doncic. There's the horn, and the Boston Celtics are halfway to their 18th championship. They hold serve at home, and they hold off the Dallas Mavericks in Game 2, 105-98.
All right, that voice, Mark Kesslar, about to join us here as we get the news. Also, just an hour and a half ago that Jerry West passed away at the age of 86. So, big day in basketball. But Marcus, business here?
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody that the Murph and Marcus show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much money you can earn at redwoodcu.org.
All right, well done. And, of course, the news of tonight's Game 3 will be, of course, colored by the passing of Jerry West. But Mark Kessler can talk all about it. Lead play-by-play voice for the NBA on ESPN Radio. Also does college football on ESPN Radio. You'll hear him on our airwaves. KNBR 1050 tonight. Pregame coverage 4:30. Tip-off at 5:30. Mark, welcome back to KNBR. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mark.
Gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, tough day, man. We were in Indianapolis, right? I don't even know, it was less than 2 weeks ago, the passing of Bill Walton. And I know it was a difficult day for my partner, PJ Carlissimo, who certainly ran in those circles. And I know I heard PJ on our ESPN radio morning show this morning. Actually, right as it broke, that's when I found out. I was listening to PJ just to see what was on his mind today, right as the news broke. And so it's a tough day for the league. We've all who are in this business and cover the NBA, you kind of get close to Jerry, but you never really, for me at least, never really got a chance to get close. I was always by proxy. And then I remember just last summer in Las Vegas at the Summer League, I was the day before our first telecast with Seth Greenberg. He knew Jerry reasonably well, and we sat with him on the baseline, watching some of these young players. And, even at the age of 85, as he was then, was able to make such cogent, instant points on young talent that he was watching. Some he might have seen before, some he may not have seen before. And it just struck a nerve that, what a great eye of talent he had, certainly after a Hall of Fame playing career. So it's just very sad for a guy who has, been such a part of this league for, I got to do the math here, at least 60 years to be gone. Incredible life lived, and certainly within the NBA, and is going to leave a terrible void.
Yeah, just turned 86 2 weeks ago, and obviously, like you said, 60, drafted in 1960 by the Lakers. It's 2024, so 64 years. 8 championships as an executive, 1 as a player. Had to go up against those Celtics teams in the 60s. But yeah, I'm certain the league will do so. You're right, it's too much. Bill Walton and Jerry West. Mark, we're losing. It's all part of the deal. I get it, but man, it is hard to swallow. Jerry came to the Bay Area and helped the Warriors, even in the last 10 years. Joe Lacob hired him here. That was yet another remarkable feather in his cap.
That's right. His son was a part of the team as well, and that was another time when I first, I was doing studio hosting for the NBA Finals from 04 to 16. And then I remember my first couple of years with Hubie Brown calling the finals, and obviously Hubie knew Jerry extremely well. And so, again, that was one of those by proxy moments where I'm like, one guy away from one guy away, but just listening to those conversations and certainly the effect he had on Kevin Durant coming to the Bay Area for those 2 championship years, as you know, and Warriors fans remember, was so important. I remember Hubie in Memphis. I did a game with Hubie in Memphis on TV like a million years ago. It was my first television game. And, you know, to see what they had done for the Grizzlies and what Jerry did, just getting there and getting that team, that franchise going and restarted in a relocated area. It felt like everything he touched, you know, kind of turned to gold. And, you know, it seemed like his hits were way more than any of his misses. You know, incredible executive. I heard somebody ask, was he a better player or a better executive? I don't even think I want to even try to answer that. He was incredible at both.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Mark. There's an entire generation that remembers him as a Hall of Fame basketball player. There's a generation that knows him as a Hall of Fame front office executive member. There's an entire generation that just knows him as the logo. So what do you think the legacy of Jerry West is going to be?
Yeah, I think it's just going to be 14 years in the league, 14 All-Stars. He averaged some stupid number in the 65 playoffs, almost 41 points a game without a three-point line. Mr. Clutch, all those shots, I think he'll be remembered for everything. For losing 9 finals, you mentioned going up against all those Boston Celtics teams. I mean, that's what drove him so many of the years, was the disappointment, you know, of not winning the championship until he finally got one to 72. And then I think you're right. I think trading for Shaquille O'Neal and drafting Kobe Bryant like a week apart. And from, by all accounts, like went to see Kobe Bryant work out or had Kobe Bryant in to work out and then said, I have to get that guy. That guy's going to be one of the greatest players in the league. You know, and he was a high school guy at the time. You know, nobody knew what Kobe was going to be at 17 or 18. Jerry West did. And then the Memphis teams, you know, and as we mentioned with Klay Thompson even, Michael Thompson was telling a great story this morning about, you know, Klay being worked out and Jerry coming over and telling him, like, your son is going to be a really good player and I'm going to draft him. I mean, I think it all boils down to just the logo, the fact that he is a central part of this league for almost the entirety of its existence. I mean, 1960, the league is probably 12 years old. You know, 1948 or 46 or whenever the league came in. The Minneapolis Lakers moved to Los Angeles in 1959, 1960, and he was on that first 1960 Los Angeles Lakers team. So it's hard to tell the story of this league without Jerry West, and that probably is going to be the, you know, the summation of how it'll be remembered.
Beautifully said. Mark Kessler, who will be on the call tonight for Game 3, Dallas Mavericks, Boston Celtics. He'd want to talk basketball. He'd be interested. He'd be interested in this Celtics sort of team-wide effort versus Kyrie's disappearance versus Luka's injury. There's a number of interesting factors going in to tonight. I see the Vegas odds makers have made Boston the underdogs for only the 4th time in the last 99 games. You're just to start with Kristaps. You know, we don't know if he's going to play. I imagine it's unlikely. And your view, Mark, of what role he plays, and if the Celtics are without him, does that open the door for Dallas?
I have to imagine. I didn't know the odds maker thing until you just mentioned it, and so I have to imagine the Porzingis news, you know, slipped Boston behind Dallas for Game 3 tonight. I think it is big, as well as the Celtics have played, and we covered them in the Eastern Finals. Our crew did, PJ, George Sedano, and myself. And, you know, I don't want to say it was the Pacers or it was all the injuries to the teams they played before that, because I think those are all, you know, those could be facts that you throw into how Boston was able to go 9-1 without him. But I do think the way Boston has played offensively in its first 2 games, which are, you know, way beneath what we've seen. Jason Tatum has struggled with his shot. I think that the spark that Porzingis brought to Game 1 at an incredible moment when it was very ragged in the beginning for Boston, that same spark that he brought in Game 2, and again, you know, they leveled off without him after he went out and, you know, came up with the big defensive plays. You know, it's ironic, you know, the 7'3" guy is out, and then, you know, one of your smaller guys that we call him, quote unquote, small at 6'4", 6'5", Derek White has the biggest block of the game at the end. So they're certainly capable. But without that spark and with more minutes for Horford and now Luke Cornett is your big off the bench, you know, all that equals
opportunity for Dallas, but they have to seize it. Kyrie Irving has to shoot well. The bigs, Derek Lively, I know he's only a rookie. Daniel Gafford, we saw some sparks in the second half. If they can put together a game where Dallas's offense can get rolling. We were talking to Jason Kidd yesterday, and he's like, well, if you told me we'd hold Boston to, 105 points in one game and 107 points in the other game, I think we have a pretty good chance to be up 2-0 coming home. So it's all about their offense, and I think not having Porzingis on both sides of the ball certainly opens up that chance tonight for them.
Yeah, Kyrie Irving's struggles have definitely been a storyline of these series. Do you think the factor of him playing back in Boston has kind of contributed to these struggles, and do you think he gets back in track tonight in Dallas?
Yeah, we had a pretty good seat for the first two. Every time Kyrie was checking back into the game, it was in front of us. And I know a lot of players stare into the crowd, and I only have to imagine, having not played at that level, that you're really focusing. You don't really see anybody, or maybe you're looking at a loved one. But I got the sense that Kyrie was just staring at any fan that was yelling at him. And he had, he was talking back to some of those fans to let them know, like, nope, I think he said it one time, I'm here. I don't know if he said you're not getting into my head, but that's all I was thinking was maybe they are getting into his head a little bit, even if he wouldn't want to admit it. So it could be an easy excuse. It may be more that Boston really defended him well. They didn't have to double-team Luka a ton. We saw it a little bit in Game 2, but, Kyrie just never had those driving windows. There was always a guy in his face, and I know he's so good with his handle to get around guys and make some creative shots. We just didn't see it, and I think more of that was probably attributed to Boston's defense. But I think you could make a really good point that maybe, he as much as he is a new guy in these last few months, and clearly he is when you talk to him. I mean, he's in a different place. I do think that the Boston crowd, and that's one of those fan bases you really don't want to mess with. he messed with them a little bit, and maybe they messed with him too.
Mark, last minute here is Luka. He goes 32, 11, and 11. It's hard to knock that, but, some observers said he looked to get tired in the fourth quarter, and now that reveals that he's getting pain-killing injections for this thoracic injury. I mean, talk about like Kristaps' injury. This is a big deal. Just the footage you guys at ESPN of him walking in, he looked like, a hobbling old man. Level of concern in Dallas about this.
Yeah, I think so. I mentioned it to Jason Kidd yesterday. I said, it doesn't matter how many ailments he has. Like when he has the ball, he transforms into a guy who apparently, doesn't have any injury. But when he's off the ball, and that's, one of the things you kind of notice when you don't have to watch it on TV and you can just kind of isolate on him if you're in the building, like, we're so fortunate to be, it's just, he looks so slow and, just a half beat off. And it's clear that he's being bothered. But it is so remarkable that, he can just still put these numbers together despite all that injury. But I think the point you made in the question is the biggest point, and that was, can he do it over the long haul of the game? And he ended up going over 40 minutes. And in the fourth quarter, he was clearly gassed. And, he's not going to be right for the rest of this series. So the good fortune for most of these games is there's 2 days off. The misfortune is that between games 3 and 4 is the only time in the finals where there's only 1 day. So, can he give them what they need tonight? I'd say, yes, he probably can. Then my bigger question is going to turn to, all right, well, now you got to do it again in game 4 and you only get 48 hours. So it's pretty remarkable how he performs, even though he is injured. But you have to figure at some time it's got to take a toll between the knee and the ankle and now this chest bruise. As you said, that he's taking, at least from what we're hearing, reportedly taking painkiller again before Game 4. The great Kevin Calabro, the voice of the Seattle Supersonics and now the Portland Trail Blazers, worked for us at ESPN Radio. He had a great phrase that I've stolen many times, and he says, it's the healing power of the orange leather, and nobody gets that more than Luka Doncic when that basketball's in his hands.
Ah, there it is. When he's got that in his hands, he's magic, just like Jerry West was, of course. So we wrap it up. Mark, you're awesome. Yeah. Great hit. Lots of good information, good takes there. So have a great call tonight, and we sure do appreciate you hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
Appreciate it, guys. Talk to you soon.
There he is, Mark Kessler. You want to talk about a pro?
Pro's pro.
That's a pro right there, Mark Kessler. So thank you for booking that. John Joe Curley, and even thoughts on Jerry West there, too. So, yeah, if you're just getting in your car by now, you may have heard Jerry West passed away at the age of 86. So cooler of content will be heavy on that. Larry Riley at 8:50. Scotty Osler was in L.A. for all those Showtime Lakers in the 80s. And then we'll finish up with a little Giants baseball, Andy Baggerly at 9:35. But the cooler of content with some Jerry West tributes next on the Sports Leader. All right, I'm a North Bay native, very proud of it. We love it. We love the world-class beauty. How about the world-class secret we want to tell you about? It's really important. Marin Healthcare. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7. My son was born there. An accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail. And a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
everyone. Chill. This is the cooler. You are not sending me to the cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, cooler of content, and obviously it's going to be heavy on Jerry West. The logo has passed away at the age of 86. I got to tell you guys, Marcus and I had a fun off-air conversation about the logo. Because Marcus says, he goes, hey, is the MLB logo Harmon Killebrew? And I said, dude, you are hitting on a hot-button topic. Because I was raised on the belief that the MLB logo is Harmon Killebrew. I got to say, there's no way, young Tony, no way, right? You don't know Harmon Killebrew, do you?
Who is that? I got nothing.
All right, so we have to make our list.
Young Tony is too busy killing brews in his backyard barbecue.
Yeah, right. Very good. Did you kill any brews last night at the Giants game?
Oh, I had a couple brews.
Yeah, you had to try to make the game entertaining.
Had to get me through those 9 innings, Murph.
Exactly. But anyway, and so I was engaged with a listener who said, you guys know, one listener wrote in and said, well, that's two logos that you guys have talked about this year because Carl Yastrzemski is the MLB logo. I was like, oh, no. It's Harmon Killebrew.
So we thought.
Then we went down a rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out the guy who drew the logo came clean about 5, 6, 7 years ago and said everybody thinks it's Harmon Killebrew, but it's not.
It's not.
He says it's a generic composite that's supposed to be either left-handed or right-handed. But it does look like Harmon Killebrew. So anyway, just want to get that out there. What are you buying?
I don't know because, again, as a kid, we told the story earlier how my dad explained Jerry West as a logo. So, of course, my next question is, all right, then who's the MLB logo? And I remember being like in middle school and Googling it in like my school library. And I remember thinking, okay, it's Harmon Killebrew.
Yeah.
And then the story comes out a couple of years ago that it's not Harmon Killebrew. Should the MLB player be a silhouette of a logo? Or a logo of a player?
Barry Bonds, a little dangling crucifix earring there.
Yeah, you get that big old elbow brace in the logo.
That'd be good, man.
I've always thought the Ken Griffey silhouette of his swing would be a cool logo.
That is good. That's very good. Or should we, the way these last two games have gone, Marcus, maybe it should be Mauricio Dubon.
Oh, hey, you got a doobie?
That's for young Tony. All right, well, listen, that's a little digression and riff, but Jerry West, the logo, does pass away this morning at the age of 86, causing all kinds of reflection. And we had guys on already talking about it. We had Mike Krukow. We had Rick Barry. We had Mark Castisher. So let's go to Barry. Let's go young Tone, cut C. Rick Barry, and we welcome him on. We offered condolences on the passing of his friend here.
Well, I'm just sad. Bill Walton, and who was a friend, and now Jerry, and it's just, I just heard some other news about someone else whose name I won't mention, and maybe somebody else will be hearing news about here shortly. But it's, it's part of life. When you get older, it's crazy how it seems like almost every week, every month or something, somebody is passing away. But Jerry was, special for me because when I came in the league as a rookie, our first exhibition tour that we went on a tour with the Lakers. And I had always been, a big fan of the Lakers and Jerry. And, of course, Elgin Baylor was my hero. And we lost him not too long ago as well. And so we went on that trip, and I got to talking to him and got to be a little friendly with him. And he gave me some great advice and helped me a lot as far as my approach to the game, and was very complimentary to me. We got to be friends. I played in his member guest golf tournament and, obviously was in touch with him over the years. And
yeah, they were peers. Rick came in 1965. Jerry came in 1960. So by the time Rick got here, Jerry was the dude, Mr. Clutch, Mr. Outside. Zeke from Cabin Creek. Although Rick told us he didn't like Zeke from Cabin Creek. That's interesting.
Did we ever get the origin story of where Zeke came from?
Well, Cabin Creek was the creek near his home in West Virginia. And a listener says it was a Chick Hearnism. Chick Hearn would be the Vin Scully of the Lakers, the John Miller of the Lakers. Yeah. So I don't know. It sounds like something Chick would have come up with.
Right. I'm trying to just get the connection though where Zeke comes from.
What if I start calling you Zeke?
I don't know. What would be the reason? I'd have the same questions.
I'm going to start calling you Zeke. Because, it's a nice nickname for somebody. What's up, Zeke?
But also, that's not the only thing that rhymes with creek. He could have gone with the freak from Cabin Creek.
Deke from Cabin Creek. Malik from Cabin Creek.
The leak from Cabin Creek.
Hey, guys, I did want to share one. I hope Raymond doesn't mind. So Raymond Ritter's obviously, we revere Raymond. He's the best. And he's just so good. But I've known Raymond forever, right? And I've known that Raymond got his first break with the Lakers. He was an intern covering doing the media relations for the Showtime Lakers in the late 80s, which Jerry West was the architect. So Jerry West basically gave Raymond his start in a way. So I reached out to Raymond, and I'm sure Raymond doesn't mind me sharing this text, but he says, a very sad day. He was like a father to me. He treated me like a son during my early years with the Lakers. He invited me to attend Kobe Bryant's famed pre-draft workout with the Lakers in 1996. How about Raymond being there with Jerry West? He says, heck, when I left the Lakers, he purchased a custom-made suit for me. How about that? This is like the old school gentleman stuff. I did not get Triple E a suit.
No.
All right, when he left. Anyway, and when he was the first person to call me on my first day with the Warriors. I mean, this is just like such gentlemanly stuff. He said he was giving and caring, but he had a will to win that nobody will ever match. He said settling for anything less than greatness was not an option for Jerry West.
Wow.
It's a great statement from Raymond.
And
Really
Murph,
is.
we knew about the eye for talent that Jerry West had. Whether we're talking Kobe or Clay, I didn't know that Raymond Ritter was on that list as well.
That's talent, buddy. That is. That's a grateful. Oh, man. Speaking of that workout, we have Jerry West himself talking about the 1996 Kobe Bryant pre-draft workout.
So Kobe wanted to come back again and work out for us, and so Arn called me and said he's in town here and he wants to work out. So I brought Michael Cooper in, and I think some of you people know who Michael Cooper is, one of the great defenders we've had in our league. And so we wanted him to play around with Kobe Bryant and see what it looked like. Well, after 10 minutes, I said, stop this, okay? He was embarrassing Michael, and I told Michael, I said, man, you retired soon enough.
You retired soon enough.
The Warriors had a chance. They drafted Todd Fuller. Oh, boy.
Too bad Jerry wasn't with the Warriors for that draft.
Oh, boy. We have a couple more cuts from Jerry. Young Tone. This one is on Shaquille O'Neal, who he convinced to sign with the Lakers. Your guy, Shaq.
And I told Shaquille, and I really remember this, I said, Shaquille, we just drafted a kid who's the best player in the draft. And I said, I know you got a lot of good players down in Orlando, but I said, we have better players here, and we have one that's going to be the best player in the league one day. Pretty bold statement to make, but to me it was obvious. Charles watching you, Dwayne watching you, Reggie watching you, Shaquille watching you, it was easy to identify.
Ah, man. I'm telling you, it reminds me of Bill Walsh. It really does. I mean, Jerry was obviously, Bill never played at that level. He played, whatever, college or San Jose State or something like that. But, I mean, Jerry West, there's no question. There's in no sport has a player of his stature, one of the 10 or 20 greatest players in the history of the game, become one of the 5 greatest executives in the history of the game. I mean, my God, to have that eye for talent and to want to be around the game for so long.
And to have that influence. And I'm sure there's probably a few people out there like, oh, yeah, it's the Lakers. It can't be that hard to convince Shaquille O'Neal to come to the Lakers. Okay, how about the fact that he convinced Andre Iguodala to come to the Warriors, who did not have the legacy of the Lakers? And that really was one of the first dominoes to fall.
Big time.
For the Warriors actually attracting free agents. Then we can fast forward to the conversations that he had with Kevin Durant after his trip out to the Hamptons. Like, this is a guy that is a closer. You want someone to come to your team, put Jerry West on the phone.
Iguodala, Klay Thompson played a huge role in drafting Klay Thompson, played a huge role in not trading Klay Thompson when I think some big people in the building wanted to make the Kevin Love trade. He put his foot down and said no. And then he's the one who wanted to trade Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut to let Steph become Steph and bring in that passing and screening big that Bogut was. This guy's a basketball genius, man. Now he's tormented. And we'll talk to Scott Osler about this. He was tormented by demons. He wrote in his autobiography his father physically abused him. He slept with a loaded shotgun under his bed in case his father was going to physically abuse him. He had great sadness. He lost his brother, his idol, his brother in Korea in combat. He was killed in the Korean War. They said that's what drove him inward towards basketball. All he would do was just shoot because he was stricken by grief from losing his brother. And this is the kind of stuff that makes people great, right? And as Raymond says, settling for anything less than greatness was not an option. Incredible. One more. This is so sad. He was so close to Kobe, and then we lose Kobe, obviously in the accident. So here was Jerry on losing Kobe.
But I think the thing that resonates with me the most is his incredible career. This is a sad city right now. One person with one name, Kobe. You don't even have to mention his last name.
And to see the pictures of him with his daughters, sitting at games, hugging them, to get a Christmas card from them every year, and to watch this incredible family grow and prosper. And now to see not one, but two, but three families gone. Saddest day of my life.
Yeah, man, so that's a tough one to hear. Tough one to hear. But anyway, what a legacy, what a life. Obviously, the logo has died at the age of 86. I'm sure Greg Pop will have thoughts on that too, working in the league for so long. And Tommy, obviously, will have some great thoughts too, as a guy who not only played in the league, but also worked with the Warriors when Jerry was in the building. So KNBR is the place to be, man. The place to be. And we got Larry Riley, former Warrior GM, who's down in Atlanta, who would definitely worked right next to Jerry in that building. He's next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we are definitely pivoting away from standard Giants baseball talk into the passing of Jerry West at the age of 86. Just one of the biggest figures in the history of basketball, not just for being one of the best players, 14-time All-Star, Hall of Fame player, NBA Finals MVP, and, of course, 72 champion, but then becoming the executive that he was, the architect of the Showtime Lakers, 5-time champs, and then here in the Bay Area coming up and being a part of 2 Warriors championship teams. So that's why we are delighted to have Larry Riley on the UMA guest line. We want to welcome Larry back to KNBR. He's down in Atlanta now with the Hawks, senior advisor to the GM down there, but of course was with the Warriors during all those times. GM from 2009 to 2012, director of scouting from 2012 to 2018. And of course, Larry there for all the big moves. Steph, Clay, Dre, you name it. So Larry, first and foremost, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus, we want to offer our condolences on the loss of your friend, Jerry West. And thank you for joining us, Larry.
Hey, Larry.
Well, it's a time where I guess the whole basketball world is saddened, but way beyond that as well. And there are a lot of good things to say about Jerry, and I enjoyed the opportunity to work with him. Found him to be very cordial, and as you look at his career, I was fortunate enough to see him play and understand what a great player he was. And there were several in that era, of course, but he was one of the great ones. He and Oscar Robertson and Elgin Baylor and so on. And we can go through a lot of them. None better than Jerry. And such a great competitor. And then, as you alluded to, later became the general manager of the Lakers. And he's probably the only person that I can think of that had a lifetime career as a player and then was so influential in the front office as well. And just a good guy to deal with.
For sure, Larry. We were saying that. I don't think there's any football, basketball, or baseball. There's a comp to somebody who was such a great player, became such a great executive. So tell us about, he comes into the building. You're already there. Joe Lacob takes over. And, I don't know, maybe the first time he kind of came in, what your history had been with him prior, but the first time he kind of walks in and what kind of vision he laid out that he wanted the Warriors to be and how that meshed with you guys.
Actually, I got to know him about 1994, 95, somewhere in there, and was, obviously impressed with him. The other thing is he didn't talk down to people. It didn't matter who you were. If you approached him respectfully, you weren't going to get the cold shoulder. And he was a friendly sort of a guy. Did he have opinions? Obviously. But he loved the game and he loved the players. And it didn't mean he didn't criticize the players. It didn't mean he couldn't disagree with you. So when he came into the Lakers, I had known him. When he came in from the Lakers to the Warriors after having been at Memphis, I knew all about him and knew him well enough. And so we exchanged a lot of thoughts. And he thought that the Golden State franchise was kind of a sleeping giant. And, of course, Joe Lacob saw that. That's why he bought it. But he wanted to contribute, and he was eager to work with people. He didn't come in to try to dominate things. And, an example is when we got ready to do the Monte Ellis trade, which was, of course, not very popular, he sat down in front of me and he quizzed me about, okay, are you giving up too much? Are you convinced that you're going to trade away a good player and you're going to make the team better in the process? And we went through, it was a discussion. And then we come to a conclusion. And he finally says, well, I think you're on the right track. If that's what you guys want to do, and it's going to make the team better, we need to go in that direction. And then he would always offer an opinion on different players. I found him very easy to work with, and he was talkative, no question about that. But at the same time, when he talked to you, he usually had something you better listen to.
And Larry, whether we're talking about him drafting Kobe Bryant or him being involved in drafting guys like Klay Thompson and Draymond Green, what would you say about the eye for talent that Jerry West had?
Well, it was pretty good, and he always had an inner circle of people that he relied on that he would bounce things off of. And so those two things put together, his eye for talent and the people that he associated with, the results turned out pretty well. He was in favor of drafting Klay Thompson. I don't think he ever saw him play, but I think he was convinced. I think he did see him work out down in the Los Angeles area. And then, of course, with the people he talked to and so on, he was certainly on board with it. He gave us no reason not to do it, and was certainly on board with it. And whenever he's on board with something, it's pretty much encouraging.
We're talking to Larry Riley, who's now down in Atlanta with the Hawks, senior advisor to the GM, but of course with the Warriors for so long, GM from 09 to 12, director of scouting from 12 to 18. Can it be revealed now, Larry, the talks about the possibility of trading Klay Thompson for Kevin Love, and did Jerry West play a role in putting the kibosh on that?
I would say he, among others, just didn't see that as something that should be done. There have been a lot of rumors about trading Klay Thompson. There was even one about trading Steph and Klay and that kind of thing. I don't recall that Jerry would have ever supported getting rid of either one of those guys. And I just felt like that, he was on board with them and that he saw them as players of the future and was definitely in their corner.
Yeah, well, obviously it all worked out as the championship parades happened there. A few more minutes here with Larry Riley, who's down in Atlanta. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So, we talk about eye for talent, but you talked about him being cordial and kind, but that competitive side. Like you hear stories, like, when you're a competitor, it's not all peaches and ice cream all the time, is it? So were there times it was better to steer clear of Jerry?
In all honesty, yes. And as a player, there are contentious times, and you end up, you get pretty aggressive with people. As a general manager, sometimes if you just do your job, you're going to make somebody mad. And so there was definitely that edge to it. And nobody ever questioned that because it was there. He was just a super competitor. Both as a player and even in the front office. He one time told me that he couldn't watch the Lakers games. He couldn't be there. He just got so wrapped up in it and got so frustrated when there was a mistake or if a player didn't rebound enough or do his job. But the reality is, through all of that, he was one of those people that if you disagreed with him, if you had a contentious moment, the next day, if you bumped into him, he'd say, "Good morning. How are you doing?" And he never carried that stuff with him. And that's a great example to everybody that was around him. I never heard anybody in the 35 years I've been in the league, I never heard anybody say, "I don't like him." And I can't say this for sure, but it appears that he was a person with very few enemies, if any. And, he did a great job raising his kids. And, the boys are both in the NBA, and they deserve to be. They have a good eye for talent. And, I've known Ryan for quite a while and know Johnny. And he was about his family. And he was a friendly sort of a guy. He wanted to see people succeed.
And Larry, from working in the front office that a big part of your job is hitting on those draft picks. But another big factor is your ability to recruit free agents. So how big of an impact do you think Jerry had in recruiting guys like Andre Iguodala or even Kevin Durant to join the Warriors?
Well, obviously he was in the entourage that went to visit Kevin Durant. And it has an impact on you when Jerry West walks in and sits down with you. And so no question about that. And you mentioned that kind of thing. Of course, he brought Shaquille O'Neal to the Los Angeles Lakers. And so his impact across the board, he made a lot of great moves as a general manager.
Well, Larry, it sure is nice for you to share time. I know he's a friend, and it's a passing. Listen, this is all part of life. We lost Bill Walton a couple weeks ago, and now we lose Jerry West. This is sad times, but we're grateful to have those times with him. I guess last one for me on the way out is him as a player. I don't know, Larry, where you were when he was playing in the 60s and early 70s. Did you ever get to see him play?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. And then, of course, there weren't as many TV games, but occasionally you'd catch them on TV. Then you get to the playoffs, and a lot of those playoff games were on tape, and they were delayed. But I got acquainted with his game quite well. And, it's interesting. He's, of course, called the logo. I've always looked at that logo, and I've wondered, I think that picture was probably taken 50 or 55 years ago, and he had the ball in his left hand. And I've always wondered if that camera somehow had the image reversed, because that was typical of photography years ago. Jerry didn't go left very much, but he could go both ways, but he was a killer going right, and just a great player. Just a great player. He's one of those guys, we hear all this talk about how the game's changed and that, some guys couldn't play in today's game. Well, Jerry West could play in today's game. Whatever year, whatever era, Jerry West, Oscar Roberts, and so on, those guys were basketball players.
He was a gift for the basketball world for almost 70 years, so we're thankful for it. So, Larry, we sure do appreciate you hopping on KNBR back here in the San Francisco and your old stomping grounds, and we wish you well down there in Atlanta. Thank you for checking in, Larry.
Yeah, thanks, Larry.
You bet. Thanks to you, Murph and Marcus. Have a good day.
Larry Riley down in Atlanta was a Warrior for all those years. How about that? The guy who, Bob Meyer said you didn't want to watch games with him either. He was intense. But the next morning, hey, good morning. How are you? So I told you guys, and Scott Osler will shine a light on this at 9:15. He knew the person and the background. Like his childhood in West Virginia was tough. And I think it created a real intense personality in him. And, frequently that's what it takes for people to be great. I mean, you have exceptions. You have guys like, Steph Curry and Klay Thompson grew up the children of NBA stars, never really wanted for anything. But, and those guys are great probably because of DNA and work ethic. But then you get guys who come from hard scrabble backgrounds who just won't accept, as Raymond wrote to us, don't accept anything other than greatness. Those are truly special people. I mean, you were on sports a lot. You would see people like, wow, that guy is tougher, mentally tougher than I am, or wants it more than the next guy.
Some guys are just built differently. And I think this shows perfectly with a guy like Jerry West and his will to compete. The fact that he was a Hall of Fame player, then joins the Lakers, lays down the blueprint for the Showtime Lakers. That's one dynasty. Then builds the Kobe and Shaq dynasty. He goes, you know what? I might go hang out in Memphis for a couple years with the Grizzlies. Then I'm going to go and jump over to the Golden State Warriors and build another dynasty. Oh, I'm not done yet. How about another challenge? Let's go to the LA Clippers and try to work something out with Steve Ballmer. Like, this guy was always constantly looking for the next challenge.
All the way until the day he died this morning. Jerry West was looking for the Clipper, probably in his last whatever conscious moments, was trying to think of a way to make the Clippers better. So, wow. So that's a big one. And losing Walton and him in back-to-back weeks, I mean, we understand it's part of the deal. As somebody said, don't take life too seriously. You'll never get out of it alive. So you know what I mean? You got to appreciate, man. You got to appreciate what you have. And that's why, in some ways, this applies to me, to the Warriors' 4 championships and how pissed off everybody's been in the last couple of years. And I get it. You're pissed off in the moment. But you have to just truly be in awe of that 4 championship run that they had, which matches Joe Montana and Ronnie Lott, who did 4. I mean, that's I know, Al got 3 from the Raiders, 1 down in L.A., and Bochy got 3. But to get 4, only 2 franchises around here have done that. The Niners and those Warriors with Joe Lacob. And Lacob started it by bringing Jerry West in. I still remember, when Jerry West came, thinking, wait, what? Jerry West wants to come to the Warriors? Come on. Warriors are going 20-62 this year. What's he doing? So a great hire by Joe. Another reason why Lacob is Lacob.
Well, think about going back in time when Joe Lacob was being booed at Oracle because he traded away Monte Ellis. Turns out Jerry West played a big factor in that and a big factor of winning 4 championships with his dynasty he helped build.
People, this is crazy. Speaking of which, the man who said that was Rick Barry, who joined us a while ago. Let's get you guys a couple of those sound bites before we get to Scott Osler. And then Andy Baggerly talking Giants baseball at 9:35. Day baseball today. 12:45 Giants against. It's been nice, by the way, not talking about that 3-hit, punchless, incredibly dull, lifeless night out at the yard last night.
But we had such a good time this morning trying to figure out how Jordan Hicks got charged with earned runs on a Matt Chapman error.
Like, literally today was heading towards just burying Jorge Soler and arguing with the official scorer who gave an earned run to Jordan Hicks. And then, of course, we got the big news about Rick Barry, about Jerry West's death. And Rick Barry joined us. Let's get Young Tone to Rick Barry on cut H on Jerry as a player, because we've talked a lot about him as a talent evaluator and a winner as a GM, but him on the court as a 14-time All-Star, cut H.
Yeah, well, I mean, he didn't necessarily make it all the time. Neither did I. Neither did anybody. I mean, the bottom line is that they just talked about stuff, guys making 3-point shots, running down and doing things, or at the end of games. The percentage is a hell of a lot lower than it is when you just come down in transition and take the 3-point shot. So, but the thing is you have to believe that you're going to make it. And Jerry believed it. I believe it every time I took a shot. I thought I was going to either make it or put the ball in the hands of somebody. In fact, if I could go back and play now, which I wish I could with the kind of money they're paying these guys, I would be a point guard. I really would want to be a point guard because you control the destiny of your team because you have the ball in your hands. I did that somewhat as a small forward, but as a point guard, you really have the opportunity, and if you understand the game, it'd be fun to be able to do that. That's why I like watching what Luka is doing, and it'll be interesting to see tonight if the Dallas Mavericks make a little bit of an adjustment and get back to playing the way they played against Minnesota. Because against Minnesota, I thought Dallas played better basketball against Minnesota than Boston did against Indiana. And I really thought that if both teams played the same way, that it would be Dallas that would win. But to the credit of the Celtics, they made a big adjustment, and Porzingis helped them tremendously. But now he may be out, so it'll be interesting to see what happens in that game tonight.
The cut winds up being his take on Game 3, which is pretty funny. But, hey, that's what Jerry West and Rick Barry wanted to do. They want to talk basketball, right? Mm-hmm. Hey, one more fun one. We had Mike Krukow on. And Krukow grew up in L.A., San Gabriel Valley, right near Pasadena, during that time when Jerry West was the guy. So cut A, Young Tony, on how it affects guys like him, but Bill Walton and now Jerry West.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, he was the guy. I mean, him and Elgin Baylor and Gail Goodrich, and they were just a fun team. But he was the guy, Zeke from Cabin Creek. And he had such a pure shot, and yeah, you had to love the style. You know, he had a flair for the moment. I mean, he's just a brilliant player, great instinctive guy. And then when he retired, he had major contributions that he gave to every organization he went to, certainly the Warriors. I mean, he put a stamp there with, bringing in the talent. And when he signed off on a guy, if he said that Klay Thompson could play or that Steph Curry could play, they could play. Mm-hmm. And, he was great. You know what ticked me off, though? That HBO thing they had, and they kind of dirtied his image. It really, really ticked me off because I thought that this guy was above reproach, really. I thought that he never should have had his image dragged through the gutter like that, and that really ragged me. But he was a hero of mine and a hero of a lot of people, and it's sad. It really is sad because an era has passed, a really great, great athlete that made major contribution to a sport in a real positive way. And he was, like I say, he was my guy. Everybody guy. Who didn't like that guy?
No, well, he's just such a grind. I mean,
except HBO.
The logo. There you go. All right. Well, listen, we'll continue this. Scott Osler at 9:15, who knew Jerry West pretty darn well. And he'll have some great stories to share. And then Andy Baggerly talking Giants baseball. All right, we still got those 2 tickets to Whiskey Myers, the Southern Fried Rock, out at Toyota Pavilion at Concord. That is June 21st. That's a week from Friday. Who knows what the Giants record will be at that point. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com, but you get them free if you call John Joe Curley. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Call Curls.
Call them.
Caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to the Whiskey Myers at Toyota Pavilion a week from Friday. 2 tickets to the show. We'll do this every day. I try to say 8:30. Today we got a little distracted by the Jerry West stuff. We'll try to do it in the 8:30, 8:45 corridor tomorrow. 2 tickets to Whiskey Myers next Friday, Toyota Pavilion, Concord. And then one more thing, too, is Rick Barry did mention he's leaving. He's coming into town. And Big 3 basketball opens its 2024 season with 6 games at Oakland Arena on Father's Day weekend. That's this weekend. So Saturday, June 15th, they'll be there. And while you're there, they want you to know Big 3 will randomly pick people from the audience to participate in a free throw competition with Rick Barry. You go up against the man himself. What do you think?
Do you have to shoot underhanded?
You don't. it might be smart.
I think out of respect, you should.
I think his kids did. I mean, do you think? I mean, how about the fact that people wouldn't do that because they thought it was like a weak look? Wait, could you put the ball in the basket, please?
Yeah. A bucket's a bucket.
Yeah.
I don't care how you score.
Would you have done it if it worked?
Oh, dude, if I was one of these terrible free throw shooters, like I'm surprised Shaquille O'Neal never put his ego aside to replicate what Rick Barry
Never did. And it was ego.
He should have.
It really was.
It's ego.
It is.
Guys are embarrassed.
Give me the granny style.
Give me a bucket.
Give me 92% from the line. Anyway, you can do that this Saturday. Go up against Rick Barry on the free throw contest. Scott Osler, who knew Jerry West pretty darn well, next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Doobie, doobie, doo. Mauricio Dubon.
Hey, you got a doobie?
Stopped by the Papa and Lund show yesterday.
You doing Sinatra?
Doobie, doobie, doo.
Doobie, doobie, doo.
Shout out Mauricio Dubon.
Are you doing Strangers in the Night? Kiss Cam?
Strangers in the Night and Mauricio Dubon on Papa and Lund yesterday morning to talk about his departure from the San Francisco Giants and his series this week, now being a member of the Houston Astros. To hear that podcast and more, and to grab a doobie.
Hey, you got a doobie?
Check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Double doobie.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, our morning changed entirely when we got the news around 6:45 that Jerry West had passed away at the age of 86. We've been talking to Mike Krukow, Rick Barry, Larry Riley, Mark Kestisher. And this one I'm really looking forward to, Scott Osler, our great friend from the San Francisco Chronicle, but who had a past life in the LA Times covering the Showtime Lakers and got to know Jerry West very well. So, Scott, first and foremost, condolences on the passing of a man I'm pretty sure was a friend and was a fascinating subject for you to write about. Good morning, Scott. Thanks for hopping on.
Hey, morning, Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Herms. I appreciate that. Yeah. Wes is an amazing guy for sure. Yeah, thanks for having me on and talk about him. I appreciate that.
Yeah, just want to, I know you have tons of thoughts about him, and you wrote a lot about him. I mean, well, we can start with the fact that while we talk about his basketball career, well, actually, why don't we start there before we get to the complexities? You saw him play. I didn't get to see him play. Was there a comp? Is he Luka? Was he his own guy? Rick Barry said he was the best two guard in the history of the game until Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I can't think of any comps because his game was kind of unique. He wasn't known for having the great handle. He wasn't known for acrobatics and stuff like that. He could just score. He was just a great player, and he can get off that damn jump shot he has against anybody. It was a phenomenal jump shot. It just maybe people talk about Klay Thompson and certainly Steph and everything having such a great pure jump shot, but I'm not sure that anybody could top West in that. I remember one time during a Laker training camp along the sidelines, I was covering the Lakers back. This had been about early 80s, I guess, and down in Palm Desert, and it was kind of a lull in the action. I went down and picked up a ball, and I was kind of shooting on a side basket just for the heck of it, just to kill time. And Wes comes down and starts shooting with me, and just pumping him in, and it's like he's talking to himself, and he says, but he's instructing me. He says, it's a lever. It's just a lever. It's just a lever. I'm thinking, it's just a lever to you. Sure.
I love it.
And Scott, that's the funny thing, because it seems like there's always a debate between generations of which players could play in which era. Do you think that Jerry West's skill set would translate to today's game?
Yeah, I think it would. He'd have to be different. He'd have to probably, as Larry, I think Riley was saying, he'd probably have to use more left hand. He'd have to expand his range out a little bit to be a three-point shooter, which I don't think he would have any problem with. He had kind of a universal game. He could just play. So, yeah, it was. I first met him in '78. I was at the LA Times, and we had a regular beat guy that was covering the Lakers, and Wes was the coach then. This was the year before Magic came, and Wes coached. That was his last year of coaching. He retired after that because he hated coaching. But the Times told me to cover a East Coast road trip for our regular beat writer who needed some time off. So I took this like 8-9 day road trip back east, and I've never covered anything above high school basketball, so a bit over my head and intimidated and everything. But Wes was the kind of guy he made you like feel at home. So made you feel like one of the group right away. So I remember one day, back then writers would ride the buses and planes and stuff a lot with the team, unlike now. So you got to know the guys better. But I remember one morning it was during like a blizzard. Blizzard hit the East Coast, and I got on the team bus. We're going to go to practice, I guess. And sitting near the front, and Wes gets on the bus and stops at the top of the stairs and looks at me. And like I said, it's about 10 degrees outside, and the players are all in these long fur coats and stuff, which were the vogue at the time. And I'm in short sleeves, probably a T-shirt. And Wes looks at me and he says, "Can I ask you something?" He had that high-pitched voice. And kind of everybody on the bus stops, and I look at him and he says, "Are you effing crazy?"
Yeah.
This guy sitting in a blizzard in a T-shirt. But, that's just his way of just, okay, you're one of the guys.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, it's so good. The fact that you got to have these experiences, it's just a lever. And then I wanted to ask about the complexities of the guy. Because, you knew he wrote a book about it, his childhood in West Virginia, abusive father, the grief he felt when he lost his brother, the way in Korea to combat Korean War.
Yeah.
That aspect of him, Scott, the intense competitor who probably raged behind the scenes. How much did you know about the complexities of him?
Oh, yeah, enormously complex. He was just kind of always tormented by, and a lot of it was basketball. A lot of it was personal because he had some, I think, depression issues and stuff dating back to his childhood where it was not a happy childhood, as he wrote in his book. But he was tormented by was losing. The Lakers, I don't have the exact stat now, but the Lakers played the Celtics in the finals like 5 years out of 6 or something at one point and lost them all. And the Lakers were great. They get the finals every year. And he had Weston Baylor, but they had no center. And so they would always get their ass kicked by the Celtics in the end, usually in 6 or 7 games, because Celtics had Bill Russell. And that just, decades later, that just killed West. It tormented. He couldn't even talk about it. It just bothered him to even relive those days and those times. It was just something he couldn't shake, even though later on he did win a championship, but all those ones that just got away, There was one series against the Celtics where he pulled a hammy really bad in game 1 and finished. They shot him up with Novocaine and they finished the game. And he played the series basically on one leg, just wrapped all up and shot all up and everything, and averaged like 37 points. In the final game, they lost, but playing on one leg, he scores 42 points. 15 rebounds and 12 assists or something like that. So
was that when he won MVP even though they lost?
Yes. Yeah.
Wow. So I have it right in front of me. 62 they lost in 7, 63 they lost in 6, 65 they lost in 5, 66 they lost in 7, 68 they lost in 6, and in 69 they lost in 7. That is unbelievable. He lost 6 times to the Celtics in one decade. So you say he couldn't even speak about it, you say?
No, you could see the anger building up in him just even thinking about it. Not the anger, but the frustration. So, yeah, he was a complex guy. But I'll tell you what, I'd say he's the most interesting man in basketball that I've met. And the NBA is kind of a crazy and interesting and cool place, but never met anybody like Wes. Back when I was still in LA, this probably 32, 33 years ago, Wes was working for the Lakers. This is when he was GM, and he got sick, and he had to go to the hospital, had something wrong. So he was pretty sick for like a couple of weeks. And he came back, was started to get better, I guess. And Tommy Bonk, who you guys know,
absolutely
great writer. He was at the LA Times then, and he's still around, Tommy. And Bonk called me up and said, "Hey, we should take Wes out to lunch." And I said, "That's a great idea." So we called Wes and said, "Hey, let's go to lunch." So we met in Beverly Hills, sat down for like a couple hours. It was just a great. We had a great time. He just, we're not writing this.
Mm-hmm.
We're just talking. We're just friends, and he just told great stories, and he's a good listener too, but he's a phenomenal storyteller. Has a million stories. He's got opinions on everything, and it was just fascinating. We did that like 2 or 3 times. Tommy and I and Wes met for lunch and just hung out, and he's just a fascinating guy, And when he worked up here, he didn't live up here when he worked for the Warriors, but he would, drop in and hang out. And when I see him before games, I'd stop and talk. And he always had time. Always had time to talk. He always returned phone calls. Always, not just me, but that's just the way he was.
Mm-hmm. And Scott, I know there were.
Another thing about him, I just popped it into my mind of what I thought was interesting. I was looking through stuff this morning, and I ran across a story I had written before years ago where, some guys, I guess you talk about being colorblind, and that's a good thing. Wes was kind of the opposite of that. He was, I think, color aware. He was just the most unracist guy you can imagine, which is something considering, Southern kid, grew up in the 50s and 60s and stuff like that. But I saw a story that when he was in high school, like he's a high school senior, really good player then, and down in West Virginia in Cabin Creek, or Shaylin actually. Mm-hmm. And they're playing a game, and George, let's see, no, this might have been in West Virginia. I might have to double check, but either way, it was West Virginia. I think it was at West Virginia. Yeah, sorry. He would have been about a sophomore. And the team comes to town, and they got a black player on their team, George Raveling, who became a great college basketball coach. You guys probably know the name George Raveling. George Raveling was on the team. And what makes it interesting is that there had never been a black player to play in the West Virginia Fieldhouse Pavilion, or whatever they called it. So this is the first. This is back, in the early days of integration and stuff like that. So it was a big deal. And supposedly the tension, like during the warm-ups and stuff, the tension was really heavy because, a black guy playing on this court, it just wasn't done. And just before tip-off, West reportedly walked to half court, shook Raveling's hand, and put his arm around his shoulder, and just like welcome to the West Virginia kind of thing. So kind of made the guy feel at home.
It's like the Pee Wee Reese Jackie Robinson story, right? Yeah,
exactly right.
Wow,
yeah.
Well, he's just such an interesting guy, and he was such a. And we're out of time, Scott, but. One of these, just talk about, look forward, you'll probably write about him and him coming to the Warriors, and just do the fact that he accepted Joe Lacob's invite and check, of course. But, it just fascinated me that he came here, and obviously he played a huge role. So,
that was huge props to Lacob. I'm not exactly pals with Lacob or whatever, but I thought it was a phenomenal move bringing West up here.
Yeah, it was insane. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe Jerry came, and he did, and look what happened. So,
yeah, and he did a job. Yeah.
You're the guy to talk to, man. Great memories. It's just a lever, and I'll remember that. Thanks, Scotty.
Yeah,
and
thanks,
we'll,
Scott.
I'll look forward. Hopefully, you'll write about him in the Chronicle. I'll look forward to that. And,
I'm going to try to scribble something. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll just scribble it on everything you told us right now.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
All right.
Thanks, Room. Thanks, Marcus.
Thanks, Rooms.
Scott.
Take care. Scotty Osler. Yeah, he was down there. Imagine shooting buckets with Jerry West. I think I would airball every single one.
It's just a lever.
I think I would airball.
Just
It's just a lever that's shaking with my hands because Jerry West is standing right next to me.
Yeah, this
Yes.
lever's broken, pal. This lever's broken.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, listen, finally back to Giants baseball on the other side. Andy Bagley. Oh, did I give away the tickets yet? I did. Yes, we did. We did do the tickets, right? Whiskey Myers? We did.
Yeah, we did.
Right?
Anthony and Brentwood, congratulations.
Look at you, buddy. You're Anthony.
That's my future right there,
Okay.
Anthony and Brentwood.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Murph, Marcus, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
Well, Giants laid an egg last night. Andy Baggerly to talk about it. He's sponsored by Marin Health. Marin Health is world-class care closer than you think. 3 hits last night. And by the way, everybody, we thank you all for tuning in to all the Jerry West tributes. I want to thank our guests who hopped on at short notice. Larry Riley, former Warrior Director of Scouting and GM, came on. We had Rick Barry came on. If you missed that, you can go to KNBR.com. And then, of course, Scotty Osler, who was just, knew him so well as a writer, both in L.A., here in the Bay Area, too. So all those things will be available on KNBR.com. He really had a big role in building these Warriors NBA championships. So funny for being Mr. Laker, for being the guy who was the iconic Laker player and GM. He also did it for the Warriors. And at age 86, we lost him this morning. So rest in peace, Jerry West. All right, so a connection been made now to the baseball. Uma Guestline, Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. Andy, good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Bags.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, just reacting to that news like everybody else. I mean, Jerry West was someone who played, before my time, but, growing up in Southern California, you always connected him with those Laker teams he put together. And, always, he was the logo, right? I mean, it's a big loss for basketball today. No question.
It's funny. We talked about the logo briefly. And you're obviously well versed in this, but the MLB logo, and for decades the belief was that it was Harmon Killebrew, and then it was debunked. Andy, do you have anecdotes on that?
I don't. I'm not sure who the MLB logo is. Do we know?
They said the artist came out and said generic composite is supposed to be either right-handed or left-handed, whichever, depending on which way you're looking at it. But did you ever hear that it was Killebrew?
I guess sometimes there's just no fun narrative story. It's just sometimes pretty boring. As much as we sports writers don't like it to be, sometimes there just isn't a story there. But I think I had heard Killebrew. But like you said, it's sort of it is sort of a nondescript. It doesn't really look like anyone. It's kind of it's sort of a blocky figure a little bit. So I don't know. Maybe someone thought the facial features looked like Killebrew's, but yeah. Oh well. Too bad there's no fun story.
Yeah, and if Major League Baseball did have to base their logo off a player silhouette, which player do you think it should be?
Pablo Sandoval.
That'd be quite the silhouette there, yes.
Prince Fielder. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
Griffey? The Griffey swing?
Yeah, that could be a good one. Yeah. Well, I mean, come on. How about Willie Mays?
Yeah.
Just like the statue was follow through with his bat on the ground. He's still holding it.
The follow-through of Mays statue would be pretty darn good. I agree. All right, Andy. Well, there was no Mays-like figure in the Giants lineup last night. Oh, boy. The 4 through 9 go 0 for 22 with 9 strikeouts. They've scored 1 run on the Monday and the Tuesday games in regulation. Yeah, they scored 3 in the 10th inning thanks to some help. But, okay, so question, where's the panic attack on this Giants offense, and does it all focus on Jorge Soler?
Well, Soler is a guy that, he's come up in so many spots when he could park one and really flip a game, and it hasn't happened for him. It's gotten to the point where I think we're on the last road trip and somebody hit a homer before Soler came up. I think it was Wilmer in Texas. And I thought, oh, that's good for Soler. He gets to come up with the bases empty because his OPS with the bases empty is over 800. And then with the runners in scoring position, it's barely 500. And you look at his career numbers, and he hasn't had problems hitting in the clutch before. But when you look at runners scored percentage, which is just, how many runners are on base when you come to the plate and how many of them you drive in. And it could be, you could drive him in on a walk. You could drive him in on a ground ball out, even a double play where you don't get an RBI. It counts as a run that you've plated in how this stat is figured. He's down at like 6%. And it's, I think there's maybe 2 players in the major leagues who've had 100 base runners on base who have a lower percentage. And so, yeah, you can't pin it on one person, right? You never can do that. But no question, I think it's been an issue, and it's been there've been a lot of opportunities that have gone across the board, and a lot of them have been his. And the tough thing is when you're at DH, there's nothing else you can do. You can't go make a great diving catch. You can't really do anything else. You're just down there in the cage between your at bats, trying to stay loose and hoping you'll do better next time. And if you don't come through in those 3 or 4 at bats, you got nothing to think about until the next game. So, he gets universally praised in that clubhouse, by the Spanish-speaking guys, by the American guys alike. He connects with everybody. I think he's tried to keep himself in good spirits. In Texas, I think he went shopping. He went out and got some boots and a hat and came in looking pretty sharp. But he's taking this very, very hard. Those who are close to him tell me, and I think everyone's trying to support him as best they can, because it's not just on him, but he'd be a big, big piece to figure out.
Yeah, and this lineup definitely looks a lot different without Lamont Wade Jr. in the middle of it. I know Lamont was scheduled to take batting practice yesterday at Oracle. Bags, what's the latest update on Lamont Wade Jr.?
Yeah, he's not close. He's still got to go through. The fact his swinging is good. The sooner he can pick up a bat and see live pitching and do all that, sort of would lend you to believe the faster he can get his timing back when he does come back. But, all the boxes he's got to check are still out there. And that's all the stuff he's got to do from a base running standpoint, running curves, then running the bases. We were talking about the hamstring. So that's the stuff that, they're going to have to get to before they even start to think about him coming back. So, the shame of it all is that I think unless he has a miraculous recovery here, the Rickwood game is going to be out, and that's something that he was really looking forward to. That's just a real, almost devastating, really, that he won't be able to play in that game for as much as it meant to him and his family. So, you really do feel for him there. But you're right. If you get Lamont back in this lineup, he was really kind of fueling everything with the way he was getting on base. And if Ramos keeps getting on base the way he is and hitting he is, you start to think about a pretty dynamic, 2-3 type part of the lineup there, or maybe even 1-2 if they have Ramos leading off. And I think the Giants kind of have to feel a little bit hopeful that if they can get that dynamic going sooner rather than later. But for now, you're right. I think they really do miss Lamont, and that's when Wilmer hits a little bit like he did on the last road trip, it maybe helps to disguise it a little bit. But other than that, it's tough to take a Lamont Wade Jr. out of the lineup.
Yeah, and Giants back to 2 games under 500, where they just seem to be existing forever. That's the bad news. The good news is that puts you squarely in the wild card hunt in the National League these days. I'm just speculating, spitballing as we go into summer. Do you anticipate anybody pulling away? I mean, I may be the Padres, but that's the 5th seed. The rest of the teams fighting for the 6th seed: Cardinals, Cubs, Giants, Pirates, Reds, Diamondbacks. I mean, what's your handicap going into the summer, Andy?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, you don't have as much divisional sort of disparity in terms of schedule. Obviously, a team like the Cubs, they're going to play their teams in the Central more often, but not like 19 times each. Where maybe the Cubs could go 13-6 against the Pirates and gobble up a bunch of wins that way. I mean, now that you've got this balanced schedule, everybody plays everybody a little bit more, and you only have 12 games against the teams in your division. So sometimes that's how the disparity can creep up. But we don't have that, and that's a good thing too for just quality of competition and fair competition. That you've got teams vying for the same wild card spot. They should be playing something closer to the same schedule. So that may be something that's bunched people up a little bit. And, you obviously have a couple teams that have really fallen out of it, like the White Sox, the Marlins, et cetera. But everybody else is pretty much in it. And I think if you're the Giants, to be laying in the weeds a little bit, you'd like to be playing better. You'd like to have more wins at this stage, obviously. But I don't think they're in that bad a position because, when you look at teams that could be adding people back, if the Giants can have a second-half rotation with Webb and Snell and Ray, and Snell is actually Snell, they got to feel pretty good about that. And I think that a lot of this first half was, hey, let's try to sort of, maybe not necessarily tread water, but, make sure that we're competitive, make sure that we're not, racking up way too many innings on Hicks or Harrison so that they can help out in some form or function in the second half and just try to, hang on until these guys get back. And, you can't put all your eggs in that basket because when you do, that's when other people get hurt. You don't have them in the second half, and, that's baseball. But, I think if you're the Giants, you'd probably look at your position and you say, hey, we wish we were in a lot better spot, but, it's not a bad spot to be in, really.
You mentioned the reinforcements of Robbie Ray and Blake Snell. My final question is about Alex Cobb, who has had multiple setbacks throughout the season. What's the latest timeline and update on him?
Yeah, I don't think you can have a timeline on him, really, just because he has had setbacks. We're talking about the shoulder, and he had the nerve issue in his shoulder. Before that was the forearm. And then obviously the thing he's coming back from is the hip surgery. So, I guess they were very encouraged by the way he threw last time out. He's going to get off a bullpen here soon. But, I hate to make this comp because this did not end well. But it reminds me a little bit, it could go in the direction that it went for like a Rob Nen, where, obviously he has what happened to him in 2002. He has the surgery. And every time he would get right to the cusp of coming back, he's throwing to live hitters. They're all encouraged. Great stuff. Boom, he'd have another setback. And he never threw another pitch in the big leagues. So I'm not saying that that's going to happen for Alex Cobb. I'm not saying that, he's doomed to fail here or that. But I don't think the Giants can really count on him. I think you have to look at Alex Cobb as someone who would be, sort of almost a happy blessing if they get him back and get him effective. I really do think that if they can get him to the point where he can compete, he's a bulldog. He's going to compete at 75% or 65%, whatever he's got. He's going to find a way to compete. That's just who he is. And but I don't think that there's really a lot of guarantees with him at this point. Whereas Robbie Ray, we know what the Tommy John sort of protocols are. A lot of guys have made successful comebacks from it. He's really gotten after it. They love his work ethic and his determination, and they feel that it's a pretty safe bet that he's going to be, healthy and ready to take the ball for those last, dozen starts or so.
And then finally, the most important question is Marcus and I started the show. The only thing to talk about last night, other than the 3 hits and a dull loss, was why was Jordan Hicks charged for 3 earned runs when the 3rd run scored on Chapman's throwing error?
Oh, gosh. I'm not sure. I wasn't at the ballpark last night. I'd have to reconstruct the inning.
Yeah. Please reconstruct when you can. You don't have to answer right now. But I mean, so
I can do that.
So let's. I can go through it right now, actually, with you. But so
Sure.
you remember? I don't know. It was second and third, nobody out. Chopper by Bregman to Chapman's left. He barehands it. Heck of a play, but throws wildly. So I assume the run from third scores. That's earned. That's an infield.
Right.
They credit Bregman with an infield single. They charge Chapman with a throwing error. The runner from second scores.
Second.
Yeah, and the runner from second scores on the throwing error. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know why that's an earned run.
So what happened after that?
Okay, so what happens after that matters. That's interesting. Okay, what happens after that?
Absolutely.
Okay, actually, I take it back.
2 outs.
Were there 2 outs when it happened?
Yeah, 2 strikeouts, and then that ground ball happened.
Oh, I thought there was nobody out.
2 outs in that situation.
Okay, so what inning was it, Marcus?
This
Was it the
is,
fifth?
we're talking about the top of the 5th.
Okay, so yeah, there were 2 outs. So Bregman hits the chopper. So, and then right after that, Yordan Alvarez singled, moving Bregman to third.
Okay, so basically the error doesn't allow Bregman to reach. Bregman's on first. So what the scorer has to assume is it's first and third. And if Chapman doesn't overthrow it, because the error was the throwing error that allows the other runners to move up. So now basically you've got runners at first and third, still with 2 outs. And then there's another hit that scores the runner from third base. So that's why that run is earned.
Yeah, I don't want to litigate this into eternity, but I'm thinking the error allowed the runner from second to score. He would have gone to third had they completed the throw, and then he would have scored on the Alvarez single anyways. But
Correct.
So you're saying,
and the throwing error would have been the third out.
But the throwing error was but they're giving him an infield single, and then a wild
Right, they're
throw.
giving a single. If Chapman had made a bad throw on a routine grounder where Bregman should have been out and Bregman reaches on the error, then yeah, it would be the third out of the inning, and then everything that happened, anyone who scored on that play or any subsequent scoring would all be unearned. But because they called it an infield single, they're basically assuming, okay, Chapman makes a throw that's on target, but it's not there in time, and so it's going to be runners at first and third with 2 outs, and then there's a base hit that then scores that runner from third base. So that's how you have to construct that inning.
I get your answer for sure. I'm going to say this to Jordan Hicks. That's a tough Ernie.
Yeah.
That's a tough Ernie.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, sure. I agree.
All right, Andy. Always a good baseball conversation. Look forward to your next writing and talk to you next week.
Yeah, thanks, Bags.
All right, look forward to it. Thanks, guys.
There he is, Andy Baggerly. All right, we'll finish up on the other side. We got medical reports. Young Tony is a little bit today. And then, of course, hand it over to Papa Lund, who'll be down at 58 Social. And I'm sure Papa will have some great thoughts on Jerry West, as will Tommy, having been with the Warriors and played in the league. All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ooh, nice rejoin there, young man. Way to be. Wow, well, a morning colored by the passing of Jerry West. And like I said, I'm sure Papa and Lund and Tolbert and Copes will have a lot to say about that. But there's baseball, 12:45. So Greg's going to get his takes in quick. And by the way, Kyle Harrison going to join them at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. But you're going to throw on the, we're going Dr. Bushi here.
I'm a doctor of baseball, Murph.
Let's go.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, Murph, today's Giants Sutter Health Report focuses on the starting rotation. We just talked to Andrew Baggerly about potential reinforcements of Blake Snell, Robbie Ray, and Alex Cobb. Well, Bob Melvin gave us an update yesterday on the Bomo Show.
Yeah, well, Robbie Ray is on his way, kind of. He threw 2 innings the other day. He's going to have a couple more outings in Arizona, and then he's going to come out here and be with us and kind of travel back and forth between San Jose and Sacramento. So that's a huge one for us. You know, a former Cy Young winner and a guy that, you know, we gave up quite a bit in a trade for. So it's still kind of all-star-ish timeline for him, but that's going to be a big boost for us. And then Alex Cobb threw a bullpen today. He'll probably throw another one on Friday, and I think Blake Snell's going to throw a bullpen tomorrow. So instead of losing guys, hopefully we're looking forward to getting them back, and those are 3 pretty good names right there.
Positive updates from Bo Mel on Alex Cobb, Robbie Ray, and Blake Snell. Stay tuned to the Sports Leader for all of your Giants health updates. And I should tell you that Giants Health Report is sponsored from the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
All right, we got the lineup out here before we get to young Tony today. Correct me if I'm wrong. Framber Valdez, righty or lefty, buddy?
Lefty, Murph.
Okay, so I was wrong. I thought he was a righty.
Which would explain why Austin Slater is hitting leadoff today.
Thank you very much for that information there, buddy. That's why you're the doctor of baseball.
Mm-hmm. He throws from the left side and has fake hair extensions. That's all you need to know about Framber Valdez.
Leading off in left field, Austin Slater. Batting second in center field, Elliot Ramos. Batting third at first base, Wilmer Flores. Batting fourth at third base, Matt Chapman. All righties. Batting fifth at catcher, Pat Bailey. Batting sixth at DH, Jorge Soler. No cheers. Batting seventh at shortstop, Brett Wisely. Batting eighth at second base, Tyro Estrada. And batting ninth and right, the lefty, Mike Yastrzemski. Yeah. All right, there you go. Young Tone, what do we got?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Give me my Tom Petty. I need my Tom Petty. It was a light day because the Jerry West prevented us from riffing a lot. I think the only thing we brought to you from the old heads was Harmon Killebrew, right? You didn't know who Harmon Killebrew was?
Yeah, that's a great call now.
Well, it's a great question because when I was a kid, there was only a certain number of kids who had more than 500 home runs, certain number of players, pardon me, and you had them all memorized. So for me, I'm not even going to look, but was it 580? Tell me if I'm right. 583?
Ooh, let me double check that for you, Murph.
This is just things you memorized when you were a kid. Was it 580? Tell me it's 583. Don't tell me it's 585. 586?
573.
Damn it!
You were 2 for 3 with the numbers.
Damn it. Can I say that on the air?
You just did 4 times.
That upsets me. That upsets me more than you know.
Oh.
I need to know. 573?
573.
I would have sworn it was 583. My stupid brain. Okay, do you have the list right there then?
Well, maybe this is a perfect time to introduce a new feature to what a young Tony learned today. Maybe OG Murph learned that Harmon Killebrew only hit 573 home runs.
Inquiring minds want to know, what did OG Murph learn today?
The Kringle sound. Hey, trust me, baby. I'm wide open to be a sponge. I'm down. Travis Scott, highest in the room. There you go, buddy.
Higher than the rest, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, hey, it's the same kind of concept there. So anyway, Harmon Killebrew, and it used to be. So it was Babe Ruth, or Hank Aaron, 755, Babe Ruth, 714, Willie Mays, 660, Harmon Killebrew, 573. Frank Robinson was in the 580s, right? Come on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
586.
Thank you.
Murph, it's all right. You just got Harmon Killebrew confused with Mark McGuire, who hit 583.
No, see McGuire. Anything that happened after 90 doesn't count. All right, fun day. Let's wrap it up. The boys are down at 58
What,
social.
me and young Tony don't count?
Condolences to not in memory because now there's too many. Not like Rafi Palmeiro's on the list. Who wants to have Rafi Palmeiro on
You hear that,
list,
Tony?
right?
Murph's done with the 90s.
I am for sure. It ended with Mike Schmidt getting to 520. I can't remember Mike Schmidt's number. Anyway, it's time for a change.
548.
548.
548.
More than
for
I
Schmidt.
thought. That's pretty good. Michael Jack Schmidt, and we are late. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
That's who I am, but I was not afraid. Competitive people, the word dog comes up a lot. That guy's a dog. That guy, well, I was a wolf, okay? I used to eat dogs.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Floyd is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
That's who I am, but I was not afraid. And today, again, I was getting at the players that are drafted today, and everyone, competitive people, the word dog comes up a lot. That guy's a dog. That guy, well, I was a wolf, okay? I used to eat dogs.
There you go. There is Jerry West, the Hall of Famer, 14-time All-Star, 72 champion, 69 Finals MVP at a loss, 5-time All-Defensive, and that was just as a player. Jerry West is an executive with the Lakers, the Warriors, Memphis, absolute legend, put Kobe and Shaq together, put a bunch of different teams, but the Warriors, of course, stood on the table for Klay Thompson. Jerry West has passed away. Player, executive, Hall of Famer at the age of 86. Good morning. We're live at 58 Social. Come on down. We got Giants rubber game today against the Houston Astros, and we'll get into that. Kyle Harrison is going to join us out on the patio at some point, so make sure that you come out here and hang out. It's a beautiful sunny day in the city at 58 Social at Oracle Park, so we will get to a ton of baseball this morning, my friends. But, Pop, I know you knew Jerry West quite well.
I did. We haven't been here in a while. We haven't been here since April 24th when the Giants were playing the New York Mets. The Dodgers came for a night game on a Wednesday. Philadelphia, we had a little technical issue. So it's good to be here. I got my De La hat. We will be talking Giant baseball. Kyle Harrison
He's gonna love
is going to come out and visit with us at 11 o'clock. But we are going to have fun today. Barbara, who, by the way, is celebrating her sixth. Not our Barbara. She's late. Where are you?
Yeah, what's going on?
And Mary Jane. But Barbara's going to bring us our Bloody Mary, our Bloody Maria, and our Gin Mary on this the
Taste
last
test.
day of her 59th year on Earth. She's turning 60 tomorrow, so she's going to have a taste test.
They brought us water, which we roundly rejected.
We need
by
the
way.
water. We need it a little bit.
Like,
So we're going to
get
have our Bloody Marys and Marias and Gin Marys, but we are going to open the show by singing Ave Maria to one of the greatest of all time. And honestly, when I first was old enough to remember basketball, it was the All-Star game. And why is this guy West playing on the West, and he's the best player? There's no East playing on the East, and he just dominated the game on both ends of the floor. I could go on and on about what a great player. I think he's one of the most, as great as he was and as much as he was accomplished, he may be the most underrated player of all time. I could easily say he's the greatest Laker of all time. Both ends of the floor, Magic, Kobe, anybody you want in your backcourt. I mean, for years, to me, the best backcourt was Magic and Jerry West. I think Steph and what he has done, he would push there. And then you'd have an all-Lakers second-team backcourt of Kobe and Jerry. But you know what? It don't matter, because that was just part of his life. And I'm sure before the Celtics, try to win an 18th championship, the folks in Dallas will honor Jerry. But he was so tormented by that franchise. I mean, just the Celtics deprived him of so much. But after his brilliant career, he won just one championship, the 71-72 team, and they were 68-13, and Elgin got hurt. That's one of the greatest teams of all time. He in the backcourt with Goodrich and obviously Wilt at center, and up front they had, just a great group there. So in any event, his playing career was glittering, one of the best two-way players. He also led the league in assists. He was a two-guard to me, but he could play on the ball, and as far as a shooter, there's no one better. So he's that. And then he went into this other career, and he became an amazing executive, obviously. Ozzie Newsome is a Hall of Fame football player and built a championship team with the Baltimore Ravens, but it's been few and far between when you combine the brilliance on the floor and the brilliance off the floor. He's gone into the Hall of Fame in Springfield 3 different times, a player, an executive, and as a contributor. And he won, one championship as a player, but he had 8 as an executive. And, obviously building the Lakers and what they were able to accomplish, the Showtime Lakers, doing it again with Kobe. But really, when we got to know him, and I knew him with the Lakers when I was doing games up a few rows on top of Chick at the Fabulous Forum. Jerry he's like Billy Bean, where he never sit and watch the game. He was in a different hallway and, exit row. Every time I looked up, he'd be pacing and walking around, and had a lot of long-form interviews when he was the GM of the Lakers. And then Andy Dolich may join us at 10:30. Johnny, he and Phil Jackson didn't get along in L.A. It was time to leave there. Went to Memphis and built that solid team right away, and that's where Andy got to know him. And then obviously where we knew him, I think the hiring of Steve Kerr and a lot of things that Joe Lacob did and Peter Guber, but the very first move they made, and a lot of it was because of the influence of Raymond Ritter, was they hired Jerry West to be a consultant May of 2011. And the fingerprints are all over what he did with the Warriors. But what I remember mostly was October of 2011. Jerry West wrote his autobiography, West on West. And the headline, I forget exactly what it was, but the word was tormented. And he opened up in this book about his father growing up in West Virginia, just being an incredibly sick human being, and the domestic violence at the highest level will just beat the crap out of Jerry all the time with a switch and the details. And it was just, that's where he learned to play basketball and love basketball, was to get out of the home because his father was such a batterer. And so we did an interview with Jerry. Raymond Ritter put it together. We had it on Chronicle Live. It was at the old Clorox building, the Warriors facility, and we had a live audience. There were thousands of people there. But I knew Jerry, but he wanted to visit with me before we did the interview. And we spent an hour together. And all the images of him playing, nothing like that. He was crying on I hardly knew him. I knew him some, but it was like, and he was just opening up about his father. And I'm like, Jerry, you don't have to do this. Like I was, sometimes it's cathartic to open up like that, and the book is, you got to read this book, and it's chilling. But I was like, we got 5,000 people want to hear you playing with Wilt and playing against Russell. We'll get into it some, but this is it's not. But and we did a little bit. He was very honest, but we got into his whole life. But that's the one thing I remember more than anything was the honesty the hour before we took the stage, and how he elegantly presented his side of the story. He wasn't ducking it, but damn, it was just what a guy that I grew up idolizing, just revealing himself like that to the soul, brought me down. But above and beyond all that, he's such a perfectionist. I remember those great Warrior teams, 73-9 Warrior teams. I'd see him after a game, like, damn, we sucked tonight. We're lucky we even scored 100. I'm like, really? But he was just so driven and an amazing individual. So, we lost Bill Walton recently, and Bill had a different career. But very few people had the career as a player, an executive, a contributor, a human being. And the guy you saw in Winning Time, the story of Dr. Buss's L.A. Lakers, that's not that guy. He had some anger. There's not a doubt. He had a tough divorce after, and when he was coaching the Lakers, and he didn't get along with Jack Kent Cooke, and then Dr. Buss saved it. But, yeah, we're going to drink Bloody Marys and Marias and Gin Marys and all of them, but as we're doing it, John, we're going to cry a little bit and sing Ave Maria to one of the greatest basketball players that ever walked the planet Earth. And honestly, when you put him up with all executives in the history of sport, he's right there. I mean, Ozzie did a nice job with the Baltimore Ravens, but who had the playing career of Jerry West? Danny Ainge is doing decent work, and there are other guys, but you're talking about the best of the best. He is arguably top 5, 10 basketball player of all time, and who's a better executive in the history of the NBA? Red Auerbach would be up there. I don't know if you'd put Jerry Krause and Reinsdorf. You know, there have been others, but really, it would be Jerry West in all categories, right?
No, I mean, if you think about the Lakers teams that he put together and Magic on forward and James Worthy and all those kind of things, and then you go in 1 week, he fleeced Charlotte for Kobe Bryant and signed Shaquille O'Neal.
Straight to the Bloody Divas.
I mean, in a week he did that. And then, of course, he comes up to the Warriors, and again, we can debate, you know, how much influence did he have. I know he stomped the table to keep Klay Thompson around. So, I mean, there's a lot of different things. And like you said,
he was instrumental in getting Mark Jackson out of here. He was not a Mark Jackson fan. Those interactions. Mark Jackson would not let Jerry West go watch the Warriors practice.
Yeah.
Can you believe that? The name of the book, Walter sent it, West by West, My Charmed, Tormented Life. You got to read this book, and it'll make you cry. You'll understand who Jerry West is more, not just he's the logo. He's the silhouette. He is personified professional basketball really since the early 70s and beyond that. But when you read this book, there's a lot more to the man. Like Bill Walton had a whole different life that we all knew. Jerry was more guarded. But when he wrote this book and cried on my shoulder, John, I got to know a side of Jerry West I frankly didn't want to know. It was like, why? Oh, my God. But it was who he is. He's real.
Well, and like you said, I mean, in winning time, he wasn't portrayed. He didn't like it at all. It was almost like Art Howe in Moneyball. That just wasn't who he was. But he had mentioned many times that you just only win that one championship when he had such a successful career. But then, like you said, goes and builds those teams in L.A. for a long time. And lots of tributes all over. We'll read some of the tributes. The Warriors have come out. Joe Lacob has come out. Michael Jordan has come out. Strangely,
I think of Bob Myers.
Yeah. And there's a great quote, by the way, we got to play that the morning guys.
Would Bob have been an executive in the NBA if it wasn't the backing that Jerry West gave him to Joe and Peter? I don't know.
Plus, he said the exact thing you said, that watching a game with Jerry West was not fun whatsoever. So we'll play that quote for you. Give us your thoughts wide open on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text and call in line at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. The Warriors have the dynasty they do without contributions from Jerry West. So we'll continue that conversation. We're live at 58 Show, so we'll get down here. We got day baseball going on. We got a rubber game between the Astros and the Giants coming up as well. Kyle Harrison is going to come out onto the patio and hang out with us for a little while as well. So all that to come. It's Pop and Lund on your Wednesday, live from 58 Social at Oracle Park, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Walter's guy, Austin Slater, joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday, discussed his walk-off single against the Astros. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials. Oh, hey there. It's Sean Lund. I'm back. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some, get this, are not even based in the entire state? You don't want that. You want Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, because they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning, not like Diamond Notes award-winning, real awards. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, as we sit here at 58 Social at Oracle Park, it is a beautiful sunny day. That's not the unfortunate part. Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents because it's beautiful out. So motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Again, not a problem, but you've got to watch out for them. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's the Dolan Law Firm, of course, and they've secured more than $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but somehow you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Do yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Oh, sorry. I forgot we were working. Thanks for joining us, 58 Social, Pop and Lund. Get to a little baseball talk. Kyle Harrison is going to join us.
He is 21, isn't he?
He's 22.
Prince Harry, 22?
Yeah.
All right, so we can give the De La kid, like he wasn't drinking this, watching Justin Allenbaugh coach football, Treat and Winton and Concord. We have them all, Jen.
Yeah. Now,
so this is the Bloody Mary.
Yeah.
This is the Bloody Maria, which is a tequila based.
Tequila, yeah.
So we got vodka, tequila, and the gin. What are we calling it?
Well,
the Gin Mary?
Yeah, well, we're calling it the Gin Mary, but then she called it the Virginia, which has gin in the name.
Like the Virgin Mary?
Yeah, but I mean, you know, we have no use for the Virgin Mary, but the Virginia which has gin right in the middle of it, is a pretty good. Oh, very nice.
What do we got? You got
It's Sexy Marco.
Sexy
In the
Marco.
in the
Are you
Astros.
Luciano?
I gotta say,
Marco played second last night, by the way. For that, I want him at first.
even though he is in Astros garb, and we detest that. I'm not a boo. I don't boo Altuve.
Now batting, Jose Al. Boo!
But I
He
gotta
should have
say-
changed his name to Al.
I gotta say that
Alcindor.
Sexy Marco 69
He's sexy.
is owning it.
And he's
owning
from
it.
Houston. He's from
Yeah.
H-Town.
So I respect that. I mean,
Do you
he's-
guys
he's
like a
owning it.
Bloody Mary, a Bloody Maria, a Gin Mary, a Virginia Mary?
No,
they don't do
no
it.
bloody anything.
No.
Straight beers.
No.
Nothing. You're sober. Good
Oh,
for
beautiful,
you, man.
beautiful.
Yeah.
So are we, but we're going to start. We're going to start in about 4 hours. All right. So
sober
you
for
are
15
you
minutes,
are
but
Sir
I'm-
Mix-a-Lot. You are
Yeah.
pro.
Yeah.
Well, behind the bar, Walter, can we put something to block his vision? I don't want any optics here. You got to close your eyes.
Oh, I'll know.
No,
I
will you
will
know
know.
right away?
Yeah.
All right, close your eyes. Well, just tell me which is the best.
To be honest with you, I don't know. Like, I don't know what's what.
Well, yeah, but I'm going to mix them up anyway.
Okay.
All right, close your eyes.
I'm not going to look.
Just give me your lips. Pucker up.
The last
All right.
time that you told me to close my eyes and
over to
pucker
Walter.
up, it was a lot
This is
different.
like the shell game.
Yeah, I know.
All right, here we go.
This is the Price is
Here's
Right.
the first one.
Got to be in the butt box.
You ready?
Yeah.
Give me your lips. Oh, I just stripped all over you.
Oh, it's okay.
Hold
These
on.
pants have seen worse. This body has seen
I
worse.
mixed them all up, John.
Okay.
I don't know which one. Now, is this the Maria? Is this the Mary? Or is this the Gin Mary?
That is the man. She doesn't hold back on the booze.
Which
I
one?
think that's
Which one
the
did you
gin.
suck?
I think
Would you suck the black or the green?
No, I.
I'm going
I
giant
see
black.
that there's a double. Yeah, go
There's an
black.
eighth.
Yeah, go for.
Once you go black, you.
Yeah, try the black. What'd you think there? That I think is the gin. Tastes like gin. to
This
me.
is Maria.
You.
This is tequila.
It is.
This is the tequila.
Oh wow.
Okay.
I am off.
Well, you got a copter overhead, or am I just? What are they? Is the FBI here?
Yeah.
Or is it the FCC? Are we allowed to drink
I
on
walked
the air?
to the game today.
All right, try
fine.
this one now.
All right.
This is.
I don't even know what's what anymore.
So that was Maria. So
Oh, I
this
have to
is
take
either
on the
Gin
green.
Mary, a gin-based Bloody, or the traditional Bloody Mary with the.
Oh, that's the
vodka.
Maria. That's the Maria.
Maybe I mixed them up.
I
Hold
got-
on. Maybe she gave me the wrong label. I told her to put M. Oh, well, that's where we're confused. No, I wanted vodka, tequila.
Well, that time
gin.
I
Anyway.
took a plug
All
off
right, which
the
is
bottom of
best
it.
one?
I did the green straw, so watch out. You probably just got your lips are gonna have.
I got
fun.
herpes. I got herpes.
You're definitely gonna have herpes.
I got
yeah.
herpes.
Sorry about that.
It's only Simplex 60.
See, I got the first one I
Now,
just
what are you
drank off
saying
the
this
top.
is? This one tasted like vodka to me. I think this
tequila
is
to
the.
me.
Is it?
Yeah.
And
Pretty
then
sure.
try this one.
Is
By
that
the
right one,
process
or-
of elimination.
Okay, I
this
do the
would be
green
the
straw
gin.
here. Hold
I
on.
think they're all tasty. The Bloody Mary mix is overpowering it. I've had this in my mouth before.
Well, maybe that's the gin.
That is the gin.
That is the gin.
That is definitely the gin.
That is the gin.
That is the gin.
Yeah,
all right.
that's
So in
definitely
any
gin.
event, which do you
I think
like
the
the
first
best?
one. The first one was actually the
I'm gonna
vodka.
try the gin.
The second one was the tequila. That was the gin. Gin is right now. Gin is.
Oh, that's
winning.
definitely gin.
Yeah. Are you?
Wow,
a
you
gin
can
guy?
taste the gin, can't
Oh,
you?
for sure.
So clean. No, I don't like the gin and the bloody.
You don't like the gin and the bloody? Okay, I'll
I
drink
think
the
I
gin
like
one.
the Maria.
You like the Maria?
Yeah, you know what I like more?
Oh, Maria.
We don't have a Maria. Jerry West died.
Exactly. That's why it was.
First time I did a show on the ticket, we started. Bill Rigney died that morning, and I was at
You
his
start
funeral.
drinking?
No, I opened the show. We just started the new show, and it was like, dude, I just came from his funeral. I was crying my eyes out.
Oh, then you went
we
on
opened
your
the
first
show with
show.
Ave Maria.
You're crying?
My friend Garrison texted me.
Oh, great.
He called me. He's like, is this what the show's going to be every day?
You crying?
This sucks. Wait, who the hell's Bill Rigney? First manager of the Giants and when he came out west in '58. Anyway.
I forgot what order you have them in now. I think the gin is
Yeah, I'm all
closest to me,
mixed
so
up.
I'll,
This is
okay.
definitely gin.
All right, if you don't like
could
the
just
gin, I'll take it.
Most of the time, tequila is very different than vodka, but the gin is so different than the other
Yeah.
two. In any event,
By the way,
is our drinking here since we've jungled things up? Are the Giants going to score some runs today? From
Do we have to
Framber
talk about
Valdez.
that? Do we have to talk about? Oh, there you go. Oh, let me tell you
Soler
something.
power.
Let me tell you something.
What's the numbers for Jorge Soler against Framber Valdez?
I'm glad you
yeah?
asked.
Yeah. Which
in
one am I drinking now, the
in
Maria
the
or
regular
the-
season, he's only 2 for 8, but that includes a home run last year. but it
When he
does
was
not
good.
right?
When he was
but
good.
it does not include in
Yeah.
the 2021 World Series.
He
in
was
which
the
he
MVP
was the
of the World
MVP.
Series. What did he do against him?
He hit a home run versus Framber.
Do you remember
Valdez.
that?
So he did.
Sexy Marco, do you
So,
remember that?
Sexy Marco does not want to talk about that because they didn't win that one. But
Now
he
that
was,
Jorge Soler does not exist right now until today.
I'm telling you, if you do over-unders or any of that kind of stuff, maybe today, maybe, because Bob Melvin said last night after the game, and this could apply to anyone in any sport, or you and I, he said, all he needs is a couple of good games to get going. Well, of course, but maybe Framber Valdez is the elixir because, like our buddies
You are the
here,
Sir Mix-a-Lot.
because he does have 2 home runs career, one in the World Series in 2021 and one last year. So could that be?
And he is sitting down in the order. He's
Yeah.
sitting 6th, but he's still DHing. And you know who's leading off today?
My
Right-hander against the lefty.
My guy.
Austin Slater, who also has good career numbers
He does.
against Framber.
He does.
Would we say
3
it,
for
John?
6. Well, I mean, it's a small sample size, but he's 3 for 6 career versus Framber Valdez in the regular season. So, which
What
one
is that exactly there?
So you're still trying to figure out.
I'm still trying to figure it
That
out.
one is definitely gin. I know that.
That is definitely
now, the
gin.
other one.
What is this one here?
How can I not tell the difference
Tequila
between
and
tequila
vodka.
and vodka?
Can we get the Bloody Mary mix out so we can just tell the difference?
Okay,
What do you think this is?
Which straw did you suck on? Not that I
Yeah,
care.
I sucked on
I wanna
both
make-
ends of both colors. I got herpes.
That's tequila.
Yeah, that is.
That's definitely
You got it.
tequila.
You got it. All right.
That's tequila. That's in fact, that's the.
Where's Barbara and Mary Jane? by the way?
Wow. That's
drink it alone.
the last time.
Do you
that
drink,
we
sir?
Did that.
Bring me your lips.
You think he wants to drink these now?
I don't know. Grab here. I got 3 green. I was going to go green straw.
Oh, you took. Yeah. Oh, we got.
I got
different
an
straws.
extra straw. You tell
Yeah.
me which is which.
Yeah.
And we like them all. This
That
is
one,
the gin.
That's the
just
the
don't-
gin.
I
That's-
like gin,
think.
but I don't think it
I
goes
think that's
with
the regular one. That's the regular.
You and I have
one.
talked
What do you
about
think?
drinking for the last 13 years since we've been together. I don't think we've done a whole segment.
You
on
didn't like
drinking.
that one?
You didn't
That's
like that?
Oh, you don't like vodka.
You know vodka.
Okay, so that's good. We have what's that one?
What do you got there?
Oh, that's
Gin will
the gin.
make
You're
you
not a
sin.
you're not a gin guy.
Gin will make them sin. What's your name, sir?
McKella. What a great name.
Great name.
Thank you, appreciate that.
So,
are
what
you
do you
a
got? What do you got now here?
So
left?
you a
What's
tequila
left?
guy?
This has got to be tequila.
Yeah,
This is
right.
Maria.
Cross elimination. This is Maria.
Oh, Maria.
What do you think?
You like the Bloody Maria?
He's intrigued.
Oh,
Wait a minute,
you like that?
one threw me.
See, that's what I
Went
mean.
right through you? You're a
no,
big boy.
and now he's not sure because we know the gin one. That one's sticking out.
Is your
but
son bringing the cash?
the
here? What do you
vodka
got?
versus the.
Forget the cards. I want the U.S. cash.
Oh, he just got.
We
the
got more
Harrison.
Astros fans. What do you got there? You got Kyle Harrison.
Yeah, you got the Harrison
He's
card.
coming
there.
here with a date.
Yeah, he'll come out.
He's going to sign that. For
Yeah,
you.
he absolutely. He's the best, man.
What are all these Astro fans?
See,
here
that's what I
doing on the
mean.
team?
We got a problem here.
Yeah.
Too many Astros
It's a
fans.
takeover.
I heard them booing when somebody threw over. The Giants threw
Yeah,
over.
I heard that last night,
booing.
too.
I can't believe this.
It's one thing when the Dodgers come in and
Right.
take over,
Or
the
the
Yankees. You're the
Now
Colt
the Astros.
45s. No one knows you at all. We're the
So we
Killer
got-
Bees. Where's
What do we
Berkman
got?
and Biggio?
All right. See, we've solved nothing. We've solved absolutely nothing.
I don't know. I kind of call it buzz. I think
we
I'm
know
good.
We know the gin.
I don't know
one.
what you solved.
Other than that, anyway.
I think we're good.
So what we have
What we
is
solved is Austin Slater and Jorge Soler are going to carry the Giants today. There are picks to click, and we love Sexy Marco.
Yeah, you can follow Sexy Marco 69 on all social media. He's got his own sticker. You need this. You need that. You need one of these.
Why are you Sexy Marco 69?
Well, I mean, look at
69. The visual.
Yeah, look at him.
The visual. The visual.
Oh, he landed
What'd
on
he say?
the moon.
What?
What do you
he
think?
landed on the moon. He's an astronaut.
So you know
You're
what's
Neil
interesting?
Armstrong.
We have Astros, like he's got one, and then a young man right there has the Bregman, like the
What's going on here?
City Connect, and then you got the old school like Joaquin Andujar, looking thing. J.R. Richard. You got those
You're
old
an
the rainbow.
expansion team. We don't even know what league you're in. What league are you in? The Premier League, or do you drop down a
We got
level?
the old school
How
ones
many
over
games
there.
under 500 are you?
We got to get. We got to get some
Trade
Giants
us
fans in
Doobie.
here.
Trade us Doobie.
Yeah, we need Doobie back.
What a game he had last night, huh? 2 doubles.
Yes, we got to discuss that.
Do we?
All right, no. All right, we're at 58 Social. Thanks for joining us. Come on down, and you too can sample Bloody Marys from our glass.
Marys, Marias. And what's
we
the
know
other one?
Gin, but now we're
Gin Mary?
Yeah, we're not still sure. Kyle Harrison is going to jump out here onto the patio. So
Called
make
a
sure you
slump
stay.
buster what these are.
And
I'm going to give this to
that.
Kyle to bring into the clubhouse and have
Good
Jorge
idea.
Soler just
Something. I mean, just relax a little bit.
play with your hair on fire, your head on fire.
Just relax. That's what
He
he
is
needs.
not relaxed.
But maybe Framber Valdez.
Is that what's going to be the elixir?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say.
No, this orange potion I have right here
That's a
is
little
going to
better.
be the elixir.
All right. We'll continue this conversation. Stop on by. We're at 58 Social with Oracle Park. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader. Oh, hey there. It's amazing. We're taste testing out here, but my eyes are the big story because CLR, Custom Lens Replacement, my good friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, they did a tremendous job. And I have had some of the procedures, and they do a lot of different procedures as well. But here's what's really cool and unique about me. Papa had the procedure as well. It just takes minutes. You can trust the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They have done thousands and thousands of these procedures. But I was unique in that I couldn't see close or far. And so they actually fixed both with one procedure. Like I said, it takes moments. CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. And another great part about it is the consultation is free, so you have nothing to lose. All you have to do is go to lasereyeclr.com. You set up a free consultation, and then they talk to you about all the different procedures they do. And one of them, like we said, that really worked well for both of us is CLR. Dr. Craig Mindy and his team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, they can tell you, they can go through everything with you. They have the test, and then the procedure just takes minutes, and you are good to go. So check it out today at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com. No more readers, not running around your house looking for those kind of things. You are going to be good to go at lasereyeclr.com. Get that free consultation or call now to 877-GET-2020.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
He pitches, swinging. It's a slow bouncer to short. Cutting over from third, Chapman. Barehanded pickup and a throw that comes off the glove of Wilmer Flores and rolls to the Astros dugout, and 2 runs will score.
John Miller, of course, on the call. We're live at 58 Social, getting you ready for the rubber game day baseball between the Astros and the Giants. Thanks so much for joining us. So they win the first one. They lose last night 3-1. And the only thing they got, Brett Wisely hits a home run. Other than that, pretty much nothing. 3 hits on the night. They get dominated by Blanco, which, again, speaking of tequila, my favorite, but as we are doing the Bloody Mary taste test out here. But Jordan Hicks wasn't horrible. The bullpen shuts him down, but they just couldn't get any offense. But what you and I were just having a conversation about is Matt Chapman made a nice play on that. The throw, atypical. Normally he hits it right on point, but he certainly didn't get any help on the other end.
It was the game. I mean, if you're going to be in a tight game like that and get 1 run through 9 innings and you don't get to go to extras, you can't. You got to make out. That was a hard play. Kids wearing the Alex Bregman jersey. It was kind of a swinging bunt, tough play. Chapman showing great range. He barehanded the ball. How about Altuve opening the game? How smart is he, knowing that Chapman's coming back from a hamstring? Drops a bunt down to open the game to make him sprint. He made that play. This play, and Kipe's so good at detailing it, when he barehanded the ball was in the base of his palm. So he didn't get it off the fingertips, but he still made a good, he got an error on the play, which leads to first base. And Wilmer. And Wilmer's not an accomplished first baseman. I mean, he's a guy's played all over the infield, but his footwork on that play, he was all over the place. Does Lamont Wade Jr. make that play? There's an age-old expression in sports, and basketball in particular, possession is more important than position. You got to come off the bag there. If you can't stretch enough, and, if you had, we're playing the Astros and they got Yordan Alvarez. Every time I see him, I just think of Stretch McCovey. And, if it's somebody like that is able to stretch out, direct line towards the throwing target, he wasn't even lined up properly, and he short-armed it, and then his footwork was all screwed up. I mean, the way to play that, with Lamont Wade Jr., and he's obviously a different glove, would he have just caught it and slapped Bregman and given up position on the bag for possession, and you can still get the out. So we're not going to harp on Wilmer. Wilmer is in the lineup today against the lefty, and he is playing first base. But the reason I'm bringing it up is we had Richie Rich on yesterday, Aurelia. We were talking about Marco Luciano. What did he say? Make him a first baseman. Yeah. So last night, Marco unexpectedly began his rehab assignment from the hamstring. So did Nick Ahmed.
Ahmed led off and Luciano
They're both
second.
Shortstops.
Yeah.
So and Marco went 2 for 4. They played Luciano at second base, which they did last year a little bit right before he came up. All right, you got Tyrell there. Injuries come up. Would they think about playing him a little at first base? One thing about Marco, he is long. Does he make that play? I mean, you're going to have to school him. I don't know. But while Lamont Wade Jr. is out and we talk about trading for Pete Alonso or Vladimir Guerrero, what do you do in the short term? It's going to be Wilmer, especially against left-handed pitching. But that's a hard play. You needed to make that play to stay in the game.
You can't let the ball get by you because that's how the second run scored.
Right.
So you got to knock that down.
Chapman, it was not a perfect play, but damn, it was close enough. And, JT Snow, some of the great first basemen we've had here, I don't know. But I'm just saying, as you're looking down the road in Lamont, does Lamont does he make that play? Who else on this roster can play first base and make that play? And should you be thinking about, Luciano, he's going to teach him to play the right side of the infield. Ball's got a different spin. Do you want him to mix in now and play a little first base down there?
Well, I mean, if I'm looking at the right now, and I still think that at some point they're going to have to trade for a shortstop, but it's going to be really tough at the deadline because not a lot of teams are out of it. There are 7 teams in the National League right now, and we've talked about this a lot. I'm not talking division leaders. I'm not talking the Braves. There's 7 teams with 34 or 35 losses. So what that means at the deadline is that everybody thinks they're in it, other than the Marlins and the Rockies, and then, of course, you go over the American League and the White Sox, et cetera. Are the Blue Jays going to think they're out of it? Because that's really the only difference-making shortstop, unless we want to talk about Marco Luciano. But do the Astros really think that they're out of it at any point in the American League? Because, again, there's a big cluster after the really top teams over there. Kansas City and so forth, they're in it. I mean, there's a couple of teams that are really good in the American League, but that last playoff spot in the American League is clumped up as well. So do those teams think they're in it, or are they going to be realistic and say, okay, we're going to trade guys too? It's going to be hard to get. I mean, everything that you see of these early previews of the trade deadline are all saying Bo Bichette to this team and Bo Bichette. Well, anybody who wants a shortstop. And then the first baseman are Vlad and Alonso. I hear the Cubs, because they're struggling again with the first baseman. Michael Busch isn't getting it done for them, who they got in the offseason from the Dodgers. So everybody's going to be looking for the same guys at the deadline. And are the Giants willing, because they haven't been in the past, to give up some of these young pitchers that we're always constantly talking about? Are they willing to give up Marco Luciano to the Blue Jays? Because if you're the Blue Jays, they need if you're going to trade Bichette, you need to get a shortstop back who's pretty close to ready. Which I don't know if Luciano's a shortstop, but that would be a guy who would be in there.
I want to make him a first baseman.
Right, I agree with you, but I'm just saying that if you're looking for a position, that's the position. And I think Luciano right now in depth chart of the Giants, in organizational depth chart, he's at best their third best shortstop right now. If you think about it, Ahmed's going to be probably the first one. I would say Wisely right now with a combination of hitting, and he's okay defensively. Luciano's probably your third shortstop now, isn't he, at least?
Well, I mean, right now he's not on the roster. I hear you.
Yeah, but I mean, if he comes back.
He wasn't playing when he popped his hamstring. He came in because of an injury.
Right.
Who left that game? Casey Schmidt, or I think Schmidt. Anyway, he came in the middle of a game that he popped his hand.
I mean, is Schmidt ahead of him too?
But to your point about the jumbled mess that is the National League, everybody is in the race. Right. So who you got to identify as clear sellers is one thing. I mean, every team really is in the race, including the Oakland Ballers. I think they got a chance to make it. And I bring that up because the hitting coach
do they have a shortstop?
And the most well-known baller is JT Snow.
Right.
And JT's listening. And we were talking about the Wilmer Flores play and how does he play that? And JT, in JT fashion, text, not that hard of a play, come off the bag and tag him. So that's giving up position for possession. You see it in football, basketball all the time. You got to go get the ball. He was so locked in on his footwork was all messed up. So, do you make Marco a first baseman down? We invited JT on the air, and he's going to love me for reading this. Can't right now, off to get a haircut. Brother,
can you
I
not
feel
talk to
you.
get a haircut at the same time?
I feel you. No,
wait a minute.
JT's got hair, man. He looks good.
Yeah, but is that going to...
JT lobbied to play first base with no cap on. He had great hair, but his dad, Jack, had better.
See, I don't buy that, though. Like, I'll call my wife sometimes, and she's one of those people that does, like, a 4-hour hair appointment. She talks all the time where she's getting her hair done. I mean,
right.
JT can't
No, JT
talk?
can take. Got to put the earbuds in. Can they cut?
Really?
Can they cut it? Well, you got to hold it up to your ear, and then they screw it up around your ear when you do that. So you got to put the earbuds in.
There.
No,
Okay.
JT's the best. So JT, Wilmer should.
questionable excuse at best.
Wilmer should have made that play.
Yeah.
No, he gave us his thought.
Okay.
Not that hard of a play.
Did he say don't read that on
No,
here?
he didn't. JT doesn't care.
Yeah, anything you
JT
said,
don't
Greg,
care.
is fodder.
No, I want 2 tickets for the next Ballers home game.
That's become a hot ticket.
I want to go there.
We were talking about that in the bullpen yesterday, and everybody's like, well, Derek was talking about it. And
Derek's all things Oakland, so he's not going to go see the A's anymore.
No.
So he wants to go see the
doesn't want to
Ballers.
get Fisher anymore.
Love that name, right? Oakland Ballers.
Yeah, the Bees.
Way better than the Astros.
Marco's not sexy. Marco is not listening to you anymore. It's just not happening. All right.
Cape Canaveral. Where do the Astros play? Cape Canaveral. Where do you guys play?
He's got the city. They got pretty good city.
Space City.
You don't
like the Space City on them?
You don't like that?
I don't know.
We do have like 3 or 4 different Astros. We are starting to get Giants fans though lining up, so that's good. Better get down here quick. I don't know if there's any more tables out here at 58 Social. So
greatest Astro of all time. Art Howe.
You think?
He still have the longest hitting streak in the history of the franchise. Altuve had to pass him. Art had a 23-game hitting streak.
Did he really?
He did, in 1981. Remember they beat the Dodgers in that winner-take-all? Sexy Marco wasn't alive then. He wasn't alive.
He is a young man. All right, Kyle Harrison is expected to join us at some point. Remember, award-winning Diamond Notes. I'm not sure who we're talking to today either. It might be Dave or John or somebody, but quality programming coming your way as we're live from 58 Social. Make sure you stop on by. Beautiful day in the city. We'll talk more about Jerry West. If you did not know, the MVP, champion, Hall of Famer, executive, he has passed away today at the age of 86. We will continue to tell you some great stories. Pop had some great stuff to say about Jerry West, so we'll continue that conversation as well as we're live from Oracle Park, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. We're drinking Bloody Marys, Marias, Gin Marys, it all, but smell. The ballpark's starting to come alive. I can smell the Tony's Pizza. When you come in here right away, you want to get to Tony's Slice House Fast Casual Restaurants, but if you got time to kill before the 12:45 first pitch, go to the original Tony's in the North Beach. The best pizza I've ever had. It's ranked #1 in the world, and it's my go-to spot. Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma Papa-style pizzas. The spicy bucatini, they have nothing like that in H-Town, by the way. Sexy Marco. Don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style, cracker-thin, and deep-dish pizzas. Where do you get pizzas in Houston? One of his specialties there, the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. They are large and in charge, and save room for dessert. Delicious cannoli, holy cannoli. There'd be no Klay Thompson as a Warrior without the great Jerry West, or get John Lund's favorite, tiramisu. And then come morning time, take a stroll to the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. But again, when you go to a Bay Area sporting event, whether you're at Chase Center, Janet Jackson is there tonight, by the way. Rhythm Nation with Nelly opening, or at Levi's in the fall, or right now for the day game against the Astros at Oracle Park, get a Tony's Slice at a Slice House Fast Casual Restaurants. Wherever you go, Tony's Pizza, #1.
Hoppe and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. We're at 58 Social at Oracle Park. That is a beautiful looking tray. There's about 4 bloodies on there, a beer, a couple of glasses of wine. Isn't it remarkable that, on a normal Wednesday, it's not like you're going into work with it, but, it's a baseball game. And so it's like, okay, it's fine. It's before noon. There's nothing wrong with that.
And it really does feel like summer. It's June the 12th. Some kids are in school, some are not. George is here. Your George is here.
He's been off for like a month. Yeah, he's covering the Giants.
So, we're not technically into summer yet, but it feels like summer. It's going to be a nice day. You got a day game. We got to cherish these days, John. We're going to be out here in a couple of weeks' time when the Cubbies come in. Giants have an interesting schedule with the Astros. The Angels are coming in over the weekend, and then next week they're going to Wrigley and then to Rickwood for the one game. That's a week from tomorrow. What a game that's going to be. And then they have a day off on Friday, which is out in 2 against St. Louis. Then the Cubs come in the following week, followed by the Dodgers. So some big games. But the dog is here. But we need Logan Webb's pitching today. We are going to talk to Kyle Harrison and
brother. And
Logan. What's up, doggy? Want a bloody? You got vodka, tequila, gin.
He gave us the no.
What are you? You're not even going hair of the dog?
He's going no.
Dog's
no.
Okay. Kyle Harrison's here, and Logan Webb has taken him under his wing. They got the same agency that represents them, Aces, and we'll talk to Kyle about it. But you'd like to win this game today and they're Framber Valdez. We're going to have a lot of ground balls, John. You want a good infield defense today, to be sure. Logan Webb gets a lot of ground balls, but Framber Valdez leads the world in getting ground balls with his heavy sinker and changeup. But it's just a big difference, especially when you're home and you won the first game of the series, the walk-off. You don't want to lose this series. So last night was a downer, and the offense has got to come alive, and Valdez is good. But you win today, you got an off day to enjoy tomorrow, and then the Angels come in, and you want to set yourself up to have a winning homestand, to be sure. So today's a big game.
It is. Logan Webb 6-8. The Giants are 6-8 in his starts. They've lost his last 2. So what happened there was they had won actually 4 in a row.
Well, they won the last one. He pitched Friday in Arlington.
Yeah. I'm looking at his starts. Yeah, they won 5-2 last time out, so they won that. But he's 6-8. They're 6-8 in his starts. Before that, they had a 3-game losing streak. Remember, you go back to Pittsburgh, the Mets, the Yankees lost those 3. Did win last time out against Texas, but again, 6-8. He's 5-5 on the season, so it needs to be, as we pointed out, it needs to be a win. Plus, one thing we'll talk about Kyle Harrison is, he had 10 groundouts and only 3 strikeouts the last time. It was his most efficient game that he had this season, and I do wonder when Logan Webb pitches, because they are so close. What is he doing in that time? Is he trying to find out some ways? Because with the situation that they find themselves in, you looked at last night, for example, and Hicks is not going to give you a ton of innings. One of your starts every single week is going to be an opener. So these are the 2 guys, hopefully in Harrison's case and in Webb's case, that can give you some extended innings to rest that bullpen, which has the most innings pitched in all of Major League Baseball.
Yeah, we gave you the Giant lineup earlier. Slater's going to lead off, and he does have good career numbers. What is he, 3 for 6 against Valdez in his career?
2 home runs.
And against the lefties, Slater's in left, Ramos is in center, Flores back at first, Chapman at third. Bailey's going to catch. Day game after a night game. We're seeing more of this now where Kurt Casale not in the lineup today. Off day tomorrow, which makes it easier. Soler DH, Wisely at short, Estrada at second, Yastrzemski in right. So you are going with a lefty against Framber Valdez at the bottom of the order. And I'm assuming, has Logan Webb ever pitched against the Houston Astros before? Altuve, Bregman, and Alvarez are their top 3. And the one thing about them, they're great hitters, all of them. And they're just grinders. They're smart. Altuve dropping that bunt down against Chapman, even though he got thrown out. Just a smart play. Guy's out with a hamstring. Let's see him charge the ball. He made the play. Then the bunt in the 10th inning on Monday night. He's obviously a great hitter, and he's a future Hall of Famer, and he's a grinder. And he's tough to pitch to because, he's like Nomar or Yogi Berra or Bad Vlad, the original Bad Vlad. He has no strike zone. He's going to swing at anything. And he's so little He'll swing at pitches over his helmet. He'll swing at pitches down off the dirt. And the one thing about Logan is teams that have a good opposite field approach typically hit him. There's a way to deal with Logan Webb. We keep saying it. He mixed in more four-seam fastballs Friday against Bochy's team, John, minus Corey Seager, but everything's down. Sinker, change, slider, down. He's got a pitch in, but it's down the way. You start feeding Bregman and Altuve down the way, they're going to wear you out. They're not going to pull the ball like Jorge Soler is trying to do every pitch away. They're going to shoot the ball the other way, and they get on base for Willie McCovey Jr. Yordan Alvarez is just a beast. So I think it's important for, obviously, Webb to set the tone because Valdez is really good. But this is the kind of lineup you would think in theory and in style that would give Logan Webb trouble.
Lifetime against the Astros, he's got 3 starts. He's 2-1 with a 3.18 over 17 innings pitched. So not bad. Also in that time, 11 strikeouts, 4 walks. So
how do these guys hit him, Altuve and Bregman and Alvarez?
I do. You know what? I do have those numbers because I did them for a world-class.
Save them for Diamond Notes, John. Yeah.
So I did have those. I got to check that. But
you do save your best material.
No.
For when our show is over, I don't
Absolutely not. No way. No way. Let me see if game notes are out so I can steal some stuff. Oh, they are. They just came out. Game notes just came out. For today,
we'll get
they'll have the good stuff for.
And the thing is, we're going to get Kyle Harrison, and we were going to get him at 10:15 originally, but they had pregame stretch at 10:30, and he's a young guy, his first full year in the big leagues. He's technically a rookie.
He
thought I'd get with those 2 clowns and start drinking Bloody Marys and
that's what we're going to feed
Marias him. And all my De La boys roll in. I'm going to be late for stretch.
Well, that's true. Fined. He probably would be late for stretch.
Right after they're done stretching, we're going to get. Does Logan Webb go out and stretch? He stretches his arm out before he pitches. So we will get we could get Kyle Harrison at any time.
Yeah.
We got a young man who has a Kyle Harrison baseball card.
Yeah, and he's got a batting helmet that's got all sorts of signatures on it.
What does he got? Come over here, young man.
Sweet, man. It's very nice.
I want to see the back of his baseball card. Have they given Kyle a nickname yet? Have they gone with Prince Harry, Dirty Harry?
Here we go.
Or Harry Balls? How old are you, young man?
This is a young man right here in front of you.
You know nothing of it.
He didn't even listen. Thank goodness
look at the baseball card they give him now.
I know, it's nice.
What is that? Is that a card?
Yeah, it's a game-used baseball.
That's nice.
Yeah, the card is like...
Watch it. Greg will steal that from you, just so you know.
It's like 15 cards back in the day. No, we got to get Kyle to sign that.
Yeah, I'm
going to have him sign my De La hat.
I know.
As well.
You're fanning out.
It's a little dirty.
Is that helmet got like
what's the helmet?
Players?
What's the helmet? Who do you got on there?
I got Mike Yastrzemski, Casey Schmidt, and Nick Ahmed.
Very nice.
Wow.
Add Harrison to that.
You got nobody on that helmet that can hit a high fastball. But
wow.
We're good. We're good. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's the Bloody Maria. I've never gone Bloody Maria before. It's fogging my brain. What's your name, by the way?
Oh, man.
Shy.
Sean?
How are you, bro?
Good to see you.
Shy.
Shy. All right.
How do you spell that?
Shii.
Nice.
Now you are not shy.
Great name. Very nice.
Your
so
dad,
he's got the Kyle Harrison, and he's got the...
Kyle will tee you up. He's got a giant jacket on. He's got the helmet. I'm going to borrow your Sharpie.
Did you say that?
I didn't bring a Sharpie.
Did you say that everybody on his helmet can't hit a high fastball? Who was on it?
Yes, Ahmed and Chapman.
Wow. That is...
I don't know.
That's so
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did,
No,
Bloody Maria.
I thought it.
Yes, you did.
Did I? No, you going with a... What, do you got, a gold one there?
That's beautiful.
I'll take the black.
He's got everything. He's got the black.
We'll do it together when
one.
Kyle comes out here.
Yeah.
We'll sign. What do you want him to sign? The helmet and the card?
Yeah.
And he's going to sign my dirty hat.
Yeah.
Think of all the signatures I've given to De La people for thousands of dollars.
Yeah,
I want him to sign my hat. They get something back for that.
Anyway. You got a check underneath that hat, like Sias do.
Do you have Kyle Harrison baseball cards?
Yeah, I do, actually. I should have brought them down. I didn't. I forgot.
What are you thinking?
But, like you said, right from the minute he signed.
So how much more value is if he signs one of those cards?
Yeah, they're pretty good. I mean, it'll jack it up for sure.
The value to have
Absolutely,
sign one.
yeah,
absolutely.
Sure. I probably have like 20 of them, different types and rares and all that kind of stuff. But, yeah. I thought it was unprofessional to have them signed, but if you're going to have them signed, geez, and you're the ultimate professional.
Nobody ever
right?
called me a professional.
I thought I didn't think about that this morning. I should have done that.
Bro.
Yeah. It's all right.
Pull it.
I should have done what a lot of these guys do. They just give them to kids, and then they have them sign them, and they snatch them back.
Yeah.
It's a smart thing to do. Uh-oh.
Here they go.
I walked to the game, okay? This whole Bloody Mary thing, I was just walking to the game. No, there's no issues whatsoever.
Get under the table,
Yeah,
Jack.
I know. Jeez, it's getting closer. I was joking, but now I have a problem. Anyway, thanks for joining us, Bob and Lund. We're live at 58 Social. We're getting ready for day baseball between the Giants and the Astros. And like we said, not only Sexy Mark 69, but a lot of Astros fans out here, but it is evened out now with Giants fans, so that's very, very nice. The big story of the day, obviously Jerry West, Hall of Fame player, Hall of Fame executive, built multiple Lakers championship teams, and of course helped build the Warriors into the championship dynasty that they were, as well as passed away at the age of 86. And I know you've told stories about Jerry West, but for those who's tuning in, give us your thoughts on
Yeah, I mean,
Jerry West.
we talked about his autobiography and him as a player. I think, as he got to be a Warrior, and Raymond Ritter had a great relationship with him at the Lakers. Raymond worked under John Black for years, and we had access to Jerry. And I honestly, that may have been, hiring Steve Kerr and drafting Clay and Draymond. They did a lot of things, but I think the first significant move they made, Joe Lacob and Peter Guber, and they may even say it themselves, was when they hired Jerry West to be, a consultant in the front office. And he's the one. Larry Riley was here, after the Nelly era. And there was a transition, obviously. Mark Jackson was here. They had some success. I don't know if you've seen, there's a show on Netflix called Clipped. Have you watched that? It's the story of the Clippers and the Donald Sterling era. And the Warriors did make the playoffs with Mark Jackson, and they upset the Denver Nuggets and George Karl and Andre Iguodala that year, and then played the Spurs and should have won Game 1, did win Game 2, lost in 6. Harrison Barnes fell on his head. But that team was starting to build something. But Jerry the drafting of Klay Thompson, well, I'm not going to say they wouldn't have drafted him without Jerry, but everybody in the organization, the one that was most pushing for Klay was Jerry. And it was a part because he knew his dad, obviously Michael Thompson, who was a Portland Trailblazer #1 pick overall, and Jerry brought him to the Lakers. I mean, they had Kareem there, but they had Bob McAdoo backing up Kareem, and then they had Michael Thompson backing up Kareem. So Kareem wasn't playing 42 minutes a game then. He was well into his 30s and 40s. So anyway, the Klay connection, he pushed for that. And then, remember that one summer when they were thinking about trading Klay Thompson? What was the trade exactly? I'm trying. Kevin Love was involved?
And
was there somebody else involved? Was it Draymond too?
I don't think it was Draymond also, but I do remember that he
It wasn't a 1-for-1.
No, it wasn't, but I do remember something along the lines of he stood on the table and said, look, if you want me to continue to consult your team, you need to show me you value my opinion. You don't trade Klay Thompson.
I think he
for
threatened
Kevin
to
Love.
quit.
He did. He threatened to quit.
And that was the summer of Love.
Yeah.
We talked about it, and Kevin Love was still good then, and he would have helped. I mean, did they already have Bogut yet? I don't think they did. But Love was that kind of, he wasn't Bill Walton, but, Kevin Love could pass the ball, the outlet pass. He could run your offense
Before he got
through
banged
him.
up, he was really good.
He was really good, but you couldn't trade Klay, because Klay, trying to think of the timeline, when they trade, Monte was 2013 when they traded him. So Klay allowed you, if you don't have Klay, Steph's not Steph.
Right.
Steph's still really
you have
good.
the Portland backup,
but you could
where
not
you're
have
undersized.
two small, Lillard and
C.J. McCollum.
C.J. McCollum, they couldn't guard. So you couldn't give up Klay, even though Love was a good player. I think there was somebody else involved. Anyway, Jerry would not allow that to happen. They rode that out. They kept Klay. And then obviously, also behind the scenes, when they did become a champion, he was not a Mark Jackson guy. I mean, I'm being kind. There were so many. Mark Jackson would not allow Jerry West into practice. Does that tell you?
That's called a fatal flaw.
Well, it's called not being comfortable in your own skin. That's like, coaching the 49ers and not letting Bill Walsh come in. Or, I mean, you're not going to let Jerry West, because you know what? Jerry West is going to see what you're not doing in practice and expose you a bit. So anyway, he was not a Mark Jackson guy. He wanted them out. And he had to make that change. It opened up the game to pass the ball, to bring in Steve. I don't know if Jerry was that involved in the hiring of Steve. I think that was more Rick Welts. But he also, Jerry was involved in getting Bob Myers. There's no doubt Danny Ainge was instrumental in that. But I think more than anybody, Joe asked Jerry, because Jerry knew him when Bob was at Wasserman as an agent. And so they got Bob Myers in. But then, very quietly, Kevin Durant. I don't know if they ultimately get Kevin Durant if Jerry West didn't put it over the top. Going to the Hamptons and the Hamptons 5 and Bob. And I think Durant wanted to come here, but it was Jerry West that had to sell him on. And Jerry West, the book, West by West, The Tormented Career of West. Why was he tormented? Because his father, beat the crap out of him when he was young, and it was terrible domestic violence. But it was the lack of winning. And the one championship he had with the Lakers. I mean, how many times did he lose to Boston in the NBA Finals or the Conference Finals? Or Philly, wherever it was. He was the Lakers, so it was more the NBA Finals. But he just told Durant, you got to win. You could win 4 scoring championships and all that. Your career is going to be defined by winning. And Durant's done everything in his career, but the only times he's won was here. I'm not sure Durant would have been a Warrior, John, if it wasn't for Jerry. And then when Jerry left and went to the Clippers, and what was Ballmer paying him at the end? I was always leery of Jerry West and what he was up to. He's the one that brought Kawhi and Paul George. Right. He's been the godfather. He's been the puppeteer behind the curtain. He's the Wizard of Oz. Even though, he's not front and center like he was for the Lakers championship, the Warriors he certainly was. And now with his passing, his blood, he's getting to me. I do wonder how that impacts Bob Myers and what he does is possibly going to work for the Clippers, John, now that Jerry's no longer here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, look, I just remember how much ever credit he gets or what he did or what he didn't. There was a legitimacy with the Warriors in the early times. I remember the day that they hired him and everyone went, whoa. And remember, people got to remember, this is before all the championships and everything else. And it was like, whoa, Jerry West is aboard with the Warriors. Now this team has some legitimacy because everybody knew what he did with the Lakers. Everybody knew that not only, go back to Magic and Worthy and all that, but he was the one who in a week signed Shaq and fleeced Charlotte for Kobe Bryant. They knew what Jerry West had done. So his reputation preceded himself as an executive, and all of a sudden now he's with the Warriors. You're going, whoa, okay.
That's a good word. I think it did make them legitimate. And it put a different, you talk about, looking up at the rafters and a lonely banner up there from 74, 75. You could talk all you want. You want to win. You bring in someone like Jerry West, who knows the agony of losing as a player. He was tormented by that. And then the ecstasy of winning as an executive. He won one championship as a player, as brilliant as he was and as close as he was. All those Russell championships he stole from West and Baylor. And then he goes and becomes an executive, and he wins 8, including 2 with the Warriors, and he built Memphis up to what they were. It's amazing. And the impact that he had. We were talking about Christian McCaffrey being on the cover of Madden, and you think of Coach Madden all the time and all the different careers he had, coach versus broadcaster, and more than anything, it was EA Sports and Madden, right? Look at West. I mean, what do you think of? A young kid out here, they don't even know Jerry West, but they think of him mainly for building the Lakers. I think of Jerry West, the player. I mean, there's so many different. He went in the Hall of Fame 3 times as a player, an executive, a contributor. Honestly, in the history of the NBA, who's contributed more than Jerry West? You want to put a Mount Rushmore of NBA people?
Well, if you're the logo that puts
He's
you
the
on
logo,
there, right?
which means also, we talked about them.
Legit.
We talked about Curry being the logo at one point and modernizing it. Now with his passing, do you just keep the logo forever?
Yeah,
you can't change it now.
No.
He is the silhouette of the NBA, right? That is Jerry West.
All right, Kyle Harrison expected to join us as we're live at 58 Social. Come on by. Beautiful day at Oracle Park as we get ready for the rubber game of the match between the Astros and the Giants. So we'll give you that as well. And Kyle Harrison's going to join us shortly as he's just done stretching. Maybe when you're 22. I used to never stretch, but that was me. I was very athletic. But Kyle Harrison's going to join us out here shortly, so stop on by for that or listen if you are stuck in the office or somewhere else. Do remember Pop and Lund today, proudly, I'm sure, brought to us by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. More Giants talk and Kyle Harrison as we get ready for baseball from 58 Social to Oracle Park, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Larry Riley joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the passing of Jerry West and the legacy he left in the basketball world. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials. Oh, hey there. It's John Lund. I'm back. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some, get this, are not even based in the entire state? You don't want that. You want Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, because they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning, not like Diamond Notes award-winning, real awards. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, as we sit here at 58 Social at Oracle Park, it is a beautiful sunny day. That's not the unfortunate part. Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents because it's beautiful out. So motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Again, not a problem, but you've got to watch out for them. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's the Dolan Law Firm, of course, and they've secured more than $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but somehow you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Seam hits, filter Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
2 down, nobody on. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3, a fastball. He overpowered Mauricio Dubon there. Another nice inning for Kyle Harrison.
Here it comes, 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a breaking ball, and that'll end the inning.
Oh, sorry, we're back.
Prince Harry is holding court here.
He is.
The Dirty Harry, Prince signing Harry.
Yeah, look at that.
He's signing more autographs than anybody we've ever had out here.
Absolutely.
Shy already got. I got my De La hat signature.
He's got to sign that for you?
Yeah.
All right, it's awesome. We're live at 58 Social. We're getting ready for day baseball. Rubber game between the Giants and the Astros. And last time out, Kyle Harrison was great. A couple of nights ago, 6 1/3 in the win. By the way, the first Giants starter other than Logan Webb to record an out in the 7th inning since he did it in Colorado on May 7th. So
Efficient. He's been efficient.
He has been efficient. And he joins us.
How are you, brother?
Good, doing great. You know, another beautiful day at the ballpark. Hopefully get the series win, and, you know, let's do it. Let's get a win. Yeah.
So have you changed? I heard you talking recently, and you've got that high fastball. You know, you throw it a lot. But lately you're mixing in more. The state of the rotation around you a little bit. Are you trying to pitch to contact a little more if you can and stay in the games deeper? What's your mindset right now?
You know, not necessarily. You know, I think for me, it's, you know, kind of the walks have always been an issue big and earlier in my career. And, you know, ever since I got here, I saw Logan and all these guys going deep in games. And, you know, I'm like, crap, that's something I want to do. And, you know, it fired me up, you know, being on the mound late in the game in the 7th. And giving your team the best chance to win, you know, that's the way I got to look at it. And I wouldn't say I'm necessarily changing. I think I'm just, my body's kind of adapting to, you know, the mound and, you know, the innings and all that has been going on. So I'm really just trying to attack every hitter and try to get everyone out and not waste any pitches. So that's ultimately what it's translated to.
Yeah, it's like we talked about efficiency, 10 ground outs, 3 strikeouts. So last time out, you're pitching into the 7th inning. What is it like now where you come in, you get yourself established, but now full-time in the rotation, you know you're going to be there, other than injury, you know you're going to be there every single night. What is it like, and what has this full season been like for you?
It's cool, you know, it's you know, it's hard to believe at times too, because, you know, you look back at yourself when you were younger and you see where you're at now, and it's like, wow, I've really grown, and I'm becoming a pitcher. You know, I'm not a thrower anymore, as I'd say. I'm pitching in these games and sequencing and all that. So it's learning day by day. I think that's kind of what I've been trying to do, and take every day. You know, every day is a different day, so it doesn't matter if I do good with my last start. You know, that's kind of what I've learned. You can't ride these waves. You got to stay the same, even keel, and you know, that's the best you're going to do.
We had your high school coach on from De La when you were making your major league debut in Philadelphia, and we were talking about the increased velocity. And you graduated from De La during the pandemic, but it was that year, correct, where you really began. Like, you picked up like 5 miles per hour on your fastball that year. How did you do that?
Yeah, you know, that's something, you know, I always tell Coach Jeans he always worked our butts off. You know, we were always in the weight room there at De La Salle. You know, I'm sure you know.
I do know.
You know, we were always in there, and that was kind of that hard work ethic. I think that's kind of what it built. And, you know, it never really showed up. I was kind of a skinny kid in high school, and really kind of showed up after that COVID hit, and then I graduated, and then all of a sudden this weight came on, got in the pro ball, and saw who was around me, and I'm like, maybe I just got to start throwing the ball harder, you know, mentally. So that's what I thought, and it was coming out a little harder. So
how do you do that? Do you lift with your legs? Do you?
Exactly, yeah. Just kind of lifting every day, building a routine, you know, just staying on like a 5-day routine here, and that's something that I've had to change in the minors, and even when you get here, it's a different workhorse, you know, being here pitching every 5 days. So you gotta build it.
So take us through, we've had you on before and we've talked, but take us through just how cool this is as we're sitting here in San Francisco. You grew up in the Bay Area. You're pitching every 5th day. When you sat down, you said, well, another beautiful day in San Francisco. I mean, this has got to be, at times, you're a professional, but kind of a pinch yourself moment to say, man, this is pretty good how life is turning out so far.
It is, and it's something I've always wanted to do, and that's why, you know, I tell every kid out there, you know, just keep believing, and you know, just put your head down and work hard, and that's all you can do. And someday you could be here, and it really is possible. And just like that, I was in high school, I think, 3 or 4 years ago.
It's unbelievable.
And now I'm here. So it's crazy how quick it can happen, and if you just believe in yourself.
Man, that Giant hat looks good on you, I got to say.
I appreciate you.
We know about you growing up and loving the Giants, and they were winning then. The A's? Were you an A's fan at all? You're an East Bay kid, Kyle. Come on.
No, my brother was.
Bear?
And, yeah, Bear. He was an A's fan, and we just go to A's games too because it was a little cheaper too. It was a little more efficient.
Ouch.
It was close.
You go diamond level right there.
It was
for
close too, and we could just sneak down anywhere behind the stadium.
Wow. Ouch.
My dad was a little weasel like that too. So.
They're coming here on July 30th and 31st.
No, but that's what we do. Cheap food.
I'm with you.
Absolutely.
All right.
Watch some ball.
49ers or Raiders?
Oh, Niners. Hands down. Hands down.
Are you just
Niners.
saying that?
No.
All right.
No. I love.
So why does an East Bay
Niners.
kid love the Giants and 49ers and not the A's and Raiders?
I don't know. It's tough to say. I think my dad was a big Niners fan growing up, and liked the Giants as well. So we just had to stick with that on that one. I don't know.
We got to get you out to a Niner game.
Yeah.
You been to a game? You got to come on the side.
I haven't been.
They love you. We'll
the guy.
take care of you.
Yeah.
We'll take care of you.
Is that kind of fun with Logan because he's a Raiders guy, right? He's a Kings guy and all that kind of stuff. Do you guys? Because I know you guys are close. Is it it's really cool having another. He's not Bay Area, but Sacramento, close enough. Do you guys battle on that kind of stuff?
Yeah, it's always a guy that you could give crap to. That's the way I put it.
Well, we had Logan on the day of the play-in game, Warriors and Kings.
Yeah.
You had a bet.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Kings won. So
Kings
what did you have to pay him?
I didn't have to. He hasn't come asking for that money yet.
You don't have to wear.
I'm hoping
you don't have to wear a De'Aaron Fox jersey or anything.
We forgot about that.
You look good as a Domas.
Oh, he's going to hear this now.
No, he's going to hear this now.
Now we're going to be in trouble. He's going to.
Who's a better hooper between you and Webb? Have you guys played horse or anything?
No, we haven't. We were playing around. We got a little hoop in the weight room a little bit. So I missed my last shot. So he's probably got the edge on me right now. But I need to work on the jumper. My lefty jumper's not looking too good.
You shoot lefty too.
Yeah, it's in season form too right now. It's not looking too good.
Yeah.
But.
So I watched you pitch twice last year at AAA. One in Sacramento, right around Memorial Day. I'm sitting behind home plate, and I could see it out of your hand. It's just ball, arm side, miss. Go see you later in the year in Vegas. Strike, repeat every one. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
Whenever I watch you pitch, first thing I'm looking to, arm side command.
Yep.
Into a lefty, away from a righty. But you were talking about it's not so much the arm, it's the glove and the movement of the glove and the front side.
Yep.
So for your next start, what do we watch for where you're locked in? Arm side command, left-handed pitcher, left side of the plate into a lefty, away from a righty. What do you want to do with your front side and your glove?
I want it to be strong, and that's something that I've my first move has kind of been down on the way that I'm trying to explain it. It may sound a little weird, but it's just the way I think. But my first move is down right now, and that's something that I've kind of corrected in my last bullpens. In the Arizona start and the last start, I feel like I was a little more upright and really right in that front side to, allow me not to pull off. And that's something I've dealt with my whole career because I'm a low three-quarter guy. So, your body wants to go. You got all this adrenaline wanting to go to home plate, but you still got to be patient and hold it back. So,
what I've seen from you is you self-correct now. Where before when you were younger, you do it early and then it just the whole game you did it. Now when I see maybe one you cast and then you are able to get back in there. How do you do that?
Well, that's the biggest thing. It's finding those small cues and really just knowing how your body ticks, and that's something that I've really just tried to do, and it's hard to do sometimes because you're caught up in the emotions of the game, and the game starts to move fast, but you got to just slow things down mentally, and that's kind of what I've been trying to do, and just attack the things in the bullpen and then just not really think about it, because that's where you can get in trouble too. If you're thinking about those things in games, and you just got to worry about competing and executing spots when you're in a game.
It seemed like too that last time out that you have more confidence in your secondary pitches. You were hitting your fastball, of course, but just your secondary pitches. How confident you were last time out?
Definitely. That's something too that I've been working really hard on in my bullpens, and allowing my mechanics to allow my secondary to be good, and knowing it can be good, and trusting it ultimately. And that's something that, when you throw a pitch and you see the slider moving well, and you're like, all right, I got confidence to throw that thing again and land it for a strike. So, yeah.
Webby's going today. We know you guys are tight. Obviously, him being from the Sac area and you being from the East Bay. When he's working, Do you give him advice in the middle of a start? Do you stay away from him? You have a special relationship with him, but what's it like to deal with when he's actually on the mound that day?
Yeah, we're easy to deal with. I feel like when we're on the mound, we get pissed off at times, and that rightfully so, but it's a stressful game. That's the way you got to look at it. But if he's doing something and he comes up to me, he'll come up to me all the time and be like, hey, you're doing this right now, you're thinking about that right now, stop it, and he'll just give me like small cues like that, and I'll mention something to him like that, hey, that pitch was nasty, I think you should throw that a little more or something like that. So just small cues, but nothing much. The guy's been in the league for a while, so I don't want to step on his toes, but we have a good relationship and it's pretty open, and we could talk to each other almost about anything, especially start days.
That's fun. Yeah, he's going today. Potentially is because we've been talking about this a ton, you and Logan and the way Jordan Hicks is going. And now potentially get Blake back, do what he did, more what he did last year, and all of a sudden Robbie Ray's starting to throw, Alex Cobb.
Yep.
I mean, what kind of potential does your staff have?
It's crazy, and that's we noticed it in spring training, and we were like, man, when we get everyone back, we're gonna be nasty, and even when we haven't had everyone, we've had guys stepping in like Spencer Howard.
Yep.
Keaton's been doing good, and just trying to help out around as much as possible and just get the innings. It's a long season, so we got to have those innings and win some ball games along the way.
Bear, your younger brother, 322 this year, finished up his freshman year at St. Mary's, had 8 home runs. He's just a kid. He's not eligible to be. Why do you call him Bear, by the way? Connors his given name?
Yeah, Connor's his name, but just always the Bear. That's kind of like the younger brother. He was always the tough one. Always get beaten up on, and just Bear activity. He would be at my baseball games, tournaments when I was younger, and climbing trees. Itching to stretch his back on.
Hear your parents screaming at him.
Just kind of evolved that name over time, and he's awesome. He's a hard worker. Doesn't say much, but he works hard, man. He had a good
How
year.
often do you throw to him?
A little bit here and there. It's kind of hard because he was in high school and I was living in Arizona in the off season, but I try to every now and then. I'll come home for the holidays and I'll throw to him. So
that's nice having your brother. Is he going to be a pro? I mean, he's just a kid,
I think
but
so.
numbers are good.
Yeah, he's just got to keep it up. It's like you said, he's got 2 more years in college, so he's got to keep it going and put his head down. And I think he'll get an opportunity to play at the Cape this year. So
nice. Wooden Bat League.
Yeah, so it'll be cool experience for him, and just keep learning because the more experience you get and more ABs you get, it's all you can do.
Very cool. Hey, thanks for coming out. We appreciate it, and all the fans.
Thank you, man.
Yeah,
appreciate coming out. Kyle Harrison.
Shy was waiting for you. The kid over there was waiting for you.
Very cool.
Nice job.
Thanks for having
me. Man.
Good
to
seeing you, Kyle.
again.
Thank you, bro.
Thanks for having me.
That is Kyle Harrison, De La Salle's own, and of course, Barry's own Kyle Harrison, having a great breakout season as he get his first full. Thanks, bro. First full in Major League Baseball, and it's always great to catch up with Kyle Harrison. Mature, man, 22 years old. At 22, come on, man. Yeah, I mean, that's
Look at Shy.
Yeah, he's digging it. He's digging it, man. There's Kyle Harrison, great guy. Thanks, man.
You, man.
De La Salle's own. All right, we'll come back, give you a few more thoughts, and then we'll get ready for Day Baseball. We're live at 50H so stop on by the patio as Kyle signs a few. Very cool, man. It's popping Lund.
I'm going to drink a few, Jen, while he's signing the few.
Oh, yeah, he didn't talk about our bloodies. He's looking at us like, you weirdos. All right, it's popping Lund.
Oh, like he hasn't had some a day.
We had him on like really young.
And he was really quick answers.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, still talking to Kyle Harrison. Have you had the CLR procedure, custom lens replacement? Kyle won't need it for like 50 years. John Lund had it recently. I had it a couple of summers ago. CLR, get it from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It could be a game changer for you. I don't need readers. I don't need bifocals. I don't need distance glasses at all. Do you struggle with distance vision and need readers and glasses and all those type of eyewear? CLR is your permanent solution to readers, glasses, contacts. You'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life, so don't wait until you're older to see great. Do it now, even when you're young like Kyle Harrison. If you're compromised with your vision, do all the things you love to do now with perfect vision. Dr. Craig Bindi and his staff has performed tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, and they're going to tell you if it's your time, if it's the right time right now for CLR. So find out now with a free consultation at lasereyeclr.com. No readers, no contacts, no glasses, no cataracts. lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
Yo, what's cracking? This your homeboy Ice Cube, and you're listening to the Papa and Lund Show, man.
You got it right.
Papa in London.
Yeah, it's the Talbert and Copes. Copes and Talbert show. And I think, you know what? They're actually going to have him on the show.
Are they having Cube?
Yeah, and so they're debating whether they just play those liners or actually tell him that it's Tolbert. But anyway.
No, play it.
There you go.
Play it.
That was cool having Kyle Harrison on. He's maybe the most mature 22-year-old person I've ever seen in my life.
except your son, George.
My God.
He's mature.
Yeah, he's all right.
Where's George? He's on the dugout bench.
Yeah. I tried to tell him to come back here
Romel.
because he did. He faced Harrison, as Kyle said, when he was a younger version of himself. And 4 wild ones later, as the bat was glued to his shoulder, he walked to first base. That's his claim to fame.
I mean, that's the first time I've been with Kyle face-to-face. We had him on the air right after he threw in the Futures game
we just remembered
in 21. Well, remember the
He got
rumor at that
smoked.
time that he was going to be involved in the deal to get Chris Bryant? Could you imagine, as you start thinking about all these trades and flipping, farmhands and prospects to go get major leaguers, could you imagine if the Giants would have traded Kyle Harrison and gotten Chris Bryant back? They didn't have to do that. They got Bryant. Bryant was decent here, left, got the big deal in Colorado, and now he's just been ravaged by injuries. I mean, that would have been one of the all-time mistakes. Was to give him up. So you got to be judicious about these guys, and this guy's special. But, boy, his answer on everything, John, is just he's a Dela kid. So he's been raised right, but he's smart. His family, mom and dad, the brother. We asked him about the arm side command. He had a detailed answer about it, just everything. I mean, you feel better about the future of the Giants as you're sorting this out. You got Matt Cain. We'll see what Jordan Hicks is ultimately. You brought in Blake Snell. You got some hired guns. Keaton Wynn, is he a guy? Is Beck going to get over the aneurysm? They do have young pitching. Birdsong is now at AAA. They don't have a lot of young, hitting. They have the first baseman in San Jose, Eldridge. But when you look at what they've been able to produce, that's how you win in this sport, is frontline starting pitching that you draft and develop. In that pandemic year, they got Patrick Bailey in the first round. They got Casey Schmidt in the second round. Casey's going to be fine. And you get this guy in the third round. He doesn't go to UCLA. Do you feel better about the future of the Giants, starting staff after hearing that guy?
Well, I love that he's starting to watch Logan Webb and say, okay, what is it? Wasn't it where they said it was that strikeouts, was it Kevin Costner who said that, right? That strikeouts aren't democratic or something like that?
Right, yeah, because nobody's involved except, but hit the ball and play to the shortstop.
So when I see 10 groundouts the last time versus 3 strikeouts, I mean, strikeouts are sexy. Everybody loves strikeouts. Everybody likes to look at the strikeout rate and all this kind of stuff. But Kyle Harrison going into the 7th inning with 10 and getting 10 groundouts in a game is better for the Giants and better for the bullpen and better overall for everything. So when I start to see him be more efficient like he is, that's when I get excited. And then you start looking at the secondary stuff like we were talking about. I know he's got the fastball. He can get people out with the fastball, but when he's getting more and more confident with the changeup, the slider, all those kind of things, and he can spot it, and he's saying how confident he is, now you're talking about a guy that's not a thrower. He's a pitcher.
And the two of them together, people love the homegrown because that's the essence of sports. You draft and develop. You don't go out and buy a guy in free agency. Sometimes you have to take a shortcut because you miss. These guys are both homegrown, Logan Webb and Kyle Harrison, but they're both home is here. And Logan's from Sacramento, from the 916, but still, he loves the Warriors, he loves the Raiders, likes the Kings probably a little more, but he watched Bay Area sports being in Sacramento, and Kyle's from the 925 across the bay over, in the East Bay, and grew up in San Jose, went to elementary school in the East Bay, and then to Dela and Concord. So when have the Giants had, players that were actually born here, drafted here? I mean, obviously, Barry Bonds grew up around here, but he was signed later. And it's pretty special when you look at it that they are together, that they're not only homegrown through the system and high draft picks, but they're actually from the Bay Area together. And you got a right-hander and you got a left-hander. And, Kyle's just a kid starting his career, his first full year in the bigs. And, Logan, I think this year, Logan will have a shot, John, to break on through and become an all-star for the first time in his career this year.
Well, and I think the thing that keeps, even though there's 7 teams right now in the National League that have 34 or 35 losses, and Giants are one of them. But I think the thing that gets everyone excited is what Kyle was saying, is that, okay, Logan Webb's Logan Webb. Now Kyle is hopefully getting more efficient. I don't know when they're going to have to pull back the innings, but now, we got a report this morning that Alex Cobb is doing better. That the other day, a couple of days ago, that Robbie Ray threw a couple of innings and struck out, like 5, something like that. You got to think at some point, we'll keep praying for this, that Blake Snell is going to be more like himself last year than he's been so far. What is his ERA, like 9.82? It can't be worse. all of a sudden you're thinking, geez, if you could get him in a short series, they might be a handful for somebody. And look, the offense has got to come around. Last night, 3 hits and only 1 run. Yeah, that's concerning. There's no question. But where you're really scratching your head is they're 26th in the ERA. That can't be right.
Yeah, it's 4.5. You got to lower that. I mean, there's no doubt. And I think the bullpen has been really good, but the starting rotation has got to lock in. And Kyle's starting to give you deeper, more efficient. He's not walking people, and he's not giving up home runs right now. If he gets his arm side command with his fastball, the other stuff's going to play. I mean, to me, that's the key. If he's in the strike zone with the arm side, then he can get deep into a game. But the outing today, and Logan Webb has pitched in playoff games. I mean, I know the Astros are well under 500, John. A lot of season yet to go. I'm hearing this morning from John Heyman, they're not selling. They're looking to buy. They have 2 of their starters currently out with Tommy John. They got a bunch of guys that are out. They're trying to get more. They don't have Kyle Tucker. But this team has been to the American League Championship Series 7 consecutive years. Think about that. Dodgers are winning divisions, I know, for a decade, but they're out a lot of years, one and done. This team is going deep and winning a World Series, so it's a lineup. And the top 3 guys are the guys that Logan Webb has got to navigate today. Jose Altuve, Alex Bregman, and Yordan Alvarez. And just the numbers against those guys, I want to see the matchup against Altuve. Altuve's 1 for 5 against him, but that guy's a smart hitter. Bregman's the one guy that's hit a home run against him, but he's only 1 for 5 in his career, and Yordan Alvarez is 1 for 4. They got other hitters. Dubon's obviously had a big game last night. He's 1 for 4 against his former teammate. He had 2 off the wall last night. The one to center was impressive. It's the one pitch that Jordan Hicks wants back. But let's see how Logan Webb sets the tone right in the top of the first against those 3. I mean, we're talking Hall of Famer. Alvarez looks like McCovey. Bregman, a perennial all-star. I mean, it's not maybe the Dodger top 3 or the Yankees when Soto's in, but it's pretty damn good. How does Logan Webb pitch those 3 guys right away today in the top of the first?
That's one of the big storylines today. Logan Webb, Framber Valdez. And just for fun, our guys have a home run pool at work. And I'm just saying that, in the studio, all those guys. And I'm just saying,
Soler Power?
Maybe this is Soler Power's day. He hit 1 home run against Framber Valdez last year. And in the 2021 World Series, where he was the MVP, hit another home run. So he's got 2 career home runs.
Are you calling that? Is that your pick to click?
Pick to click.
All right, I'm going Austin Slater because John won't do it. What is he, 3 for 6 against Framber?
And he's leading off today. So maybe a couple of guys who have been under a lot of fire for Slater, although he's done well lately. And we're on the verge of giving up on Solar Power. So
I'm looking at Soler Power, and it's Lucille.
Is it time?
They can't even get Jorge Soler on there?
Boy, that's look at that picture of you. Look at that picture of you right there. That's.
What are you going with? Tequila, vodka, or gin?
I'll finish the gin one because I think nobody else likes the gin. And I can't tell the difference between tequila and vodka at this point.
You know what I'm going with? It's like my HR exam. All of the above. D.
That was a fun day. All right, Diamond Notes and the rest. We'll get up to the booth as well. Giants baseball next, only here on the Sports Leader.